on the line. We don't back down, we gon' fight, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive, we come alive. When everything is on the line, we don't back down, we don't hide. We come alive, we come alive. When everything is on the line, we don't back down, we gon' fight. We come alive, we come alive.
Okay, yeah, look, I'm running like a nosebleed, so stick 'em up, spread 'em out like a rollie. Ayy, show me love, like you know me, I'ma make 'em whoop, whoop, like the police. Helen Keller forever, I'm about to grow dumb. I need a fuck to robbery, cause I got none. I got ways for days, you're looking washed up. If you're in the way, you may just have a problem. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, you should already know. You should already know. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money. I'm a narrator, all of you just the characters, running it like a manager, handing you like a banister. Haven't had enough, all of you just embarrassed, cause all of your bars are flaccid, need Viagra just to spit a hook. You need a coroner, cutting you like a warrior. All of your bars are boring, yeah, they're longer than the corridor. Your boys ain't cooks quick, it's tradition. The women know what's better in the kitchen. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, you should already know. You should already know. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money. I make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, you should already know. You should already know. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money.
We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Scenario, win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, 4, now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Time. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices, every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this year, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when it say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon'
gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my dream, just me and my. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Third boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Block. Block. Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Stop. Oh no. Stop. As you know I'm from the block. Block. Yeah. Block. Yeah. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop.
I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep it going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece.
That game was insane.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Let me in! Hey! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at a talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca. con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra Flaque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Il y a Benoît qui est dans la mêlée. Et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté d'LTC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein. Jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
Für ihn wird sogar noch mehr ein Triple B. Der Quadra King für Kinui.
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
No a przecież tutaj na gotowe. Nie odbierajmy. Pentakil jak najbardziej zasłużony.
Orada sıfır bir değişim. Ayakta kalan son isim Erdemir.
Uzun zamandır bekliyordum. Şimdi benim zamanım.
Welcome one and all to the EMEA Masters. We are coming into our semi-finals. I will be your host today. I'm just Oshin, but I am joined by three absolutely fantastic analysts. I am joined by the notorious Nymeria, the terrific Trouble, and the joyful Jamada. Guys, welcome to the couches.
We have like a whole party here. We've got
Same
four
dude.
of us. We've all walked our own parts of life, different broadcasts, and we've rejoined together for this.
Feels nice to be reunited with so many good friends.
Oh man, it gives me an
Bro.
NFC vibe here, you know? We can just all
Bring a
reminisce
tear to
and
my eye.
cry.
You're gonna ruin my makeup, man.
Yeah.
But obviously, we are here for a purpose. We are here to talk about the EMEA Masters semi-finals. We've got to talk about how we got here because, I mean, like it's a bit of a change in the guard right now, Nymera, because, no French teams, no French host. C'est la vie, you know. Sorry, Laura. That's just how it goes. That's just how it is.
you know,
Got rid of them both.
Yeah.
The age of the LFL is over, but whose time is beginning, right? We suddenly have no NLC teams even in the knockouts. Same with Ultraliga. None of our play-ins teams, for one of the first times ever, have made it through to the knockouts as well. And we're left with two German teams in the semi-finals. It feels really like we are changing the guard, changing the winds.
But it's just so cool to finally see the Prime League do something in India Masters. It's like the meme where you just keep poking them. You know they have good teams, but they just never perform. It was 2019 last time they won anything in the Euros. They won EU Masters back then. And in 2020, they made finals. And ever since, crickets all across the board. Now two teams in the semi-finals, and I think they have a really, really good chance of getting at least one of them in the finals.
Yeah, you know, you always have these rebuilding periods, I suppose, for a lot of ERLs where a lot of talent ends up, you know, kind of updrafting towards the LEC or other regions. And I feel like, you know, maybe for the LFL, they are experiencing that a little bit with a mixture of underperforming. But I definitely feel like to see finally the Prime League kind of rise up as, you know, they were kind of the original, you know, final bosses a lot of the times towards the beginning of the EMEA history. So happy to see two teams in the semi-finals here too.
And look, they got here. I will say one of the teams got here in a hell of a series right there. Jamada, we had the pleasure of kind of running, but the nail biters that they were, because these were 5 games to go all the way for the Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, and there was 4 base defenses.
It was absolutely absurd. Was it 4 into? I thought it was only 3. So
1 in the first game, and then there was 3
like
in the
3
last.
There should have been.
More than there should have been. And yeah, you know, for Unicorns getting through, I think obviously feels amazing. But just generally, the way that they do it is alright. I think a lot of people expect the Unicorns to kind of be the favorites. And like you said, so many base defenses. Said it earlier in rehearsal. Everybody needs a little bit of luck. You know, if you're the hero, you need a bit of luck to get through. And it feels like, you know, on that day, they were definitely the stronger team, but also it felt like fate was a little bit on their side too.
That was a Movistar Rider series, man. There were 2 auto attacks from killing the first Nexus in the first game in that best of series, and Unicorns would be out of luck altogether. But I feel like this was a big mechanical show-off of their AD carries, in particular Funky from the side of Unicorns of Love absolutely showed up and showed off his performance, in particular on the Zaya. I feel this champion, if it's not taken off of his hands in the semifinals, it could be very problematic for whoever's playing against it.
And I think we're getting to the point now where we are revisiting something that hasn't changed, which is the teams which tend to do very, very well at EMEA Masters have been the ones which don't necessarily start the tournament the best, but they grow to become the best. We're seeing now, particularly with teams like Unicorns, first round robin, they had to work out some of their own kind of flaws in their own systems. They were engaging a little bit too hastily. They sat down, they kind of improvised and they adapted, and they started playing much more clean League of Legends. That's what I'm now looking later into the tournament, is which teams are building better.
And look, it was a bittersweet moment for Movistar. They got so close, and of course for the Superliga, they weren't done with the heart attacks. They had to go through another Game 5. This one was a little bit nicer. This one had a little bit more kind of like a happy ending, shall we say, trouble in this particular one.
Absolutely. It has to do with the reigning champions, of course. Heretics coming back. We had so many good things to say about the top side of Heretics when they won the damn thing in 2022 summer. The top side has remained the exact same and they're still just as dominant, but now adding LEC caliber AD carry in the likes of Flacket is just so good to see, man. This guy is an absolute mechanical monster when it comes to team fights because Jinx, Aphelios, Zerimeta are all his.
And I think the biggest thing for me coming in for this series, coming out of it, Jamada and I were sat there on the day thinking, hey, these teams are adapting really well mid-series. The coaching staffs, they've had some history on the likes of Splice before. Peter Dunn, obviously, in the main team of Lost Heretics, kind of helping them through this. Javu and Duke on the other side. And we saw Heretics win a red side draft in quite convincing fashion, which is something that we rarely see at this tournament so far. There was a lot of back and forth outside of the Rift 2.
Yeah, I just feel like the adaptation, the storylines as well, myself technically derived from that lineage of coaches when you think about it. So
bloodline of Splice.
The bloodline of Splice, if you remove a couple. But yeah, like to see that series, I think not only go the distance, but also have its own Nexus defenses too. It really just spelled chaos, and I think seeing Heretics go through and continue this, potential fairy tale and trying to make a repeat happen. Don't forget, defending champions means that is on the table for them.
I was just about to say, is like, of course, like, for Heretics, it's kind of their first year in the LEC. They actually came in after winning the EMEA Masters last year in 2022 summer. They are still the reigning champions coming into this year. They're still giving the Superliga a shot. And you might be thinking, look, we haven't even mentioned the other two quarterfinals because they're playing today. We'll get in much deeper things from there. But at the moment, it does feel like, kind of where things have kind of set themselves up. It is a little bit more about kind of, who can rise up when those tensions hit their boiling point.
Yeah, and I think what we really are seeing is that tension is starting to put the extra kind of pressure onto these teams to develop. And as we said, rarely actually in this tournament is the pre-tournament favorite very cleanly seeing their way through the tournament. We've seen multiple times, like the Carmine Corps come from play-ins right the way towards that title. Multiple times now, we've seen these teams really build as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, well, this year we will introduce the coronation of the EMEA Masters Finals MVP. Now, you're probably wondering, why are we doing this now? We want to be able to honor our players' talents and to highlight the upcoming stars that maybe be going up into the LEC. How are we doing this? That's the big question. Well, 3 players will be selected, much like the LEC after the finals, and then there will be 3 sets of votes. Twitter will be able to vote on as well, so they will count as 1 vote. As well as that, we will have the EMEA Masters team members, and they will collectively choose a winner, and that will be 1 vote as well. And last but certainly not least, the analysts will be allowed a vote, and that will count as another 1 as well. So there's 3 different votes. Once the votes are counted, the finals MVP will be decided as followed. If one player has 2 or more votes, he will then be our finals MVP. 2 is greater than 1. That's just how maths works. I'm very sorry. But if the vote ends up in a tie where each player has 1 vote, the vote with Twitter got is going to be basically our tiebreaker from there. So guess what? They get to kind of have themselves a little bit of a moment. The people's champion, if you will. And of course, check out the EMEA Masters Finals on April 29th and vote for your finals MVP. And because we love an announcement, here is another teaser about our upcoming summer finals.
The competition within the LEC is getting more and more fierce. And now we're bringing the first ever LEC season finals to Montpellier, Occitanie. We couldn't be more excited to return to France, where our fans can catch the best teams of the year compete. But only one team can climb up to the top and write their names down in history. For those who are able to claim it, glory awaits.
G2 are inevitable. G2 are inescapable. Fnatic rule Europe.
Season finals weekend is September 8th through 10th, and we want you there with us. Tickets go on sale on June 19th, so mark your calendar. And yes, we will be in Montpellier for 3 days. You want to know why? For the first time, the EMEA Masters Summer Finals is joining the LEC on the road. Watch the 2 teams from our regional leagues battle on the big stage as we kick off a weekend packed with some incredible League of Legends.
It's a pentakill!
And it will all happen in Montpellier, Occitanie. Don't miss it.
We're moving on. I'm so excited for this one. We're moving away from the couches. We've even moved an analyst. Dagda, welcome. And of course.
I am Nightmare.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's Irish, Welsh, it's all the same.
It's the exact same thing, depending on who you talk to. But yeah, I mean, Montpellier. I mean, it's been so long since we've had a live EMEA Masters finals as well with a crowd. I'm so excited to see where this one goes.
It's really cool to see it integrated as well. The fact that we're going to have like the live crowd, you're going to get to see it all in the stadium, get the players there as well. Like I remember the last time we did it was out in Katowice, and to see all the players there, like that stuck for me as a memory for so long.
Yeah, well, we got to talk about today's because we still have to figure out who's going to our own finals here in spring, but. You wanted to talk about this guy, Trouble. You've been hyping him up all the time, and our backstage, our rehearsals, everything. Talk to me about Bao. Why are you so excited?
Oh man, I'm like a spokesperson for like
You are,
80
you're like
carries.
agents.
But where's my camera? There. If you complain, they took my camera away. It's fine. If you complain about this not being the 80 carry season, you're damn wrong because it is. This is the most bloodthirsty EMEA Masters we have ever had, with averaging 32 kills per game, and that's partly because of this guy on your screen. A quadra kill, a pentakill, multiple triple kills. Bao has been in general a highlight player over at EMEA Masters, and that's not necessarily because he plays the Jinx and the Aphelios so well. It's about his aggressive playstyle as well. He's willing to flash forward to assassinate enemy AD carry, well, like you're gonna see right now on your screen, and take these opportunities to then shove them towards his team's advantages.
Yeah, and you know, the crucial thing for me is that for Bao, he never does it in a manner where it's an overstep, right? We, you know, over half of us here from the LPL at one point, we're very familiar with players like Jackie Love. Dak does, yeah, I guess he gave up
letting you borrow him.
You guys are borrowing him over here in Europe. But, you know, for Bao, he never really makes the overstep which costs his team those critical moments, right? And I think the fact that he's got that level of discipline, but also just general sixth sense to just go, oh, this person's alone. I can definitely just assassinate them for free and nothing's going to happen. And that is usually the difference between, you know, the good AD carries and the great AD carries. And right now, Bao is striving on the great ones.
And I think it's a big factor about how his team sets him up for success as well. Getting down into that bot lane, making sure that he can actually be the big AD carry. And he's one of the few AD carries we have at the moment as well that's like looking stellar on all the mid AD carries. I don't even just mean in EMEA Masters. We're talking like LEC level as well. Like the Aphelios has been a big talking point. We were trying to talk about it. Bao's popping off in it. The Jinxes, the Zeris. This guy just kind of has it all at the moment. And as you can see behind you, the stats are phenomenal.
Yeah, and I actually want to talk a little bit about how he got here, right? Because he was playing for DRX Academy over in the LCK. He gets his big shot in the LCK with DRX, and it's disastrous. They went 2-16, was playing with Destroy back then as well. And then he moves over to the TCL, gets second with Fenerbahce, and now he gets first with Wildcats. Unfortunately, due to the format changes, this could have been a person that plays over at MSI in just next week.
Yeah, well, he's gotta have to play well today before we can even kind of, you know, tout him as the AD carry. But of course, for SK Prime, this is a team that's had, you know, a little bit of ups and downs in group stage. Definitely something that kind of, you know, gave themselves a little bit more of a setup here for the semi-finals when they came in against Matchgo in the quarters. 3-0'd them. We haven't really seen a huge amount from them.
Yeah, I think the big question mark for me is how they're going to try and integrate their support into this, because I think that support matchup is the big one for me. Trying to see if we can have the roams towards the mid lane, getting control there for Febby, trying to make sure that Febby can actually play something like an Ahri that sets up for this mid jungle success. And I think Prime has been absolutely incredible in the way he's roamed around the map, played towards this mid lane, and made it very, very difficult for any sort of squads to go up against SK Prime, especially when it comes to using that mid lane pressure to then set up for early objectives, set up for early picks, overload one side of the map, and make sure that when you're going into objective fights, SK Prime have these early advantages.
And I absolutely agree. It's gonna fight fire with fire, because Wildcats are known for the trio of support jungle mid synergy. They're using powers on these roaming supports like the Nautilus, like the Stress, sometimes the Blitzcrank, to get these plays rolling, opening up mid, and then bleeding your pressure towards the side lane. But I feel like if SK Prime have something that's as strong, is that mid jungle synergy, especially with Febby on that Ahri. You can make the picks, you can match the exact same pressure that Wildcats are throwing your way and shut them down straight from the root.
Yeah, and for me, on top of all of that, I think the fact that Lurox is also on that side for SK Prime, where to me, I remember the Unicorns lineup that he was on last summer.
He's trying, man. Finally, he's trying.
The lineup that was supposed to go all the way for Prime in 2022 summer. You know, for him to find himself now in the SK Prime roster, kind of flying that same Dark Region flag again, it speaks to me that this is a lineup that I feel like can definitely go the distance. And in the case of actually matching up against the Wildcats, I think they have a fairly solid stylistic matchup 1-to-1 where they should be able to match up 2v2 in the mid jungle. And towards the bottom side, I feel like, yes, maybe there's some questions about Kadui and Prime generally in terms of their laning on occasion, but I feel like they do play the kill lanes, which potentially can punish that.
Yeah, I think the big one is kind of looking to see how can SK Prime utilize the mid-jungle support to look for setups of early objectives, because it definitely feels like a huge amount of this is going to come down to Dragons. Like, these are two of the highest Dragon priority teams that we have in the EMEA Mass at the moment, and a lot of it is SK Prime getting to an objective first, looking for a pick with maybe on something like the RE, and then trying to lean that into, okay, now we can start to go for these Dragon objectives. Whereas when you look across at Istanbul Wildcats, it's a 5-man stack. They want to try and just brute force their way through, lean on bow, and I think for SK Prime, it is a case of trying to disrupt that before you lean into those 5v5s.
I think that's the big thing as well, is that, like, you know, we obviously put a huge emphasis on bow, as you mentioned, but it is kind of coming down to how SK can open up the rest of the map, use that top jungle mid synergy to build themselves a kind of a substantial lead outside of that bot lane, but that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because there's Destroyer on the top side, right? Playing all of these kind of weird and wacky AP carries. And I'm very curious to actually see what Jenax has for him. Because I feel like Jenax, as a player, he's kind of lent on as a bit of a... I don't want to necessarily use weak side in the traditional sense, but he plays tanks, right? And normally that means low resource, but neutralizing potential carry picks like what Destroy has. I want to know what he's actually going to be willing to play in that sense.
Ah, good that you asked, because I actually chatted to Jenax yesterday, and he said, I have specifically curated pocket picks to play against Destroyer's AP champion.
Tell us all.
Tell us
He didn't tell me the champions,
okay.
but he did tell me he has particular pocket picks. Even if he did, I wouldn't say it. You know, but it's very difficult to sort of try and figure out what you're going to play blind into Destroyer's champion pool, because yes, he plays AP champions, but they're not all the same. Rumble is different than Kennen, is different than Gwen, is different than Vlad, and they all have different types of champions that are counters to them, but also champions in particular, like as a solo. So I think that SK will greatly benefit from being red side if Jenax wants to play the trump card of, I'm going to counterpick top lane and win through that.
Yeah, well, we are moments away, of course, between our first semi-final. We are going to have to send ourselves over to a very, very handsome bunch of casters. But before that, we got to be able to see how we got here and how hype it is before we jump into this matchup.
Destroy! Şimdi o takım öne geldi. Sıçrıyor. Flex dağıldı. Düşecek. Aldı valla. Devam. Oyna. İbo da düştü. Hepsi düştü. Bitti. Ne diyorsun? Ölüm cezası. Ne diyorsun? Parus düştü. Hadi.
Goal time! Sparks ready!
Vorwärtsbewegung, Sixten durch den Schockblast auf 120%. Kidui flash nach vorne, Flash beantwortet. Kidui noch am Kiten, wird jetzt all-in über Seaboy, der geht raus. Jetzt kommt die Sonic Wave Reaktivierung und das sind 3 Kills für SK Gaming. Seaboy und Sixten sind die letzten Überlebenden. Down NSK, die riechen das Halbfinale. Wieder ist es der Zink von Biven, der das erschnippeln kann. Bis es down, der AD Carry fehlt für Biven. Bekommt den Kill, nächster Chance für Captain Kidui. Jetzt die Weltmeisterei, kriegt den Double Kill. Letztes Start, Triple Kill für Super und der Jinx. Und es wird böse. Featherstone kommt nochmal. Funky wie gegen Train Gelford nach vorne.
They're trying to jump on a Super, who hasn't got a place to go, and he's deleted! Look at Funky dropping down the feathers! He needs to stay alive though, we'll go into G8 and resurrect, and that's the question. Oh, the oh my god! That scat of the week was massive, and that should be the game!
Está bajando muy rápido, quiere cazar a Parus, se abalanza con todo, esto que va a ser bueno, la piedra mejor aún, cuidado con Destroy que tienen que gastar el destello, el Lazor para ellos, el Lazor para los turcos, doble tú que mete ahora, ¡Ivo! Se muere ahora mismo Gofte, se lleva el tetón, definitiva de Blurto, Flaget que pega, Flaget que pega, Flaget que pega, Flaget que pega, se lleva otro asesinato.
what a fantastic host. Really.
Oh, come on.
Something fantastic. Something about that guy. I think his name is Huizen or something like that. But anyway, welcome to the caster desk. I am joined by the delightful Dagda and, of course, Nightmare as well. You don't get an adjective because you reacted so poorly. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. You're my favorite caster today.
But, guys, we're coming into our first game of this best of 5. A lot to kind of come up with. We obviously talked a lot on the desk as well about, you know, the different things that we want to see. It is going to be, I would argue, you know, kind of Istanbul Wildcats with the, I suppose, the advantage or even the setup to say that they're the favorites.
I think that's fairly, you know, pretty okay to say, because it felt like they were pushed the least and they've shown the highest level, particularly through groups. And maybe you could say that SK Prime, you know, they did have a 3-0 in those quarterfinals. Maybe you can edge them on that front. But for me, Wildcats, they've shown very high level of gameplay. They've shown very modern, I suppose, macro through jungle, mid, and support. And that, for me, is already a very good benchmark to put up.
Yeah, I think as well the fact they had to try and work their way through LDLC kind of says a lot. 3-1 in the victory there. We'll have to see with the newer region coming in if the TCL can continue to prove how strong it is, or if SK Prime can kind of go back to its roots and proving that the German scene is nothing to be messed with.
So we're going into these first bans. We have, of course, some of this is fairly kind of meta-dependent and tournament meta-dependent as well, because one of the big things that we've seen is Bon Joyce, ban that Jace, just get it out of there. This champion has absolutely ruined a handful of drafts, but then you look at the likes of Prime, he's got an incredible record on Rakan through Spring, and Kedui as well has a number of his comfort champions that are now being removed, like that Kalista.
Yeah, a near 90% ban rate on that is absolutely insane. So really nice job there for the scouting from Istanbul Wildcats. Big question mark is what the first pick is going to be here. I wouldn't be surprised to see high priority on some of these AD carries, especially because we know Bao has kind of prioritized things like the Felios even when Jinx is available. But I still think when SK Prime have been willing to ban Jinx in the last few games, would probably not want to give that one across the bow, but instead they will actually just take up the Wukong.
So typically SK Prime, they like to have a lot of aggressive go buttons to play with. Of course, that Vi, one of the reasons why that's banned, of course. Everyone plays it very well, but particularly for the identity of SK Prime, no chance letting that through on blue side, even if you want to counter it. That Wukong very much helps. Expect something like an Ari or a Lissandra to come in from Feben to help, again, go forwards with that later in the draft.
Going to be the Maokai response here. Kind of typical when you see the Wukong coming through. Just very, very good at trying to lock that one down. I imagine now we'll see Kedui fall back towards his Zeri. It's going to be the big pickup for him, most played throughout the EMEA Masters, and something that you can take the Lulu away from here as well, because you're looking at the Thresh already banned. Lulu could be an option to pair with the Jinx. Maybe you want to try and go for something like a Tahm Kench, but actually you're just going to go for the Ahri instead.
Yeah, because again, I think now we're starting to see a lot of those identities being put on display here. SK Prime, they want to go forward, they want to have go buttons. The Wildcats, they're quite a versatile team, and they see the first pick, they know what SK Prime want to do, and they say, let's just keep range. When you have something like a Jace or a Jinx, these long-range carries, having that Maokai ult to buy a bit more space very much helps. What else are you going to do to protect Bao in this bot side, though? Because he's been such a great AD carry. Cuff, they're going to go towards another AD mid. It's not the Jace, it's the Yone.
I'm curious what the supports are going to be, though, because, again, I think Lulu obviously very nicely paired with the Zeri, but I think if you end up putting a lot of pressure down there for SKP, Istanbul Wildcats still get their first rotation here, so chances are it's like a Tahm Kench or something that you're aiming for, especially with the amount of dive and short range that SK Prime have already got through. I think the other thing Istanbul Wildcats are pretty nervous of is a Malphite here, which is probably going to be the second ban alongside the Scion.
I wonder if SK Prime needs to be a little bit worried about something engaging coming in from Paris as well. Now, he's not going to get that Thresh or the Rakan or anything kind of slightly more kind of priority roaming champions, but maybe a Nautilus could help kind of bridge the gap between, yes, you still have some engage buttons to help catch out someone like Kedui on that Zeri, very slippery champion. You typically want some point and click to go against that, but also have something that can play through a little bit more laning phase in that bot side.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Olaf ban, though. I know Olaf does do relatively well on the top side and is a bit of a pain, but chances are you're looking to destroy, going to go towards something like the Kennen if that's not banned away here. You can still go for the Malphite here for Gen X, which I actually think is a really good pick with the Jinx and the Yone already locked in. Even just the go button to set up for things like the Zeri is going to be...
You're calling the Malphite?
But it's actually, I thought it'd be SK Prime who take it, but I'm surprised that they're actually going to be the ones that are denying that.
I think that when you look at both of these kind of hyper carry AD carries, most of the story of the game is, how do I stop them doing the thing? Malphite stops you doing the thing pretty effectively. Just like Gen X, I mean, the Olaf ban might look a little strange. It's 5-0 across Spring, but hasn't played it at this tournament. So maybe just thinking, look, let's not try and tussle with that one a little too hard. The Nautilus, we maybe expected that coming in through for Paris. Paris now has himself something that can engage, something that can roam. It fits into his wheelhouse more than fine.
I'm curious if it is just going to be the Braum response here. That's typically what we've seen, where you just go, right, we're just going to play for matching the early aggression. We'll begin the later portion of the game as well, where you're able to going to have decent peel against things like the Yone and trying to keep him in check. But I'll have to see if that is going to be the answer. Either way, Kennen, another option as well for Gen X on that top lane. It does mean both solo lanes are quite heavy in the AP style, but not going to be too worried about it. This is just a very strong front-to-back team fight coming through for SK Prime.
Yes, now, you know, obviously Zeri Lulu, very strong combo, but not really wanting to pick that to too heavy engage, so Prime has some difficult choices to make here on this last pick. Support counter pick is something that has done very well in hyper carry matchups, just to allow that hyper carry a bit more safety. If your counter pick support can win that laning phase, it is going to be a bit more engaged. It's going to be that Leona coming through for Prime.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of why I was only so-so on the Nautilus being picked. I think you've got good answers that can come through to it early. That's why we've kind of seen it slip away from like blind picking it in the meta. And now you got very strong Zeri, strong Leona that you can look to play around as Lurox here, and not a huge amount of disengage for something like the Jinx. Yes, you'll have the cleanse, but that only kind of does one of the things against what's going to be a lot of issues in the spot side.
That's it.
Yeah.
Ooh, fun stuff though. Destroy, it's not an AP carry. Enough of them were banned away or picked away. Gangplank locked in. It does pretty well into squishy matchups where you can kind of trade damage with damage. You have a little bit more sustain from the oranges coming through. So now suddenly, you're looking at the 5v5s. Look at the amount of AoE disruption that the Wildcats have. If you get caught out as SK Prime, if you're a little bit too ambitious and you get caught by a hook, get caught by a Maokai, the follow-up is insane from the Wildcats.
Yeah, that is it though. It's kind of like a case of, hey, if we try to go for an engage and the Maokai doesn't work out, or you end up poking out the Nautilus, you're kind of running on gas then at that stage. So I think the biggest problem that you're going to see is just the amount of engage that you look across the board at for SK Prime. They have so many different ways of getting in on flanks, trying to find pressure through the mid lane as well. Even having that the push that you should get with the Ahri, I think we're going to see a lot of presence down towards this bot side to try and make sure that they can shut down Bao in this early stage.
And typically, because Destroy hasn't had resources put towards him, everything's gone bot. It's been left to him in a 1v1. Huge moment now, game one for GenX. LEC player, of course, had a pretty good time up in there on the SK roster in the main team as well. For him to prove that he's still got it, can take the 1v1 and stop Destroy having a free laning phase if it's an isolated 1v1.
The compositions are locked and loaded. It was pretty much kind of what we expected to see in terms of how they wanted to distribute all the different power picks, but we'll have to wait and see how it all ends up filing out on the Rift. No more hypothesizing as we are jumping into game number one. SK Prime versus the Istanbul Wildcats. First to three gets themselves into that final for the EMEA Masters Spring Finals. It's all going to be tentative at the start. No one's going to go throwing anything just crazy level one.
I think the big thing for Istanbul Wildcats is trying to slow down the pace of the game. You have phenomenal scaling into the later portion of the game with the three of the most hyper carries in the game. The big question mark for me though is how does our team fight operate, because I think Istanbul Wildcats have looked strongest when it is this 5-man front to back. We kind of have yes, Destroy is going to find these flanks, but it's very much a case of the rest of us are going to follow off of Elramir or Paris's engage. When you look at this though, Destroy wants to flank, Kofta wants to flank, Elramir nearly wants to be as well, just so we can get several people with that ultimate. So your front line for a Jinx isn't exactly there, especially if you end up thinking of, oh, Kennen or a Wukong find the way into the back line.
It's the time-old problem of, if everyone's flanking, who's actually flanking? So they're going to have to worry about their geometry a little bit, draw those lines very effectively, and as you said, give Bao as much as a platform on the other side. Of course, we've got both hyper carries though on the Rift that we've seen in this meta. Kedui going to have a bit more ability with Prime stood in front of him to go up.
And I have a bone to pick. Yeah. I always pick this bone when I see it. You're against a Kennen. You need an exhaust. You need something to stop this Kennen from blowing up your AD carry, because you don't have a Tam Kench. You don't have someone who can just give you that kind of setup. Unless you catch the Kennen beforehand, there's going to be a lot of damage being thrown in onto Bao.
And I am kind of surprised that we don't see it coming through into Paris, because this is not a winning lane, right? You're not going to be using the Ignite for it to win the matchup. Leona has the advantage here, even just the sheer damage output that Azeri can have in comparison to the Jinx in the early stages. So I am kind of surprised that he didn't opt in towards that. Could definitely come back to bite them, especially if GenX can get some sort of lead in this top side.
Typically something like a Spellbook mid laner helps you with that too, but Kofta opted into that AD mid laner. Of course, this is something which adds another factor into it though, because this is a different skill set from Kofta as well. We've seen how good his team fighting has been on the likes of the Jace. When you're playing something like this Yone, you're also an engaged threat as well. Being an engaging mid laner, very different kind of skill set. And now here at the semifinals of EMEA Masters, you have a heck of a stage to show off that new skill set.
Elramir going for the invade here, though. You still have pushing mid lane for Febby, so you can see Elramir just moving in to get the ward down. Now he'll continue down onto his bot side. Might look for a transitional gank onto Febby here.
You got the flash. Febby is going to get flashed upon there. Twisted advance. The Bramble Smash is good. You can see Febby trying his hardest not to lose that summoner. Will finally lose it, but not quite able to be taken out. They will get the flash off Kofta as well.
That is really good discipline coming in from Febby. And of course, very unfortunate that he has to lose that flash in the first place. Great job by the Wildcats to get that vision on both sides of the jungle and allow Elramir to, as he has done so much of this tournament, so much of this spring, combo up with Kofta, get something done. But Febiven at least walking away with his life.
Yeah, will need to burn that TP to come back into it. Kofta, though, might actually just be able to walk back to lane. The big thing, though, is both summoner spells burnt on Elramir and Kofta. Makes that Maokai a little bit less threatening when he goes for some of these ganks, especially as Febby starts to hit level 6. And I think that's where you could actually try to punish this. If you're looking at things like the level 6 being hit for Febby, Lurox coming in off a side, and seeing if you can then catch out the One before he can make it back to tower.
And Lurox has been kind of followed pretty much his entire jungle path right now. They've known exactly where he was. They saw him at Raptors, they saw him at the blue, and now they've seen him topside. So all information goes to the Wildcats.
So I was wondering if there's something to be done on this bot side as Bao gets back to lane. Elramir had made his way down there. He stood in the tri-brush. He was briefly recalling. I think with that warder in the closest brush to SK's tower.
Prime.
See it, Prime. Okay there, buddy.
He might just have to pop down his little bit of a stun. Paris not really deciding if he wants to go for this or not, and that means that nothing ends up happening. It's just a trade of a couple of health bars, but that does mean that Lorax knows he's free to take some caps.
Yeah, Bao, though, on the spot side should have push. Kadui reset, which is probably not the best timing. Bao able to get the plate now for himself, then you'll be able to reset on the Jinx as well, get yourself a nice little pickup. Even having the cull off of his third wave push and reset is going to be very nice. So at the moment, Istanbul Wildcats just dictating the pace of this bot side, which is exactly what you want for this Jinx.
Looking at now where the next couple of resets come in. Of course, we've got first Dragon of the game, which actually at this tournament has been fought through an awful lot. And when you have a lot of these moves towards the bot side of the map, Dragon becomes even more important as well. Often first Dragon of the game, it's a little bit of a litmus test for how your bot side is going, particularly with the Wildcats doing a good job of getting vision down. Again, you can see it into the enemy jungle around that tri-bush, around those Krugs as well. You'd expect them to have first crack at the Dragon, or at least threaten it.
Elramir has been doing such a good job of keeping the vision game in check, though. Like Lurox, as Oshin was pointing out earlier, spotted consistently throughout moving his jungle, and it makes it very difficult for him to try and make a play around this mid lane, because ideally you'd want to see Febby have that pressure, move down with Prime on the roam as well, and then try and lean that into bot side for things like the Dragon, but it's just not really possible with the amount of vision control that Istanbul Wildcats have.
I think this is also just really good to kind of check in on what we've seen from the Wildcats this tournament, because actually one of the reasons we do rate them so highly is this kind of gameplay. It's not always the most flashy in terms of early double kills in 2v2 or something like that, but it's good, clean fundamentals. Because these SK now get into the river first. They are going to be spotted on a number of vision again, which has been placed in advance.
This is SK trying to just overload that bot lane there, but again, great moves here from Elramir just to make sure he's in the right place at the right time. He also makes his presence known to say, look, if you go for this, I'm gonna be here.
It does give them the control that they kind of wanted, though. This is all that you really need to do here, is SK Prime is continuously threaten that, so you can't use the push that Bao has in bot lane to try and start up things like the Dragon. Now a bit of a more even state at the moment, as Febby has to move back to catch this wave. I'm curious to see exactly what they want to try and go for, because you do only have like 2 more minutes until the Rift Tower spawns. All the camps for Lurox are on this top side. You can see Elramirs are starting to respawn up there as well. So looks like both junglers will just back away for the moment and use the pressure that Destroy has to go for the crab.
We're actually getting to the point now, because these dragons haven't been taken very early, well, we might actually get to a point where we're splitting. Oh, Paris.
Yeah, he's gonna land the hook, but Spirit Rush should mean that Febby just gets himself out, no questions asked. And that means you're losing that big, powerful ultimate, so we're not going to have that very impactful move coming in from the mid lane here from SK Prime.
First few ults of the game from Arya, very useful to Snowball. Won't have that tool available for what could be a delayed Dragon and then the first Herald kind of overlapping. That was kind of the knock-on effect of what's happened in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to see if they can try and punish it, because it does feel like Dragon probably going to be going to the wayside here. It'll be the Rift Tower will be the next big one. Both junglers, though, well on track to hitting level 6 just at this 8-minute mark, so I expect that we'll see a huge amount of pressure there. Genex, though, being poked out really well by Destroy here means that Lurox has to come top.
Oh, Destroy gonna pop down his ultimate, but he waited for so long just to try and get the barrels down. One more auto does it, and Lorax picks up a kill. First blood going over. Now bot lane, SK Prime looking to try and make this one a double on both sides of the map. They get 2 kills overall, and that's a huge move of momentum.
2 big steps there. Genex getting that ultimate, picking off Destroy, and the bot lane popping off as well. This is what I was saying about the Nautilus and the Jinx. You don't have the pressure in the lane, and the second Kadui pops over to that level 6, they move into that bot lane.
So coming into this replay as well, this is a really important moment because again, we have been praising Bao and Paris so much from the Wildcats. The fact that Kedui and Prime can hop over those traps, understand their 2v2 potential, seeing kind of the fights happen towards that top side means they have a bit of a free run at it. Getting themselves that first kill, just for confidence alone, big moment for SK Prime.
I was just punishing the fact that Paris had used that flash in the mid lane already, put himself into a bad position spot on the ward. Really good stuff by the Istanbul Wildcats, and now with the pressure that they have on the map, or sorry, with the pressure Istanbul Wildcats have on the map, they'll be the first ones to move over towards this Rift Herald. SK looking to trade.
And I just love the instant kind of notice, like, oh, they've used Cannon Barrage top. That's not that global you can use. Let's just go in bot lane. It's a straight 2v2. I love that recognition there coming out from SK Prime. We will see the Rift Herald being picked up here by the Istanbul Wildcats, but it is being traded off by Lorax.
I think that's pretty important as well, because when you're looking at the compositions, SK Prime kind of want to get the ball rolling early, start to take these towers down so they can look to fight early, but not having that opportunity to get some of that gold is going to be a bit of a hindrance for them. Early Dragon, though, is nice if they can look to try and play off of a 2 to 3 item spike.
Considering actually what we were seeing in the very first few minutes of the game, where the Wildcats got a lot of vision down, they managed to get that inroad into mid, I still think this is a pretty good step up from SK Prime and kind of like that snap back after those first few minutes are done. They got some kills, they managed to get that Dragon, so even if the Herald does get a little bit of gold back for the Wildcats, SK Prime already claimed that through some kills.
No smites for either of these guys. We do see Kofta just kind of going for it. Cyclone being used here. And we're going to see the Solar Flare as well. They're going to go fully commit onto him, and there's nothing the tree can do, but immediately the Jinx gets a trade back. They're looking to try and finish off what the jungler started, but it ends up being a trade back 1-for-1, but you don't want to be giving Bao too many kills.
Yeah, Lurox kind of got caught out a little bit there, because Kofta got that 1v1 trade in mid. Febi couldn't roam to support the jungle invade, so even though they get the quick kill, ultimate comes through.
Fate sealed into it underneath the tower, and that is what Kofta can do with the ultimate and the flash.
This is now the culmination of many punished lane states from Febiven. Febiven very rarely loses lane on the Ahri, but when you're playing 1v2 with either Elramir or Paris in your lane, it gets kind of tricky. Lurox has not been focusing on mid, kind of leaving Febiven to his own devices. That's worked pretty well for him so far, because this allows him to go into the enemy jungle. But again, we're seeing now a bit of trading around the map in terms of where the focus has been for both teams.
Yeah, the fact that you don't have time there to get the flash away was heartbreaking, and honestly, greedy from Febi here. You don't have the ultimate. Yes, you've got the flash, but you've got to expect this, especially once you saw the E come out. The flash was more than likely going to follow. He wants to go deep on that one.
I'd say we've all been there before, have Azari players. You just think the W movement speed will get you out. You have a flash, you could have used it. Doesn't get to pull the trigger on that one. Is punished very briefly at that point.
Now we come back in, see where everyone's kind of resetting themselves after a little bit of a chaotic few minutes there. 10 minutes 40 on the clock. It is first Dragon, of course, to SK Prime. Not quite got first items just yet, but gotta say, we're kind of seeing a little bit of a movement here coming out from the Istanbul Wildcats. They've got their jungler and support coming into top side.
SK Prime should see something coming towards the top side of the map. They have lit up that bot side jungle like a Christmas tree. So many wards. We talked a lot about how the first few levels went towards Wildcats at that point.
Oh, Xenoblade, go on.
This is the thing, because the Wildcats, they should be played towards the top side of the map because they have no information on that bot side jungle. They try and make something work with that kind of E going forwards from Kofta, but it's very risky, of course, even going in towards that mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of this seems to be Istanbul Wildcats trying to find an opportunity to put down this Rift Herald. They thought maybe we can do a top. There's already been 2 plates taken. We can try and punish even harder, get that really strong lane state for Destroy, especially now he's just gone back to pick up the Triforce, but it's just so difficult for it at this point in time. As Nightmare was pointing out, there's just so much vision control on this bot side. SK Prime go, well, if you're not on bot lane, you got to be somewhere up top. So they're just matching a lot of these plays. Now Elramir moving back down to the bot lane, has avoided a lot of the vision and wants to try and use this Rift Herald down here. But again, I think Lurox and Febi with control over mid should be able to match.
And as has so often it has been, jungle support has really been the tail of this early game. Been really cool to see the interplay between both of those duos moving around the map, trying to find pockets of vision, lane states to make plays off of. Really has meant, though, that these laners cannot really play that aggressively unless they have good vision.
Well, see the Slicing Maelstrom coming down alongside the Cannon Barrage. There's going to be a bit of a trade back there, but again, it's Gen X coming out on top a lot of these times.
Well, the thing was, Gen X there wanted to try and get the ultimate out from GP in case they were going to make a play on bot side. Try and make sure that there's no extra man that's going to come into the play. But as we pointed out, because Elramir wasn't actually able to get into a position to really use the Rift Herald, he just ends up popping it down to let it run up to that top side. Maybe Gen X can try and clear it out. Lurox, you can see even moving up towards that top side, see if he can get the smite down and make sure that Rift Herald goes to naught.
See, Gen X actually sticks around in the lane. Of course, you can see when the Herald's bin drop comes into that lane. Herald's not awesome at killing waves.
They
so
might
if
bait
Destroy
him.
is here alone, it'd be a little bit awkward.
They may like to bait him. There's going to be an immediate TP as Destroy does flash away, but you can't flash from the Cyclone and the bonk on the head. They really wanted that Rift Herald to get dropped. And yes, they'll get the gold, but it's going over to the Maokai.
Exactly, because this is a very kind of awkward Herald drop. You don't have anyone here to support that push. Most of the time when the Herald play is made, you need to have someone else there to ensure you get maximum power play value out of it.
And now you got an opportunity here as SK Prime. Destroy gone from the top side. Kadui already is pushing bot. You've got great reset timing for Dragon that's in 40 seconds now. Not having some of the ultimates available like Lurox probably going to put a bit of a dampener on that. You want to make sure that you're coming in all guns blazing to these fights, but at least for the moment, 3 kills onto this Wukong. Divine Sunder already picked up. Lurox is in a very good spot to carry some of these early fights.
Cops are going to be tentative. He had a feeling someone might have been at the red buff, and little did he know he was correct. But not going to see any action from there. But again, like you said, like kind of the whole map being pushed in here by SK Prime. They're getting plates in bot, plates in mid. They will lose this top tower as Demolish does a hell of a lot of damage regardless of the amount of extra armor you get. And that's going to be
passive as well, funnily enough. Does
yes,
towers.
does
really
a hell of
annoying.
a lot. It is very annoying. But now, what can you do here as SK Prime? Because you're kind of on a bit of an awkward reset. You're probably going to give up this dragon as well. So you're getting, you're getting a bit, you're losing a bit. It's all kind of a push and pull right now.
Looks like Destroy at the moment want to make sure that he's able to stop Gen X, because Gen X would like to push in this wave and move to Dragon, but can't right now.
No, they're looking for this one here. You don't quite have your 4 members outside of the top laners. Smite comes in, secured here by the Istanbul Wildcats as we do get a new whiff. It's Destroy. Might be getting destroyed. He's going to go in for it. Oh, the stun is beautiful. Flashes away from the barrel in the 1v1. Gen X picks up a solo kill.
And the LEC veterans starting to take some names, take some solo kills in one of these matchups, which we were a little bit worried for all of the teams that have been Masters. Destroy has, in a lot of ways, defined what it means to be the most individually dominant top player at the tournament. Gen X standing up strong.
I think it's just a little bit unfortunate for Destroy. The idea was, hey, look, we want to make sure we can contest wave states so Gen X doesn't move down, but River's still angry.
Yeah, they're still looking for more. There's going to be the Cyclone coming in, and they're going to immediately get the Fate Seal straight down onto Lorax, but can he kill off his opponent? No, he cannot. Now the reset's coming in for Febby. Gets Bramble Smash back and a flash over the wall. I think Elramir should be fine. Oh, no! Nymera! How tilted are you?
So, funnily enough, there is one small mechanic you could do with Ahri. If you click halfway over a wall, it makes you go over the wall faster. That's not clicking halfway over the wall. It just makes you look a little bit awkward.
No, it's not great, but look, still getting them back, and as we come out of this one, it's a 2,000 gold lead, a Dragon apiece, still decent for SK Prime.
And no mid laner means you're going to get the Rift Herald here for Lurox. This is just really good control from SK Prime, making sure that they can keep their vision control in check. Lurox using the advantage that he has to continuously reset these wards, and then playing off the fact that Febby has that priority in mid to just lean into sides, making sure that there's no way that Istanbul Wildcats can really contest them. Now Destroy, been back up to top side, but might get a bit of damage, but won't even, as Lurox takes the Rift Herald.
Really dangerous phase of playing out for the Wildcats, where it feels like everything depends on whether you can kind of deny the next play with a good Maokai ult. Bao is not at a point yet where he's going to completely kind of wreck a fight if you let him just kind of free fire for a little bit. With the kind of the Herald play now on the table for SK Prime, Wildcats are going to have to absorb a play somewhere, and I don't know if they have the tools to do so.
Yeah, at least Kofta here should get bot lane tower, but I actually thought that we were about to see Lurox go up top side with Prime, try and get that first tower, and then you can unlock Gen X to nearly be a big threat if you go for a dive with Rift Herald in towards the mid lane, because it feels like when you have a composition that's this short range in SK Prime, you really want to make sure that you're using that Rift Herald to take down mid tower so you can start to gather some of these sideline structures as well.
And it's just great to see from SK Prime as well. Again, a couple of question marks coming in, a couple of things we kind of asked about them. They've been, you know, kind of cool, calm, collected. They've picked the right fights. They've used the Ari Wukong to exceptional kind of, you know, honestly, to kind of boons to get themselves. And they've been coming in this much more calm and composed. I feel like, again, Istanbul Wildcats coming in as slight favorites. Maokai ult over the top there. Skedowee tries to get himself away. They are going to jump straight here on top of the Leona, but she's very tanky, and Prime will not go down. They're jumping on the bow. The Cyclone is a storm you don't want to be a part of. The Yone is dead. The resets are coming in. Do they have the cooldowns to get the charm? Yes, they do with the flash, but has he given him an escape route now as well? That's the question. He's got everybody taken out. 4 kills out of nothing.
And it's a disaster for Istanbul Wildcats, and it's exactly like we talked about in draft. Where's the front line? Immediately Lurox gets access to Bow. Immediately we get the follow-up from Febebi. And immediately they're taking these structures.
And this is such a huge moment for not just SK Prime, a team which has had for so long such high expectations, which hasn't really managed to be capitalized on, but for the whole damn Prime League. They have 2 teams in semi-finals for the first time in years, and we're at this kind of turning of the tides, the point where we're waiting for the next region to stand up. Fights like this, where they snowball the game away, must be incredible for their confidence.
Yeah, the fact that Bao doesn't really get to play this fight is kind of heartbreaking. How? You can see it there, exactly. Lurox comes in, he's got a TP in his face. They can't really get the damage onto the Leona either. Like, yes, you've got the Kraken Slayer picked up, but this is not Jinx's time to shine, and SK Prime know it.
What we've seen after that point is the gold lead absolutely explode. We went from 0 turrets from SK Prime up to 3. The Herald push coming in incredibly clutch at that point after top, and then mid lane towers did fall after that point. Got Dragon spawning in a minute. Wildcats, it felt like that last play, they were trying to do something against the grain of play. Now they've just put themselves even further behind. Any 5v5 after this point can be very difficult.
And that was without the Kennen. That was a 4v4. That was still with the sideline. Like, you know, you're looking at a kind of a Kennen coming in from the side there. With Flash coming up soon, it should be just up by this Dragon spawns. I don't think you can fight this.
And they just don't have the opportunity to clear out any of the wards beforehand either. You can see Reset coming through from Paris. No sweeper available for him. No sweeper available for Elramir. And Genex is just holding on to this TP going, go on. I dare you.
It's unleashed,
give it a shot.
by the way.
Exactly, yeah. And Genex would be as well. If you got any access to these wards that are in their backline, it would be an absolute disaster. SK Prime, though, know they have control. Febi going to take this bot lane tower. And honestly, this is exactly how SK Prime have been winning their games. Really strong through the mid-jungle support, making sure that they can try and play for these picks, catch people out unaware, and Istanbul Wildcats are just falling to that style.
Okay, I'm going to make a quick point.
Yeah.
It might get swept, but it might get swept away, but it might not. There is one ward just beside Raptors on the blue side. Yeah. Maybe, just maybe, we get a God tier flank coming out from the Yone, and that's your way back into it if nobody catches that one out. But again,
the next Dragon in 5 minutes.
The next Dragon in 5 minutes. So it's got to survive 5 more minutes, and that's why I made reference to it, because it's a bit of a Hail Mary, if I'm being honest.
Hail Mary's a word for it.
That little buff near wards when they survive past like a couple of minutes. It's like the veteran ward of longevity or whatever it is. It's going to have to get itself a lot of value.
We'll have a second buff at this stage, Copium as well.
And I'm going to throw it at this point. Surely, with 2 members nearby, surely they see it.
No one sees it. Why would you go that way when you can go the other way?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, sometimes those are little moments where you got to sweep them out, and you don't because you're so far ahead. I'm not saying it's relevant right now. It might be relevant in the future.
I think the big one is that it just won't be anywhere that either of these teams are focusing for the next while. Baron is on the cards. You can already see that Febi wants to try and play sides. You'll stick Kadui in towards the mid lane, and he won't get caught. That gives you the opportunity as Genax to move in towards this side lane. With the Shadow Flame completed, he's in a relatively good spot, but Destroy, if he can get his barrel set up, it's going to do a lot of work. It's about Genax trying to surprise him, which is why you're seeing him just hiding this bush at the moment.
Getting to the point now where, of course, every side lane tower is down. That means that kind of winning side lanes mean an awful lot in regards to pushing in and then being able to get access to these objectives. You need to really see now what lane assignments will be from the Wildcats. It does feel like Kufta, even though he's 2k gold down, if he can get one wave to get shoved in, maybe that could be another flank angle.
If I'm Istanbul Wildcats, my biggest way to try and get back into this game is utilizing the fact that Bao...
Kufta jumps over, but it's only Lorax. He's got the decoy.
He should be able to try and push out this mid wave with Bao, and then try and lean Paris up towards these side lanes, see if he can outnumber them, but they don't have it at the moment.
And they don't. They've got a flash here on Elmer, but can he get out? Charmed away. He's going to try and just jump in, because that's all he can do, but look at Bao on the backside. They need to try and focus onto him. Kadui finally gets out and tries to take out one. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Paris is taken out as well, but in goes the Kennen. Just too many threats, even when the Jinx can set her feet.
And in what could have been maybe the best case scenario for the Wildcats, big cannon barrage, big ult coming out from the One. They still can't get it done. Bao gets shut down by Lurox, and the Baron's going to go away after.
And Kadui just survives for so long on the backside as well. Able to flash over, pick up the kill, and now with the Baron and everything in tow, we'll see it here. It is a fantastic ultimate from Kofta, and it looks like a really good setup, but there's just not enough in the tank. Bao not bringing a position at this moment to try and follow up on what is a phenomenal engage here. You can see, yes, he's hitting on towards Lurox, but Lurox immediately jumps onto him. Kadui's actually in a position to get over the wall so we can manage to fix some of these kills, and the TP from Genex as well, just the numbers advantage for SK Prime.
And again, that's a 4-man cannon barrage for the majority of it. Kofta gets
You
multiple
saw how
seconds
low
in
they
as well.
got. Just
Exactly.
nobody died.
Yeah, and even with it didn't. But the thing is, they didn't get low enough for the collect to get any value from that GP either. That's one of those points where you think, man, that could have been game changing. Not to be though. Baron buff picked up for SK Prime. And now, particularly with this kind of style which SK have been showing across the ERLs, has been, they have so much engaged, so many go buttons for so many members. When they find these angles, when they find someone out there, the pylon is absolutely huge. And with the gold advantage, very hard to fight back against that.
The ward died.
Aw.
Or was placed somewhere else. So that. I'm not quite sure which is which, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta believe there's a Solar Flare, gonna completely miss absolutely everybody, but you've got decent wave control, to be perfectly honest, with the Gangplank and of course the Jinx. Very hard to actually siege on these turrets.
Yeah, I mean, having the Baron buff is great, and that's going to do a lot of work, but realistically, they're just waiting for Genex to draw them across, right? You're going to have this wave hit the tower, Destroy will move over, then you've got the wave that's just starting to conga line its way in, and the biggest threat is Genex always maybe coming behind this tower.
Pull the Cyclone onto Bao, but they can't really get everybody else in. They're going to jump straight into Kadui. He hasn't gone down just yet. Will finally get himself up the wall. Eventually, he will be felled, shut down, going over the side of Bao. Is a little bit excited, but doesn't want to go too far too quickly. No real kind of push forward here on this, and the blast cone gets him out, but now the rest of them are coming in.
Yeah, they still want to try and take this. Elramir should be able to just walk away. Febby!
Oh, that's a cleanse immediately. The cannon barrage is good. Febby doesn't really have a place to go, but Genex gets himself one to try and burst this one back. They're trying to see if they can go for this one. Flash by Destroy, but he doesn't get it! He doesn't get the right target, and now Prime can turn back in on top of him. They're looking to try and take out the Gangplank, as Elramir knows that if this cannon gets involved, this Gangplank is just dead. Finally, Bao looking to try and be part of this, but I don't think he just can. Then you can see Genex going golden. The TP coming in as Febby wants to rejoin this fight. Genex will go down, didn't quite have any more in the tank, and it's all over the place right now.
What in the name of God just happened? That was such a messy engage. I like the start here from SK Prime, because as I watch this, I'm like, okay, cool. You've already got the push for Genex. Genex can start to lean across, but Leona's gone mid. So you're engaging here on a 3 versus 4 already, which just leaves Kadui completely vulnerable, as a lot of the CC's already been used. And then as they try to run away, Istanbul Wildcats just way overextend.
And this tends to be something that we saw ages ago with Baron, like I'm thinking like season 9 and before. When you have something like a Baron, you can sometimes be incentivized to buff up all of the waves, split your team very thin, and we saw that from SK Prime. They had 2 people in that mid lane. They go for a fight anyway, and they kind of deal the problems to themselves because they don't have all of their members, even if they have so much gold to bring to bear.
Yeah, and here, Genex, just the little rat that is trying his damnedest to get over towards the Gangplank. You can see in the picture-in-picture, Dragon will go across. At least Lurox, though, does manage to finish this off. Bao, though, I think did pick up a good amount of gold in this fight, so we'll have to see exactly how far ahead the Jinx is. Looks like, yeah, 3 items now completed for Bao. This is where Bao has been known to come alive. This is where he can be a threat. The big question, though, is the gold lead just insurmountable? 6k gold, 3 dragons already. It feels like very much an uphill battle.
A little while ago, we chatted about how, you know, Wildcats, they have to soak. I think it was the second Herald player we were talking about this, and he's saying, well, even if you make the mistake of SK, there isn't enough gold on the Jinx for them to shred the team fights. 3-item Jinx, maybe we have to revise that. Of course, it's still very difficult. Lots of damage on SK Prime. One person finds their way onto that Jinx, they're out of the fight. But I think we're now in the territory that, even with significant gold lead for SK Prime, it's not out of the question. With that gold on the side, the Bao could start taking some names.
I think the big thing for the last one as well is you can see Genex, he really wanted to get over that wall when he had the Slicing Maelstrom. He couldn't because he didn't have Flash. So without the Flash, the cannon is severely muted, and that's the big thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on towards that next fight, which could potentially be in a Baron's in 2 minutes.
I think the lack of vision is going to keep Istanbul Wildcats muted. It's so difficult for them to try and approach any of these areas. You can see SK Prime just hovering in River, and Elramir is like, look, I will take this risk, but I'm really not happy about it right now.
I mean, yeah, he's kind of just a walking ward at this point. He's looking to try and just take away red buffs and continue dominance in this side of the jungle.
You can see that currently Lurox is trying to be the first person into the play, has the clone to defend himself and that flash as well. It's also building up toward Randu and Zoman. as that third item. Very important. Of course, you got 3 crit carries on the other side. Big, big value. A lot of these fights are going to be about that first kill coming through. You're going to have stuff like the recess from Jinx coming through. You're going to have the recess from the Ahri ultimate too. So the first kill going down, very, very important to track as that goes on. I think Lurok's itemizing effectively to stop him being the first target down.
We'll see what these teams want to go for. It is still very much the advantage of SK Prime. They took a scrappy fight, but look at the gold lead. Look at the Dragons. They will have a soul available to them in 3 minutes' time. Minute till Baron spawns. Generally speaking, though, but kind of how... Oh, they're going to jump here onto Elramir. Does have to use up the Bamble Smash immediately. They're trying to get on top of him here with the Cyclone. Get his flash, and that could be huge, as he's not going to have that to try and get on top of a carry.
It's just a weird timing, though. Lurok's investing the ult, Prime investing the ult as well onto the tankiest member. You can see Kadui was in mid lane. He didn't really have a position to come over, so a bit aggressive. I like the idea from SK Prime, but you just kind of wait for all your pieces before you make that play.
Counterpoint. Monkey see, monkey do. This is just the thing with SK
He's
Prime.
got you there.
It does rhyme.
Yeah, I mean, like, I gotta go with the man who's rhyming. That clearly indicates intelligence.
See and do don't rhyme.
Monkey, monkey. Kodak with
Monkey,
Kodak.
yes, monkey rhymes with monkey. Congratulations.
Look, I am Pitbull, all right?
We never said it had to be a different word. We just said it had to rhyme.
But what this means is that, I mean, of course you got that tool down, but SK Prime, they have done this for so many games at this point. They just have these go buttons. They aren't afraid to use them. And of course, particularly with stuff like Genax with Flash, Ultimate, Teleport, he can add into the engage as well. SK Prime, they have plenty of other ways to go forward.
Just posturing for the moment. Baron is on the Rift, but 2 minutes till the Hex Soul. That's a very powerful one indeed, as both these teams really don't want to be the one to get engaged upon. You can see now, Kedui, level 16, be able to kind of move forward a little bit more aggressively. All summoners available across the board, except for that flash from the Maokai Febby on a flank.
Yeah, this is where Febby wants to see if he can try and get on. No ults, misses on Bow.
Oh, they don't need to get Bow, though. If they take away your pseudo front line, yes, they will. Kopta goes in, but Kopta needs to get the hell out. It ends up being 3 kills. Bow flashes, but where are you going to go? And now Destroy, you got to go down as the captain of the ship and know that you're the pirate they can always catch. That's going to be Prime taking the first game in this best of 5.
Bao has left the building, exit stage right. SK Prime and the Prime League take their first victory in the semi-finals, and they haven't been here for so many years.
And it's just such a fantastic one to get as well. Cool, calm, collected. They had a way to execute, and they did exactly what they needed to do.
Really, really strong stuff from SK Prime. Playing through those early stages, working through that mid lane, making sure that Febby and Lurox could get to a position they were super strong. I mean, 4 kills onto the Wukong in the early stages made it so difficult for any sort of opposition to fight back.
There are so many things which we take now as different benchmarks coming in from this, because it's like, oh, you know, Wildcats, we thought they were the least tested team in the semi-finals. We thought that maybe they're our favorites right now for the level of play that they've shown. Big factors coming out of this, though. Destroy, not just rampant in that top lane 1v1, and particularly that jungle matchup, as you said, also going the way of SK Prime.
Yeah, I will say, Istanbul Wildcats have been known to drop a game every now and again, and then they kind of ramp up from that. They download you, and unfortunately, it's a little bit of malware, so you got to get rid of that, and then you can have yourself the kind of the setup that we expect from them there. But before you can go on, I gotta toss it back over to AD. They gotta talk about this. We got a new host, as Lore has found herself back in the EU Masters.
LFL's here.
Yay! the only remaining representative for the LFL. Welcome. The teams didn't do so well. Really glad to be back, though. Amazing first game on the side of SK Prime here. And before we dive onto specific topics, I want to talk with you about what could we expect from both teams in the sense of how would they approach the game and their opponents' trouble.
I mean, honestly, I'm super happy to see SK Prime do exactly what they did with every game they won over in groups and over Matchko. If you guys watched the series versus Matchko, they literally steamrolled them, and it was through mid-jungle pressure. Febby on his Ahri, 80% win rate. Lurox on his Wukong, most picked. And I feel like, as a Dematic Warrior here, because Lurox, I feel like his early game was absolutely fantastic. I think he's been one of these junglers that his pathing has not let him down. And I feel like Elramir was continuously trying to be a human ward and try to find the Wukong instead of getting instantly that level 6 and then trying to pull the trigger potentially in the mid lane for his Yone.
Yeah, I just feel like SK Prime generally were so comfortable on what they had that it made Wildcats' life a little bit difficult. And like you said, I think the fact that Elramir wasn't necessarily looking for his own aggressive plays and he was trying to kind of man-mark, it kind of hampers what Wildcats' ability to actually attack the map can be. And it felt like, to me, at the very least, coming in with the Maokai and with the Yone, you want to actually play the 2v2 in the mid-jungle, but it felt like because the roles weren't necessarily towards that, it was about trying to shut down Lorix, it felt like, from the side of Wildcats. You never really got to see Wildcats be proactive in the way perhaps they would have liked to have been.
I agree, and this, as you mentioned, this Maokai also and Yone set up in the mid lane. It's hard to pull off, especially when you don't have the vision control around this. And to me, this is where SK Prime was like phenomenal.
I feel like they ran out of a plan. I feel like the plan was Jace. Surely SK Prime are not going to ban Jace on blue side,
No.
right? Because you can first pick it, but they banned it. And then what was your turnaround? A Yone. Everyone is too immobile. Really hard for the Yone to get into the back line. But I feel like talking about solo lanes as well, Jamada, you mentioned it over in the pre-show. Destroy had to be put down. He had to be put in check, and Genax did just that. He took his cannon away, he gave him the counter pick, and I feel like, okay, sure, Destroy took the first out because she had the Rift Herald in the adjacent top side, but Genax gets the solo kill, Lurox is top side twice, and they put that Gangplank in the dirt.
And I think it's the kind of composition that's hard to, on the side of the Wildcats, especially hard to come back with. Let's take a look at the draft, actually, and see what SK and the Wildcats went with, because hyperscaling on both sides, engage, some range, but it's much harder to execute this one, Jamada, I feel.
Yeah, it just by nature of, especially how the game actually progressed out.
What
I feel
is
like,
this, man?
I feel like, yeah, like for me, I was tilting in the green room when I saw the Gangplank.
The Gangplank, yeah.
Because like the matchup into Kennen, it doesn't feel great, right? You can try and optimize it as much as you like via runes. You're just going to have a terrible time, especially once Lurk started going up there in the early game anyway. But I think when you look at the rest of the composition as well, there's just so much mobility across all of the champions. Gangplank's never going to hit barrels on key targets if they're just dashing around and zooming around. And that's the entire point of the kit. The cannon barrage is not really going to have much impact. And I think beyond that as well, once the Yone starts to fall behind, he heavily loses impact, right? And comp, this champion kind of needs to snowball, otherwise it starts to fall off quite hard sometimes.
And I feel like they both had the same plan. Wildcats have been playing through mid jungle and support trio. SK Prime are doing the same thing. But you're looking at very little damage output. Your Maokai is there to facilitate and set up for you. Yone scales super well, but later on into the game. And then your Nautilus is handicapped by staying bot lane because you got 2v2'd. So it was just disaster off the get-go. And we know that having legends that have been to World Semifinals like Febiven, MSI Semifinals like Febiven, Lurox and Genax coming from the LEC, Kedui, who's been top 2 in every role he's played in, Prime has played since 2015. You can tell that if these people grasp a lead, they know how to finish a game.
And there is experience, as you said, on both sides of the rift. And as the casters were mentioning, we've known the Wildcats to be a team who usually tests the water for a game or two. Is this what you would attribute this to today? For this first game, at least.
You know, it's the download. It's like when you're in fighting games. Does my opponent like wake up and just command grab because he feels like it? And it felt like, well, to be honest, Wildcats are the ones getting command grab full game. But like, yeah, maybe this is the download that they require, right? Just testing the walls and saying, all right, how do you guys do on your comfort, right? Is it something that we can afford to give away again? I feel like this is a pretty resounding no, if you ask me. You can't give these guys, you know, the Ahri, the Zeri, the Wukong in this kind of trio fashion. And I think you also need to just have generally an answer that feels a little more hard-hitting, right? Because Gangplank, isn't it? If you're R5ing your top laner, it has to be a pick that breaks the game for me. That wasn't necessarily it. And it did break the game, just not the way that they wanted it to. And yeah, generally, I just feel like you want more
agency, maybe?
Yeah, it's weird because they have agency with like Nautilus and Maokai, but I think the way that it was shut down by SK Prime's gameplay is perhaps why it feels so bad in this particular instance.
As just one more early game. There's just no early game in this Wildcats draft. Gangplank, great. Scales into the late game, same with the Jinx, same with the Yone, but you just don't have that agency that you mentioned, Laura, over in the early game. We need someone like the Jace who can replace the Jace and do the same damage in the early game. Is it the Rumble at level 6 for Destroy? Is it him taking the cannon away from Genax and playing himself? Something needs to change in the early game for Wildcats. And honestly, I'm really happy that we've transitioned from best of 3s to best of 5s, because I agree with you. Give them the comfort, see how they play. If you feel like you can't afford to give it away, you have 4 more potential games to change it.
Yeah, and naturally as well, you'd imagine Wildcats are going over to the blue side because
they will. Yeah, definitely.
Because it's just the stronger side on this patch right now. So it does make me wonder. Also, in actually regards again to the top lane. Sorry, I keep on talking about it a lot. I know, but.
Yeah.
Genax mentioned, right? He's got picks ready for Destroy.
It's red side, man.
And now that Genax is on red side, assuming that SK Prime will give him that R5, what is he going to actually have ready to potentially, you know, snowball a 2-game lead here into Destroy? Because if Destroy goes something like the Gwen, the Rumble, everything, we know all these AP picks. If Genax has something that will genuinely break the game, then that's going to be something that Wildcats are going to have to continually deal with throughout the game too.
I just want to say that historically, Gen X has been a very good player. And if he sees the opening into an AP champion with Urgot, that could be that one champion that will break the game. And if you pick a champion like this that you think is a big threat for Wildcats, then this also goes straight into your ban list. So this is where the mind games begin on blue and red side. You've won on blue. If you win on red side as well, then it's really difficult when you're 0-2 backs against the wall and you've lost on both sides to sort of weigh out your coin on where your chances lie better.
They have to make the Urgot pick work, though, in the rest of the composition.
If anyone can.
If anyone can, it must be him, of course. What kind of improvements, we've talked about this a bit, what kind of improvements do we want to see on the side of the Wildcats at first? Being on the blue side, the priority picks maybe, and we've talked about top lane.
Yep.
This is where I would see something being first pick, maybe.
Yeah, again, you know, we mentioned the Jace banned away, obviously, this game by SK Prime, maybe a first pick ban. I mean, the problem is for SK now being on red side, they're more likely to just ban it away.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
it feels like you're probably not going to get your hands on that one. I feel like generally lanes with a little easier to execute setup, or not even inherently that, just picks that are stronger in the early games. I think Trouble really hits a really good point here where it's just 3 picks that are really, they're online after 2 items, and they're very hard to play around before that. Yone is maybe a bit of an exception with all the CC he has, but even then, because it was shut down in the early game, you don't have access to that facet. So I think, yeah, just trying to find something that generally comes online a little bit earlier or has more access to tools, you know, pre-6 or specifically at 6, so you have something to play off of in the early game.
Yeah, I'd say Vi, Wukong, Gragas, and Annie should be the 4 champions that we should be looking at, especially if you pilot Annie towards the mid lane with maybe an AD jungler like the Wukong or the Vi, a Syndra potentially that can not only set up for you but provide a lot of space for your AD carry to play this fight later on in the game. But for the love of God, it needs to be something with early game presence, either when it's that level 6 or early on, something like the Javan perhaps, that can do a red buff straight into a level 2 gank.
And what about on the side of SK Prime, though? Because when you look at the champions they pick, we've talked about this backstage, Trouble, they had the perfect draft for them. They had exactly the champions they were looking for here. And playing on the red side, what kind of picks do you want to prio here? Because we know that Wukong Ahri, especially for Febiven and Norox, is the perfect combo, and we saw also in the LEC that it worked really, really well. But where do you want to prioritize things, especially if you want to have more space in the early game? Maybe bot lane is a lane you want to give prio to in terms of draft.
I feel like Bao is the type of guy that will prefer the Jinx over the Zeri.
Yeah,
so
I
he
agree.
will always lean towards that and give the Zeri away to Kedui. I don't necessarily think the Zeri was the issue here for Wildcats, but it definitely worked. It's Kedui's highest win rate champion. He has 75% win rate, 80% win rate for Febi. Now it's gone up, winning yet another game. And I feel like if you are SK Prime, you definitely have to prioritize a really good mid-jungle duo. That's the way you shut down Wildcats in the first game. That's the way you can do it. If Ahri is taken away, Lissandra can come up. Syndra can come up. If Wukong is taken away, Vi, Lurox plays a very mean Lee Sin as well. So they have so many powerful duos that they can link up together to take over that early again.
Yeah.
And take on,
Trouble is just right. I think for SK, they're just looking to continually shut down whatever the mid jungle of Wildcats wants to pull out, whether it's something kind of I don't even know how to describe it, nuanced, I guess, how it wants to play, like the Maokai Yone, then great. But I think, yeah, stuff like with hard CC and burst damage, right? You know, your classic Lissandra plus Lee or Lissandra Lurox actually is a great Viego player as well if he really wants to dig that deep. So anything that's going to really, like, skewer heavy towards, I think, skirmishing to shut down the early roams from Wildcats, I think is something that SK can look into.
We've talked about experience on both sides and for both these teams, international experience also. I think it's fair to say that we didn't expect this first game to play out the way it did, maybe giving more advantage. Okay, you don't seem to agree here. We know that we know that they sometimes drop games, but in terms of matchup and expectations, maybe it favors the Wildcats when you look at the matchup like this. Do we expect SK to be able to grab the momentum and maybe pull the surprise that people didn't expect they would?
Taking it over from their Matchko series, it looks like they can carry momentum pretty easily, right? They win the first game, then they snowball the other 2. Now, something for Wildcats, yes, okay, they're mandatory known for opening their first game, draft defeat, all the good stuff, but they're very disciplined when it comes to playing on the Rift. So if the first one they lost in the early game, the next one they're gonna play much more reserved. They'll pick their front to back, they can pick their scaling, they'll pick a good matchup hopefully for Destroy. Now having blue side, you can get the likes of Kennen for yourself and have that front to back and the flank essence in a team fight. I feel like in their series, in their quarterfinals, something that really did characterize them was their patience. They were waiting for enemies to make the mistakes, and SK Prime are very prone to make mistakes, especially around objectives. They're either picking fights right before the objective or straight after, and they're playing usually on one wave, which is really difficult to set vision, deep into fog of war, do objective and team fight in one wave. If Wildcats identify that, they can very easily punish.
And we haven't seen enough in this setting anyway. Impossible to come back the way we thought they would. SK Prime lead the series for now. We will see if the Istanbul Wildcats can come back in Game 2, as we'll be back right after the break.
Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, dirt boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Block. Block. Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Stop. Oh no. Stop. As you know I'm from the block. Block. Yeah. Block. Yeah. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop.
Welcome back, one and all. We are coming into picks and bans of game number 2. And a lot's going to change. I think Istanbul Wildcats, look, we'll give you game 1 and say, look, you were downloading your opponent, that's fine. But their draft needs to start facilitating this hyper carry in the bot lane.
Just get a front line.
Yeah.
That's all you really need. And again, just having a little bit of protection for her. We talked about, Tam Kench is the Thresh obviously was banned away, but at least getting something that can keep Bao safe.
I think what this game was from the Wildcats was a little bit of an exploration in a best-of-5 setting to say, actually, can we get away with not having that and just relying on winning lanes and relying on Paris getting out onto the map early on the Nautilus, which he did do. Now, the answer is, if you're exploring those questions, is no, you can't do that for free. You can't stop kind of... you can't give that kind of greed over, and as you said, if you're playing around this Jinx, which you've done the whole tournament, you need to pay more respect for what SK Prime can do with their aggressive go buttons.
We just see where they want to go for it. The Kalista still going to be banned. The Rakan, the Gragas. We're pretty much going to see, I would argue, some of the most, pretty much the same bans coming out from here. These are just the big power picks. The Kalista being a very big pocket for Kidawee.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of we're literally sticking to the exact same for once for Istanbul Wildcats. So kind of saying, look, it was slightly broke, but we don't fix it. And we'll see if we can actually try and come through here. I think the big one is the fact that they have swapped over to the blue side here, and getting a little bit more of that control is going to be very important, especially when it comes towards these early picks. Again, I think even taking away something like the Wukong for Elramir could be very, very important. Or again, I mean, an Annie, very strong pick in the current meta, hasn't been really picked up by the squad, but something you could definitely use to leverage.
Yeah, I think what we've seen in EMEA Masters is kind of different series having different power picks kind of slip through the bans because they have a different read on what's going to be powerful in terms of the powerful roles. I think in this series, support is going to be a very powerful role as well. We saw the Thresh first round ban from SK Prime in game 1. That's not going to be taken away in this game. And of course that Wukong, which is very powerful for Lurox in game 1, now picked up by Elman.
The question now is, like, what do you want to try and respond to it with? We've seen things like an Ahri Lee Sin if you really want to try and go for that, or you can just go for the Maokai yourself. Zeri going to be taken for Kadui again. We haven't seen him play either the Jinx or the Aphelios at all in the EMEA Masters. We've seen it locally where he's like 1 out of 2 or 1 for 3 on the Jinx. I can't remember his Aphelios win rate, but they're not great. So I'm not. Oh, he's 50% on the Aphelios actually. So in the grand scheme of things, the Zeri has been way stronger for him. We'll have to see if this Lee Sin will be locked in.
So going for the skirmishing power, getting themselves in a position that they can go for those 1v1 skirmishes, with Lorax now having a much more proactive pick.
Lorax, of course, had a heck of a history coming in from the Prime League. Last split was on Unicorns Love Sexy Edition. Won with them last summer and reached quarterfinals. Going to step beyond that in this spring with their rivals SK Prime, and typically he's done that by having aggressive early jungle matchups. However, as you were saying, Rob, it was really about, in terms of Lorax and Fev comboing up, having that Ahri alongside has very much helped them. So Wildcats take the Ahri away.
Yeah, question marks now. Lissandra, maybe, but not great into the Xayah. Cassiopeia could be something that we get. Febby has brought it out in the past, but curious to see if he wants to try and go for would lead to a very strong team fight. But also the opportunity here to, I was going to say try and go for your support, but instead they're going to go for the LeBlanc, a bit of an old school matchup.
Something they can always kind of go toe-to-toe with. Again, kind of becomes an interesting one in the mid lane. You've got kind of 2 very similar champions in terms of how they want to play out and move around the map. They don't want to be spending too long into that mid lane. And I gotta say, you got 2, again, it's kind of a, despite us being in a very hyper carry, AD carry meta, or at least, kind of focus, it is a lot about that mid-jungle combination. Having that strong duo can be huge.
It's really important to get something working in that mid-jungle if you want to have the first move on the map. It has felt like you push in through mid or you skirmish through mid and then you end up somewhere else. Even if you start bringing your jungle straight down towards that bot lane, a lot of those fights can be factored into with mid lane having that first roam, particularly with a volatile matchup like Ahri versus LeBlanc. That will be very important to track again too.
And I think as well, if you can get that lead in the mid lane here for Istanbul Wildcats, you have a much safer game plan here. You've got good push over the bot side, you've got good push in the mid as well, and it should lead you to a position where you're not falling behind to, Lurox being able to roam around the map as effectively as he did in the last game, bringing Prime into the equation as well. I imagine we'll see the Olaf ban coming through here again for Istanbul Wildcats, just trying to make sure they have a good matchup in that top side. And then the question mark is, okay, I think you take the support here, leave that counter pick then for Gen X in the top lane.
However, one of the big things from game 1 was actually the support counter pick. Yeah. So now actually maybe to say, hang on, Paris, really, really important in the run that Istanbul Wildcats have had so far. But now we have ourselves potentially another AP carry top lane in the Rise.
And he's actually played it back domestically as well. Like, this is something that Destroy is more than happy to bring out, and it's actually something we saw a lot in the LPL. Like, well, not the Rise specifically, but control mages in the top lane against the Kennen, trying to keep this Kennen in check, pushing the wave. And it's something that Kennen doesn't like, is champions that match him for range, because he doesn't really have that mobility. And Rise is definitely someone that you can push the wave against, but also set up very well for ganks from Elramir.
Last pick now for Prime. Support counter pick held on to for all this time. We've seen a number of pretty decent Braum counter picks across the history of League of Legends. It seems to be a little bit more niche nowadays, but particularly when you have a number of lower range champions, the Nautilus in a bit of an awkward lane matchup this time. Maybe I can once again stop Bao and Paris having an easy platform to impact the game.
I like the Braum as well coming into this one here. It kind of gives you that kind of look. You can look at everybody in the side of the Istanbul Wildcats. Very short range. Got to be very close to everybody else in order to kind of put their damage down. But the Braum up, you're going to have to try and find unique angles now from the Istanbul Wildcats to make this composition do as much damage as we know it can.
Yeah, this should be, though, this feels like Istanbul Wildcats have come in with this as a plan, right? Because you think, okay, we're going to leave Kennen to go through the ban phase. They wanted to bring out the Ryze in response now. I think it should give them relatively decent control over side lanes and the fact that Ryze can push. But it does feel like when you come towards a team fight, Ryze will be somewhat tanky and can play a little bit kind of that mid-range, but he's not really going to be a frontline again. At least this time Xayah a little bit more self-reliant in the way she has the ultimate and the self-peel, but it still feels like when it comes towards the big old team fights, you got a lot more opportunities for SK to find squishy members with this Kennen.
Also think where they have an opportunity, and this would be a hell of a way to start game 2, especially after that shellacking that was game 1. I wonder if we see a level 1 plan, especially when you have a couple of these flippy lanes. We talked about mid lane, quite important. They've got Kennen versus a Ryze. Also, not the tankiest members ever. You have that Braum.
I'm going to just say it. Braum is #1 when it comes to level 1s in my eyes. So.
Essentially, if you have someone like that Lee Sin, land a Q afterwards with that slow, there's a chance you can get yourself a particularly good inroad very, very early on.
We'll have to wait and see. But we are jumping on the Rift for game number 2. It is the Prime League SK Primers coming in here with the first advantage. They got themselves the first win. Game 2, they can get themselves one more closer again. This is kind of the thing. You're in the semifinals now. You're 2 best-of-5s away from claiming the EMEA Masters Championship. Istanbul Wildcats, it's your first time here. It's the first time we've seen the TCL in this tournament, and you want to be putting down a big stamp of authority that you're here to play.
Yeah, especially when it's the caliber of opponents that Istanbul Wildcats have gone up in the past against, especially when you look towards like international tournaments. This is where they want to stamp their authority and say, hey, look, we are the new guys, but we're the big players here. We want to make sure that we're coming in and taking over. Now, it has been very good for Istanbul Wildcats, the favorites coming into this matchup. We'll have to see if they can bounce back, though, coming into the second game.
And actually, just quickly double hitting on that again. I mean, they've been at 3 international tournaments before. MSI 2021, MSI 2022, and then Worlds 2022 as well. Now, they didn't end up progressing through the first stages of those tournaments, but just being there is a very important thing for fans of the org, for players of the org, and the org itself, getting used to these higher tiers of competition. Now, EMEA Masters, their first crack at the ERLs. They managed to take down, of course, one of the biggest contenders in this tournament, LDLC, coming in from the LFL as their first seed, very importantly so. Now they have to face the Prime League, see if they can deal them a blow.
See what I'm going to go for now. And again, I don't expect us to have too many early games. We saw in the last game, everyone was kind of happy to kind of get in through get their feet settled in their lanes. No one really kind of going for. And the big thing we saw from the Istanbul Wildcats in that first game was very good late jungle vision control. They were able to keep an eye on where Lorx was going, and I want to see if they're able to continue to do that coming into this game too.
It is actually going to be a little bit difficult though, because I'm surprised the Kofta didn't opt in towards the electrocute. Oftentimes you'll see when you are up against the LeBlanc, you take the electrocute just so you can go for trades a bit more effectively, but Febby managed to pop the early bone plating and then is now just trading with the auto attacks to make sure that he's winning this matchup now.
Now, of course, we talked about this early matchup being pretty awkward in that sense, but I think the Spellbook's a bit of a concession to say, look, I'm going to have to face that cannon at some point. If I can pick up that exhaust, which of course Paris hasn't picked up in that bot side, that was something that we called about in that game 1, maybe that can help. Of course, someone like a Yone can't exactly take that Spellbook, already having a little bit more ability to do so.
And Ramir finding himself in this top half of the map, but just kind of positioning himself for maybe a little bit of a red buff steal. They haven't found where Lorax is yet, but with the 2 wards, one on the Raptors and now one on the red.
They found a machine.
They did find him. Now it's going to be good information coming in here. Lorax has used his Q, and you can see that El Ramirez is trying to see if he can maybe use a couple more cooldowns before he goes for anything. Jumps in. He doesn't know if he can go for that full kind of setup. You do not have, I was going to say Smite fight, but you don't have priority. Doesn't matter. El Ramirez gets himself in.
Yeah, nice job by Elramir there just to make sure that he's able to play off Destroy's push on the top side. We already kind of touched on this. The fact that the Ryze has that range, really good wave control as well, just sucks for Kennen in general. And now Elramir going to play off it again and try and get in the face of Lurox once more.
At least try and blow that smite, which he has done there. And now, particularly with Xayah having much better wave control very early on compared to the Zeri, if you go now and you kind of cross map back over to your own red buff, you're not really going to get the same kind of contest. Paris is pushed in. into the enemy jungle, got a ward there too. That means that you're probably getting a double red buff steal.
Oh, aggressive move forward there, trying to get the concussive blows proc. They'll get 3 on each of the bot laners of the Istanbul Wildcats, but they shall not proc any of them there. And we obviously didn't see it, but a bad trade coming out for the SK Prime bot lane. It is kind of to be expected. The Braum isn't really going to be winning you the lane in that regard, unless there's some kind of external threat from the jungler mid coming in to
You know
make
the way you win
happen.
that lane is you just hope the enemy support gets so impatient that they hook into you and they get EW stun. That's the way you win that lane and pretty much nothing else.
Curious to see now what's going to happen though with Lurox. Doesn't get the top crab. You can see that one goes to Elramir. He's now on reset, but you do have push now coming through for Kofta, who TP'd back in towards the mid lane. Febby needs to do a similar story, so opportunity here for Kofta to roam with the level advantage down to this bottom side and actually help out Elramir to get that second scuttle. Needs to be a little bit quick though.
Not going to happen.
Doesn't look like they're going to contest.
No, they got the reset on bot side, so knowing that SK Prime had a better one there as for Bibin moving forward here. We're going to see the charm come out, but it is eaten by the Unbreakable. And Lorax just kind of putting down some feelers to see where exactly everyone is kind of being right now as Elramir finally goes and takes away his own red buff.
Which now means he'll have red buff for an extended period of time. Of course, having red buff at very early levels, very, very important. Does mean you give up a bit of this bot side vision. Does mean, though, you have a bit more fighting ability should SK Prime look to get into a lane, go onto this dragon. Wildcats should have a bit more platform for that.
Again, not really a lot to kind of talk about, really. This is kind of more what we expect to see for both these teams. We saw it in game 1. They're very happy to kind of just, kind of take the laning phase as it comes. It's when we start to see this Dragon and Rift Herald trade, it's when I would expect these two teams to kind of ignite, because that's what SK Prime did in game number 1. They went for that big fight and then got the ball rolling.
Yeah, so with Elramir recalling means that we're unlikely to see anything happening around this dragon at least, so it would be Herald, which would be the first objective up where we potentially see a fight. And very important for SK Prime to kind of get themselves up to that point where they can start contesting these neutral objectives again. That was a big factor in that last game, which forced Wildcats into very awkward moments. Good charm in that mid lane. But it's also a really big factor because the Wildcats, we've talked about them dropping a game here and there and maybe taking some time to get steadied. SK Prime do not want to let them do that. They want to get a better foothold in this series.
Yeah, and they really want to try and make sure that they're able to actually set up well into this mid-game. You're on the Lee Sin, you got the LeBlanc. These are definitely picks that you can do a lot of work on, especially if you can get into the face of the enemy or even try and find some picks in the enemy jungle. But Elramir has been doing a reasonably good job of trying to track Lurox as he moves across. With the dragon yelling out as well, they'll know exactly where he is.
He's right here!
So Elramir going to see if he can respond, move in towards the Raptors that have just respawned, try and take away this top side before Lurox can really get back there.
Well, already Fabibin kind of recognizing this and calling the bluff, saying, look, I know that we haven't got any presence on that top lane. Top lane is as well kind of being pushed in. So Fabibin, he's just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance here. Kofta going to dodge out from the chains, just get hit by a sigil of absolute madness. And yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot the Blanc can do, to be perfectly honest. We'd be giving up too much in her own lane to try and just contest these Raptors.
It's also just you're in a 1v2, right? Lurox on his Wolves knows that he's not going to be able to transition across. He's down a level as well because of all the plays that have been happening on that end. Elramir just about to tick over to level 6 actually if he steals away this top camp, whereas you've only just hit the level 5 for Lurox.
Maybe a dive coming into this top side. They know Elramir is here, but you can see that Lurox sprinting towards this top side.
It'd be really dangerous to dive, though. You don't have any AP built up on this rise yet. You've got a little bit of wave clip, but with flash and ult from Genax, good chance to outplay.
Oh, they're looking for him. The flash is good from Elramir, but does he get stunned? Yes, he does. And he goes a little bit too far forward. First blood again to SK Prime.
Again, that is a really over-aggressive play from the Wildcats. You don't have damage on that rise, and if Destroy's not in the right position, he's not helping you out very quickly in these plays.
It was greedy. Elramir, he had the level 6 nearly there. You can see I'm pretty, like he's literally just one tick away from the level 6. Remember the purple bars just beside the characters will show there, and if he'd gotten it, that's where you could turn around with Destroy, but the fact he couldn't quite get that level 6 meant that they were able to turn that around with a great play from Genax.
Saw a little bit of this throughout the entire tournament, which is when we have seen the Wildcats lose their footing a bit in games, it's not because they don't have vision control, it's not because they haven't done that first step, it's just capitalizing on that first step. And again, I think some impatience comes in here. They had that vision already, they just didn't quite know how to capitalize on it.
I mean, the big thing as well is that it's as much as it was Istanbul Wildcats going to get a little bit greedy, great reads from SK Prime. They kind of recognize that, look, we know we don't have the priority top side, so they kind of move in, confirm that the Wukong is there, and then they just keep themselves in the loop and say, look, we can make this work.
And now they have no priority top. They still have Lurox on level 5, so Rift Tower will go across to Elramir. Just a nice call here to say, hey, look, we got the push that we need. We have the level 6 advantage, so there's not really much you can do. Even Paris as well, hitting that level 6 in the bot side as well means he's become a very big threat. Even in the mid lane, Kofta getting pushed in by Febby as well. Curious to see if Febby can try and make some plays with Lurox here. Lurox spotted on the ward though.
Chain lands, that's where the threat really comes in. That chain lands, Lee Sin gets his full combo on target. He's hopped into the brush.
They know he's here, but they're going to look for it anyway. They kick over the wall to kind of give him an exit strategy as well. The charm is good, and now Elromir just can't be touched. That Cyclone finally coming in, and it shows you how difficult it is to jump on the Wukong.
That was the most awkward timing for Lurox to enter that lane. You can see that the Ignite was switched over to on the spellbook by Kofta. They choose to try and take out Elromir, but he has that clone, has the extra survivability. And now you've got that kill going over to the mid jungle of the Wildcats.
Also, Febby just used his full combo, so there's nothing left for the LeBlanc to try and follow up now. Kofta.
A lot of damage here. The electrocute damage coming in off the back of that as well. As you can see, Forbidden is constantly harassing flash for flash. Great move there by Febby as he just kind of gains momentum in this lane now. And again, similar to what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, really nice job there from Febby. Nearly managed to get it, but Lurox on a ward, so they spot him the entire way. So there's no surprise from Elromir that he's in the bush. But like Febby had just used everything, so there's no real combo here available for him to actually do it. You can see one Sigil of Malice, wait, even gets knocked out of the distortion as well. Like there was just nothing left in the tank for the mid laner of SK.
Yeah, awkward timing there from Lurox. A little bit different from what we've seen in the game so far. Lurox has actually been pretty much in the right place at the right time, so important to kind of break that trend from SK Prime. And now we have ourselves a little bit more of an even game. We have, of course, that Herald still to be placed from the Wildcats. Have to see where that will be put down. SK Prime have to defend against that power play.
Ronove just finished up here for Destroy in the top side, so he's happy as Larry, stacking up as much as he physically can.
How happy is Larry?
Larry's very happy from what
That's good.
From reports I've heard.
I'm happy that Larry is happy.
Happy Larry is a... I'm pretty sure they just said happy as Larry because it sounds like happy.
What if Larry's actually miserable and we've just never known it this whole time?
Look, I don't need you to get super existential
Maybe
and
someone out there,
psychological.
that sounds like a writing prompt where someone is literally out there to find Larry and make them happy or unhappy.
Yeah,
you get to determine the happiness of many people.
Someone just didn't know it was sarcasm, but what is not sarcastic is why Istanbul Wildcats are starting to move in towards this area. Like Lurox is definitely feeling the pinch here again. Behind on the levels, you can see nearly level 8 here for Elromir as he's going to just back away, but Istanbul Wildcats having much more control in this early game than they did in the last one.
Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Of course, that will be a big thing to fight around. Chemtech Dragon being put in the first tier means that they're not available for that Soul. Chemtech Soul, one of the few ones that you want to take up early. Wildcats onto it for the first time, looking to break the Dragon stacking from SK Prime.
I mean, it's very easy for them to do. You've got the Gale Force built up here for Bao. You haven't had a chance to reset here for Kedui, so he's not really at a point of power to kind of get this kind of, big team fight they want. And this is just Istanbul Wildcats are slowly turning the gears a little bit. 1,000 gold lead, equaling the Dragons. It's a lot more kind of composed for them comparatively to game 1. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable.
And this is where I would have liked to see SK Prime try and make some sort of cross map, like move Febby up towards the top side. And look, we all know Destroy has his flash, he has his ult. That's not the point. It's about making him use them.
Yep. If
he doesn't have flash for Rift Herald fights that's in 2.5 minutes, suddenly Gen X has a much easier time in finding these priority targets and trying to pick them off.
That's the extra factor though in these cross maps. Need to be so careful because I mean Wildcats haven't dropped their own Herald yet. They haven't dropped that first one, so if you're gonna go commit to one side of the map, need to be very, very sure you're gonna be able to defend or at least get something of equal value to a big Herald push somewhere else. Elromir is spotted out. Feb spots him again, and that is a blind dodge, we'll call it, from Febby.
He finds the more he practices, the luckier he gets. That's what I find as well. But
he's practiced a lot. He's been around for a while.
He has definitely been. Has plenty of leagues. Know exactly where he's kind of going with those ones. But you got to use the Rift Herald pretty damn soon. Elromir kind of sprinting up towards this top side because he's only got a couple of seconds left on that one. They want to try and confirm this tower, but remember last time we saw it drop down like this, it wasn't the most ideal, and you can see them right there. They weren't looking for a little bit of a fight. They're looking to see if they can just make sure that Shelly gets her bot.
Okay, mid and support both roaming towards this top side. I don't think Wildcats are looking for a fight, but they will have numbers there if SK try and respond.
Yeah, I mean, just punishing the fact that, again, Destroy has so much control over this top side. Gen X now will find Elromir. I don't think you want to really commit to this as SK Prime, though, because, again, you do have that Rift Herald in minute 30. I think you're going to be in a much better spot if you try and play for that objective, especially if you could try and get this mythic completed on towards Gen X in the top lane, but he is 1,000 gold behind. I think he should have it off reset, though.
There's not been any real big spark from SK Prime this game. There hasn't been that moment where they've been able to pick up 1 or 2 kills, get the summoners off them, reset the momentum of the game. And it does feel like it has just been the Istanbul Wildcats just slowly taking everything that they want. Like, again, they're happy to let this Ryze stack on the sideline. They're happy to let this Xayah get the 2-3 items and then go for the kind of big late game team fight.
And also just on individual levels as well, Wildcats doing much, much better. We haven't seen Destroy upset very early. Of course, he was, what, 0-3 by this time last game? Wasn't particularly the happiest game for the Gangplank.
He was not Larry.
He would, or maybe he was if Larry was indeed unhappy. You know what? I'm frightened by the implications of that. But either way, Destroy is certainly feeling much happier than he was before. The extra gold is going to fund him towards near enough that Seraph's coming up. Having an early Seraph's Embrace is going to be very important, because if you look to burst him out on a side lane with Gen X and Lurox, or maybe even Featherman walking forward, then extra shield could be the extra difference maker to help him survive.
Kofta, fine really, has the W passive move speed. Does use the summoner heal that he had in his back pocket, so even if he did get caught out there, to be honest with you, he was pretty fine to make sure he wasn't ever going to get caught.
Now, as we start to look towards this Rift Tile, though, I'm curious to see exactly what the game plan is going to be. You can see LeBlanc starting to see what she can achieve here. You've already got the Elramir moving down. I wasn't sure if we're going to get Ryze moving down towards the mid lane direction as well, but not going to be the case. Istanbul Wildcats with full vision control in River, though, are going to be in a very good spot as they move into this.
Okay, so control wards littering this top side of the river means that it's a little harder for someone like LeBlanc to jump forward. Of course, particularly when we see champions like this LeBlanc, you look for how much poke they can get down, how much damage they can get from hopping over a wall. When you have a rune prison and something like the hook flying out on very quick, short order as well, Featherman can have to struggle a little bit to find himself best damage in these situations.
Best damage like best girl.
What?
I don't know, my brain went somewhere completely different there.
He knows that there's like
another... Good boy? Are we talking about dogs? I'm so confused.
Don't talk about Lurox like that. Yeah. We're talking about our dog junglers. He's done very well this series.
Well, still, it was a series so far. Elramir not quite getting caught out there, but again, this is just kind of little by little, bit by bit. You can see the Istanbul Wildcats just kind of taking everything they want. We're going to have another dragon spawning in a minute's time. It is an Ocean Soul. It does feel like, again, for SK Prime, they're finding it hard to figure out how they kind of, bring everything together with this.
That's the big problem here, is that the main focus of this SK Prime one has been, well, Prime, Lurox, and Febby, right? How can these three interact? Push and boss, Prime can't move. Lurox doesn't win in the 1v1, and you're not getting Febby with the control over mid lane, so it becomes very hard for them to actually link up. And as well, with Gen X now being pushed out of the top side, you're not getting the opportunity for the Kennen to roam. Istanbul Wildcats now set up in mid, means that they can enter fairly handily in towards Dragon, with the Rift Child popped in mid as well.
Yeah, you got the counterweight, so that Herald is going to stop SK Prime from making plays elsewhere. They need to focus on this mid lane, potentially even getting a charge in towards this inner turret, but Gen X turns up.
No vision. This is a little bit of a trap. Kedui is just left on his own, isolated. He will flash, and he will just jump straight back out on top of him. Paris getting that kill there with the Ignite. Now it's a 5v4 in favor of the Istanbul Wildcats. And SK, they didn't dot their I's, they didn't cross their T's, and now they're losing everything. Prime will drop down, and that's just going to be so much more gold, so much more control now going over the side of the Istanbul Wildcats.
Nobody checked the brush. Nobody knew that the enemy was waiting there, and Kadui pays the price. Really good job and really good patience, honestly, from the Istanbul Wildcats, waiting for Kadui that they spot on the wall.
You know what? This is a bit of a deep hit. This reminds me of one of the most famous plays we saw in LoL Esports history, is when GT took down SKT in like 2019, where they waited for the front line to walk past. Just thought there'd be a juicier fish coming away just past that point, and it's the AD carry, catch him out in that pixel brush, and now Destroy can get away from the top side.
Oh man, they just had nothing to keep him there. Destroy doesn't even have to use his flash, and he gets himself out willy-nilly. 4,000 gold lead, 2 dragons to 1, and this is why I said we'll let Istanbul Wildcats let go of that first game, because when they come into game number 2, it's like a completely different team.
And I think this is something where you can kind of go back and say, okay, well, we brought out the LeBlanc. Has it really been an answer into the Ahri? No. And I think a lot of this has come back towards Elramir, the amount of control they had in the early stages, invade onto the red buff at the initial spot, making sure that Lurox couldn't interact. And now Febby is behind as he runs away.
He runs away. Everfrost is good, has to flash the charm at the end. And that's just Kofta kind of saying, look, we just have so much CC, and you don't have enough dashes to get away from it all.
It's really awkward that if you've built up Merc Treads and you can't find enough of them. Oh, Lurox.
Yeah, they need to try to find something. SK Prime recognizing they're in a little bit of a bad situation, but they just can't right now. I think this play should have came out a little bit ago because you've got the Cyclone coming back out, and they want to take back this fight, the Istanbul Wildcats. But EMEA is going to go back in and immediately get deleted. You've got no ultimate here on Kofta as you get the teleports coming in. There's the Nautilus ultimate coming back off of cooldown. Kofta flashes away to make sure he doesn't go down. Danix cannot get himself away, and he goes down as well. This Rise is shredding people, as is the Zaya, and it's a triple kill coming in here for the Rise.
SK Prime got baited into that fight, but Genix didn't have ult. The Kennen TP'd into the middle of everyone and then had nothing left in the tank. Even Kofta went golden because he thought he had to avoid it, but it meant that SK Prime just didn't have the damage to follow up.
And particularly this Sire, the feather pullback, just shredded health bars. Watch out for that as we come into this replay. Of course, talking about this, of course, there is no Kennen ultimate. And you don't have your LeBlanc bursting at that first target either to make things a little easier. Yeah, you take down the engage, but this is just a huge overextension beyond this point. Bao gets to walk up, seeing that there's very little threat left at that point. Paris is separated out the fight, and look how much work these feathers do. Kedui immediately taken out the fight.
And the fact that Kedui got caught out there as well, it looked like SK Prime weren't really sure how they wanted to try and continue this one forward. Did they want to go in? Who was the target? Very messy from SK Prime, and Istanbul Wildcats happy to take that fight. 3-0-2 on destroying the top lane now. 2 kills for Bao. And with the the Baron up in just a few moments, Istanbul Wildcats going to start to drift their AD carry into mid, start trying to get control over this top side, and with all the outer shirts down, SK Prime going to see if they can look for a pick, find someone, but will they be spotted? I don't think they were.
They know there's going to be definitely multiple members there because you get a blue trinket and you saw Lorax there on the side, but without any real damage being done to these towers early, they're so damn healthy, and it means that these kind of overloading of a side lane doesn't really gain you a lot, and now you can see the Rise kind of split pushing on the side lane. Istanbul Wildcats are very happy with this.
They absolutely are, because they've been actually fairly patient when they've had these phases of the game where they're happy where their lanes are, happy with where the vision is. They haven't been over-forcing in a way that SK Prime kind of always do, regardless of whether they have the advantage or not. They look for these fights, they do, and they're very good at playing them out from an advantage, but they don't have that same advantage from that game one. Now if they overforce and they make a mistake, that's Baron gone with it. They need to be very, very careful about how they approach the next minute or two.
Look, 6,000 gold lead, I think for SK Prime, you gotta hope and pray you can maybe catch somebody out with the Slicing Maelstrom. You've got the flashback up for Genax, so he is going to be a little bit more of an instant threat in that regard, but 2 items completed for the AD carry of Istanbul Wildcats, 2 items for the Rise, 2 items for the Ahri, and it's a Banshees as well for Kofta, so it's making him such a harder target to just kind of catch in those side lanes, which means he's very happy, much like the Rise, to catch up all these waves.
Lurk's just gonna love that from Elmer at that point, but absolutely, I think you're absolutely right to hit on the itemization from Kofta at that point. When you have so many very high mobility burst champions, LeBlanc, Lee Sin, even something like that, Zeri, right? When you've now had to dip into Merc Tread's full Featherman and you're going against that Banshees on the other side, you're not really going to get that solo kill or even poke opportunity at that point. Makes your job a lot harder as this LeBlanc.
That's a 3-level difference between the mid and jungle as well for Lorax, so does not want to take a 1v1, and Bao is there as well, so they could just go on this immediately. There's an exhaust for Kofta. He doesn't want to use it just yet, but you could imagine he wants to try and keep it if the cannon does show its face.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity for Istanbul Wildcats is here to immediately try and make a play on top side. Genax reset, so there's no real opportunity of any sort of cross map or any real pressure on the map, and I think that's the biggest fault for SK Prime at the moment, is that they're not really getting in a position to counteract a play like this.
Elramir was push in onto Kedui, but recognized that there was a Braum and a Kennen there, so doesn't want to overcommit to the play with an exhaust available to Kofta. I mean, this Kennen just loses so much of its value as well, and you got 3 items now on Destroy. He's picked up in a Zonya's Hourglass, but it looks like SK Prime maybe looking to try and go for a little bit of a trade map on the side there. They need to go for something.
Let's try and find something, because this is a looming soul point coming out from the Wildcats. They're going to solo it out, or rather not solo it out. They got the Zaya and the Rise down there. They had a teleport from Destroy should anything start to emerge on that top side. But again, this is why it's quite hard for SK Prime to make aggressive plays, even when they've got members missing due to Wildcats. The remaining members on top side, very hard to pick.
I mean, realistically, though, they could have gone for some sort of dive in that top lane. They could have done something on the top side, right? The fact that you don't even commit Kedui up to that top lane so you can actually threaten a dive or at least get that top lane turret is a bit of a mistake from SK Prime here. And now Destroy, he's set up again in the side lane, Gen X can't really try and contest. Febby can't really contest them either. You just don't really have the wave clear. And Istanbul Wildcats, the second you end up drifting members down to deal with Destroy, but they clear out your vision around Baron. They'll make sure that they're getting themselves set up, and they'll continue to look for these picks.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Dag, that really was the timing for the play just before the setup, because now you're going to be in a bit of a chokehold. You've got 3 items on this Rise, including a Zhonya's, which, yeah, you can't do the ult Zhonya's combo like you used to, but it still buys you so much time. You're going to have to call down a lot of members to deal with Destroy. Feels like SK Prime in a very difficult position. They don't necessarily have all of the go buttons they'd like. They don't have an engaged support. They don't have the Nautilus themselves, but they've got to find a play somehow.
It's 2,500 gold between the top laners right now. Gen X just really hoping that nothing happens before he can find that second item, before he can really kind of be a threat on these side lanes, but it's just not happening right now for the SK Prime top laner. And Istanbul Wildcats, they're slow, they're steady, they're methodical, they're precise, and they're just chipping everything down. You're looking for a pick, but you're on top of a ward, and now everyone's got to get out of their own jungle because they realize, hey, we're actually not at an advantage.
It is interesting to see this different style from Istanbul Wildcats. Is Kofta.
As the Banshee's very happy to kind of move on, that doesn't even use his ult.
Traditionally, though, when you think of Istanbul Wildcats, it's, you know, dragon fights, working it through a 5v5, letting Bao take over, but Kadui going to have to be the one that steps away. But instead, now they're just looking for picks. They're trying to play a very different style here, and it's working.
I mean, they got the Ghost and the Flash there out of Kedui, so that's being, again, just 2 things, and this is all happening while Destroy is still pushing in on that bot side. Finally, the Void Staff comes in here for Gen X, but I don't think it's not really going to do a lot, and this is just being SK Prime getting suffocated. Finally, they go for something, but you've got the Feather Storm, so you're able to fly back off of that. Kedui trying to see if he can do something, but without the Summoners, he's very muted. There's a good exhaust coming out of that one here. Glacial Fissure to try and separate everybody. Act the flash in, but everybody just flashes away. Yes, you get the Wukong, but what else can you get? That's a lot of damage, and they get anything more on the Bao. That's the question. Yes, they can, but you trade back your 80 carries. Triple kill comes in for Bao just before he dies.
The play comes too late. It comes into a very well-defended Xayah of Bao, and Bao rips them apart again. Does go down, don't get me wrong. At least SK gets something from that, but the timing was awkward, and they can't land a knockout blow.
I think SK Prime had to go for something, though. They're just slowly bleeding out, and they knew the Wukong ultimate was down. Paris had backed away. They thought maybe that was the chance, but as you see, Bao, quick on the fingers, manages to get himself out of harm's way, even burning the flash on towards Lurox. The exhaust onto Kadui as well means there's just not enough damage, and Destroy marking Gen X for so much of this buys a ton of space here. Even a great charm from Kofta just to buy a little bit more time, so they will get a second back with Kadui getting Bao, but it ends up being a 2 for 3.
See how much damage, or at least the amount of threat which Destroy has. He basically wasn't in that fight, even though SK Prime managed to commit most of their members towards it. Did feel like if Destroy was there for any extended amount of time, that damage profile goes very much against them.
Minute and a half now until Dragon, though, and Istanbul Wildcats still just going back to their old ways. They can say, hey, look, we're going to clear out vision, we're going to start to slowly creep this forward, and now we don't have Flash on Gen X, Lurox, Febby, Kadui. The only person on SK Prime that has that flash available is going to be Prime, and at least when you look at the rest of Istanbul Wildcats, they have a lot of built-in self-peel, so they don't have to worry as much, and that's all going to be up and available as long as they don't overextend for this next solo fight.
Well, TP going to be coming in from the Ahri after clearing that wave on top lane. Elmer finds himself on the backside once more. They do try and separate him out, but you just got no summoners. Finally, Gen X gets in. They do take out Kofta, but the Kedui is down. Double kill comes in here for the Rise, and Destroy does exactly as his namesake will tell you. He is destroying these backlines.
And Kedui is caught away from a wall, even with the knockups potentially interrupting something like that Spark Surge. Not able to get over any terrain, gets caught out in the middle of the lane. Wildcats pounce. They're going to take themselves a big objective in this game too.
Well, they got vision here. Look at Febivin trying to just do something against Destroy right now, but the Phase Rush keeps him so healthy, and just putting down so much damage here. Febivin trying to see if he can just keep away this Rise, but maybe they can go for it. But the Lifeline's doing so much for him as well, so this is just, again, just something you can't really go for. You need a miracle right now if you're SK Prime.
Can Lurox get in? It's gotten low. It's gone. Not quite there. Istanbul Wildcats happy with that. Quick reset for the soul fight, but that actually might give the opportunity for SK Prime to steal that away.
Potentially could, but it doesn't change the fact that they're in an awful state in this game. We talked about how the Wildcats, they take a game to wake up. Maybe we thought that SK Prime, they could do away with that one. And if they picked up all these electric-type champions, the Ken and the Zeri, it feels like the Wildcats have grounded themselves. Very happy to just absorb that power.
Elromir has been so good on this Wukong, though, consistently finding moments where Kadui is overextended, going in with the invisibility, playing around the vision that SK Prime have set up, and looking for that play. Now, though, Febby trying to mark everyone that saw in Istanbul Wildcats as they start to come in. No ult on bound, no flash available. Can he do something?
10 seconds till that ult's available. The Feather Storm going to be absolutely massive. They do finally spot that ward in the pit, but here we go. They're going to go for a full fight. Kenobi finally gets himself over, but the flash from Elmir means he's still there and available. Genex tries to move forward. The Braum is dead, and they're going to try and jump on about. Feather Storm does go up, and that means the Kennen cannot finish the job. Destroy going into a 1v1 here, and the Zeri cannot survive. It's a clean 5 for nothing. Not quite sure where that round warp was going, but Destroy does not care, because that's going to be game 2 over to the Istanbul Wildcats.
SK Prime fall to Istanbul Wildcats. The Dragon is picked up. Bao nearly went down, but with 7 kills on Destroy, the Rabadon's death cap. There's too many threats on this team.
This series is so important to the Prime League, to SK Prime, but it is also such a feather in the cap for the Wildcats, for the TCL in their first semi-finals, their first split of EMEA Masters.
We got ourselves a series. 1-1 in the best of 5. Don't you shake your head disapprovingly at me.
You know what you've done.
I know, and that's, you know what? It's part of the play-by-play's code, all right? It's a code of standards, it's a code of ethics, and you must say we have a series, because guess what we have? A series 1-1.
I knew that at the start of the day, but I'm glad it's turned into a good one. 1-1 at the moment. Istanbul Wildcats, fantastic job. The fact that they managed to control that from start to finish, playing through the strong main jungle. Elromir looking fantastic on this Wukong. Really big shout out to him for how much he controlled this game.
And I think I really want to hark back to the wording which Jamadi used on Desk as well. It's the download. It's the download of it, because it feels like they were just inside SK Prime's heads a lot more than that first game, where it felt like, you know, Lurox was getting the edge over in that jungle match. It felt like Destroy was also getting really kind of brought down to size by Jedax as well. You could not have convinced me at that point that the nameplates were the same as game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it really did feel like 2 different teams. Again, like you said, turn the nameplates off, that could have just been a completely different matchup there for them. And again, the game 1, SK Prime got a good kill up around that top side. They got double kill, actually, and that kind of ignited the snowball. That was for them to kind of go, right, we're ahead on summoners, we got these different things. We never got that this game.
I think it's 2 things. It's a case of not having push in bot lane to unlock Prime. It's going to be pretty big. I think with the Zeri has kind of been unlocked, or well, should be locked down with this Zaya pick, and then looking at the mid lane as well, trying to get a better matchup. If that's the case, maybe we can see the bounce back here.
Well, we'll see. There's a bit of a bounce back, but we'll send it back over to Laura and our analyst to tell us if there's a little bit more we're missing.
Thank you, thank you. SK Prime downloaded, Wildcats activated Trouble, and this is what we've been saying after the first game, and here it was a way cleaner game on their side, but also more tools to do so.
Yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie. Game 1 happens.
Yeah,
Drafts can't always be great, but it feels like Wildcats have a blueprint. First game we lose, second game, patience. We're playing slow, we're playing for scaling, we're playing around objectives, and we know that SK Prime is going to make the same mistake, which is overextend to catch someone, try a fight without using the proper waves, and Wildcats, with their patience, took the team fights to their own advantage by SK Prime not setting up properly.
Yeah, I just feel like SK Prime in this game kind of muted just because Wildcats just had control of the pacing of the game, right? And I think when you've got the combination that you have on the side of SK Prime, where you've got Lee Sin, you've got the LeBlanc, you want to be controlling the tempo of the game. And also, we were mentioning it was the Braum last pick into the Nautilus. If you've got that combination or that strong support matchup, great, fantastic, but it has to be utilized. In the 2v2, it couldn't be utilized. You would then expect it to be utilized by the LeBlanc, by the Lee Sin. And they never really moved out of the map from the early game. I think a lot of that more to do actually with Elromir's movements on the map.
I think we have a perfect example of why they couldn't move for that early game, right?
Exactly.
Because the early game was shut down by Elromir. It feels like Wukong has been dominating this series so far. Elromir with a fantastic invade through the top side, because that's where his prior was lying with Destroy. He'll set down his vision, he spots Lurox, and after Lurox had used his spells, this is where he's gonna go in to take the trade. You'll see that Elromir steals away the red buff. Lurox has to walk out of his jungle, and he doesn't stop there, because top lane Prio, look, there's 2 huge waves pushing into Genax. Genax cannot leave tower, which means Lurox is all alone, having to deal with a red buffed Wukong.
Yeah, and you know what, I actually just realized in the replay, the reason why Febby doesn't end up moving is because he half moves. He starts to move, he recognizes the invade is finished, but in that small window, that's what he thinks it's finished, right? And in that small window, the Ahri actually manages to push the wave back out, which locks him back into having to remain in the mid lane, which means Elromir gets not only the Crux, but then additionally the Raptors on top of it.
Definitely had his phone number here, but we
Yeah.
saw at the end of the play, it doesn't stop here because Lurox is going to try to find opportunities on the top lane, but when you're in this situation as Lee Sin in trouble, it gets really complicated to find your way back and bounce back.
Absolutely, because you play on creating these early game plays with Lee Sin, but you've been spotted. After Elromir takes the top side jungle, where do you think Lee is going to go? He's going to back and move towards the bot side of the map. He doesn't have a play top because the wave is pushing, only towards his bot lane. It's very telegraphed. You're going to get shut down. And I feel like Lurks was spotted throughout the entirety of the game and not allowed to make his early game plays that make SK snowball.
And we've talked about this during the previous game, the fact that SK and the way they approach macro when they're not ahead, usually it's hard for them to bounce back and find their way back into the game. And here, Trouble and Jamada, we have a play actually that we can show here when they want to try and get ready for the Drake. Not even checking vision, not even checking where the opponent is, and it backfires horribly.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, it's just... Yeah, it's the whole like one wave, trying to achieve everything on one wave thing that you've been talking about, Trouble, for a lot of the day, where it's just a bit greedy. And in this case, that small window of Kedui being a little bit further behind the rest of his team is enough for Wildcats to pounce and punish because they're trying to get everything out of the cookie jar in one swipe.
But it gets a little bit worse because it's usually like they're trying to do everything in one wave. They didn't have a wave right there.
Yeah.
The wave state was absolutely neutral in the mid lane, which means they tried to create a rotation, cut someone off guard, team fight, and take the objective on no wave, on no vision control. And of course, this team fight was pretty much the nail in the coffin because at about that point, they were about 10k ahead for the side of Wildcats. But what an absolute turnaround. Again, slow and steady, wins the race. You take the two primary tools from the side of SK Prime, the Wukong, the Ahri, make the plays yourself in the early game with the Wukong, and then you allow your two carries, top lane and bot, to snowball the mid to late fights.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, again, when you've got the Wukong and the Ahri and you're allowed to be more proactive than the enemy, and in this case, it's LeBlanc Lee Sin, like, I can't think of another combo in the game mid-jungle side that wants to be more proactive than this duo.
Syndra Rek'Sai? Back in season 5?
Oh no. Horrible times.
Very, very bad times, by the way, everybody. But like, for me, it just feels really difficult, right, for SK. As soon as the game gets slowed down, they then also lack hard engage tools because this combination needs to be ahead, right? So when you're then put on the back foot, it's like, okay, where can we look? You try to look on sides, well, destroys 2 items at 18 minutes. You can't kill that guy anymore. You try to, you know, play on a side lane again, but this time it's the Ahri who's got 3 dashes and a flash maybe. So it just never really feels like a feasible way to play the game once you fall behind. And in this case, I feel like Wildcats, you know, you said earlier they had their number, and they really did kind of had a good read where as soon as Elromir basically kind of shut Lurox out of the early game, that was it. There was no realistic way back in.
Beautifully done. And even if the draft, I think, was not decisive precisely in this game, still a lot of creativity on the side of the Wildcats, especially Destroy here with his champion pool. And I know that it's something we saw in the LEC on Twitter when we saw that these AP champions were coming back on the top lane. I'm thinking of Kenan especially. You want to be able to think outside the box and play this kind of champion. And Rise here, I think, was the perfect choice for it.
Yeah, well, me and Jamada looked at each other and we're like, why didn't you do this in game 1?
Yeah.
Like, if you had the perfect, you know, ace up your sleeve versus the Kenan, who was also blind pick, why didn't you just go for it? And I feel like this time the Rise did so well in lane, all alone, barely had any assistance from jungle because Elromir was too busy 1v1 in Lurox in the jungle. So 1v1, I think it was 80 minutes in, 2.5k up at some point on this Rise. And yes, you don't have necessarily a proper front line on the side of Wildcats, but this Rise becomes your front line. He gets so tanky. Rod of Ages stacks are a huge thing for the champion. And with the shields that he gets, the mobility through his runes as well, he can become a huge problem in the front line.
It just felt like a bit of a strange choice for me from the side of SK Prime to go Kenan on 4. Not because Kenan is weak, because Kenan is not weak, guys. Spoiler alert.
He's be-winnable.
he's pretty much first pickable. But I think when you know Destroy is likely going to have something ready for it, and also the fact that Gen-X, again, we will go back to this point, Gen-X said he's got picks ready for whatever Destroy... Exactly. So it feels a bit weird when there's definitely blind pickable supports. You know, you can go someone like Thresh. Sure, is it necessarily, you know, the best duo of Zeri? No, but it at the very least works with the LeBlanc Lee Sin, plus it works as Denial. If you run into Nautilus, sure, sucks. You could even go arguably Renata as well. Renata Zeri, very strong combo in the bot lane. So it just felt a little bit weird to not give over the prio for R5. sure, you're securing a strong pick, but then you're enabling what is a very strong and often a secondary carry and destroyer in the top side for Wildcats.
And tying up your own hands, basically, I think, putting yourself in a difficult situation. Game 3, reset. What do we want to see? SK is back on the blue side, of course, as it was expected here. But what kinds of pick do you want to prioritize here in order to come back and get this much points?
You know what's been really mind-blowing on blue side? That both teams have been able to get Wukong and Ahri.
Yep.
When on blue side, you only get one pick first, and then you have counter pick on the other side. So I'm expecting to see Wukong and Ahri just separated completely. Either separated or one of the two banned. Potentially the Wukong being banned away, and we see things like the Lissandra being a reply into the Ahri. A lot of heavy CC towards that mid-jungle duo. So I'm either expecting the Wukong or the Ahri banned, or at least split apart.
Yeah, it has to be the split. I think if you're on red side here, you heavily consider the Wukong ban now. I think, you know, throwing away a ban towards the Ahri doesn't really feel good. And blind picking it into Wukong when you know the Lissandra answer can come in, it just sucks. So I think your hands are probably tied here. Unless you feel like you have an answer, which, I mean, sure, maybe you do. I feel like maybe the Wildcats could willingly throw in actually the reverse matchup, take the Lee Sin on there, and then maybe look for the Lissandra on 3. You know, go something like Lee plus AD carry, whatever it may be, and then try and play through that. Other than that, yeah, I feel like the Wukong and the Ahri, they have to be split apart. At the bare minimum, I think that's the mentality that these teams have to come in with, or rather, Wildcats have to come in with on the red side.
Absolutely. And see if any creative picks can come up on both this team. 1-1 in this best of 5 semifinals right now. We'll see right after the break who gets to match points. See you soon.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Stay work with me, yo! Work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave.
number one spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time.
We are back. We're going to be jumping into game number 3, but we decided to spice it up just a little bit. We're going to see if these guys can guess the bands without actually seeing them. That's what we're going to do.
Can I get the flipboard that Goldberg had?
No,
that would be so good.
That would actually be great.
Yeah.
Actually, that'd be really fun. It's like, he's a top laner. Oh,
we
okay.
I could load up like Loldal down here. We could just like hang away.
Can I get a quote? Can I get an emoji?
Who was released in 2010?
Yeah, to get all these different things. But no, we are going to be jumping into picks and bans very, very shortly. We do have a slight issue with our graphics with no lower third, but we will be letting you know the bans once they are in, so there's no going to be delay on those kind of things.
Well,
but
we could have some fun with this and think, well, what do we need to see banned? What would we kind of think about that? Because I'm actually wondering, do we see Wukong banned at this point? I think Wukong's been very, very important to both these junglers.
Zyra?
There's potential of something. What do you think, Ashin?
I was thinking, I was like, that doesn't sound like Zeri, but I want to go straight to Zeri. I was like, why is he looking at him funny?
Like Zyra, I'm like, that's not the other Zaya? Lost in translation.
Yeah, lost in translation. Yeah, we could. I mean, again, like it kind of felt like in game 1, we talked about it, SK Prime found the moment for themselves, were able to snowball from there. Istanbul Wildcats just kind of didn't really get a foot in the game. The second one, Destroy became a raid boss, straight up. No one could deal with him. And the composition that the side of Istanbul Wildcats just kind of created to deal with everything just felt a bit more holistically better.
Yeah, I think it's a couple of different holes in the game plan, right? I think the Kennen has been solved because when you look, it's like, well, what does Destroy like? AP mage top laners. What is good against Kennen? AP mage top laners. So makes things very easy for him. When you look towards things like the Zeri in the bot lane as well, this has been the go-to for Kadui alongside the Kalista that we get banned every single game. That is a big issue now because if that Zai is just willing to be brought out every single time, you get push and bot, you can't play for dragons, Prime is not an opportunity to actually start roaming and linking up with Lurox in the same way we expect to. So it seems like a lot of the wheels are starting to fall off the house and kind of the champion pools are being exposed a little bit, even in the mid lane. Like that LeBlanc didn't really do much for Febby.
And it felt like there was a lot of comfort there, which was then punished. So I think actually I'm going to completely agree about that Kennen read that you had. I think the Kennen's been solved in not just one, but multiple ways. We saw the Rumble banned away. Destroy was absolutely monstering Kennen's in group stage with the Rumble into the Kennen matchups. That's another thing you've got to ban away in second round if you want that to go through. Other places in the world, of course, we've all got very familiar with the LPL. LPL loves Kennen, and we will first pick that over there. If you have champions like this Ryze or the Kennen, which can punish this though, that can lead to some very difficult questions you have to answer.
Well, we are jumping into picks and bans, but only the picks for the moment because we do not have the bans on screen. But I can let you know what they are. SK Prime on the blue, they decided to ban away the Jace, the Gragas, and the Thresh. And on the side of Istanbul Wildcats on the red, they went with the Vi, the Rakan, and the Wukong.
I did think we were about to zoom in on one of the screens there just so we can get a little bit. You know?
What are you banning? What are you picking?
But yeah, I mean, look, nothing too unfamiliar there. Very, very similar to what we expected the last game. I think, like, probably going to see this continue through, but we'll have to just wait and see exactly what those first picks are going to be as we start to roll on through this.
Well, we're actually not going to get any of them, to be perfectly honest. We're just going to see the ban, none of the things just yet. I obviously have a bit of an issue there on the graphics, but I can tell you that they're already in the second place, or the second phase of the ban phase. The Gnar, the Olaf, the J4, and the Renata going to be banned away. SK banned away the Gnar and the Olaf. Istanbul Wildcats banned away the J4 and the Renata.
I can already tell you about the J4 and the Renata. What they're really, really good with is actually Kalista in that bot side. So that's the kind of thing
you know what they're good against? Zaya.
Very true. And then you sound like, huh? Well, that was one of these kind of comfort picks and one of these big picks that we were talking about, saying, hey, maybe this will be a big kind of pocket pick for Kadui.
Yeah, first pick, Ari, super interesting though. They've kind of gone, hey, look, we need Febby to have control over this, so we're going to take that in the first position to make sure that they can actually secure it. We'll give things like the Wukong over to Elromir once more if he wants to try and go towards that. And I think that's probably where we're going to see a lot of that focus is going to be on jungle, and then the Zaya picked up as well.
See what they want to go for. So looks like I was right with my estimations and everything like that, but we'll see what they kind of want to go for here. I do like the splash art there. It's just Rakan. It's like the real carry here coming into this one. But yeah, I mean, look, you know, lots to kind of see what, you know, kind of see where they want to try and bring these drafts, where they're trying to want to go for. I still think in having Bao on something like this, even with so much being kind of, you know, thrown onto him, he feels comfortable because having that self-heal means he doesn't have to rely so much on everybody else.
I think it's just a call out against Kadui. It's like, hey, look, we know you like your Zeri. We know you haven't really played any of the Aphelios and the Jinx. what are you going to do to answer this? As long as we get our hands on the Xayah, we're going to have push, we're going to have control over the lane, and the Xayah's been doing work in team fights as well. So it has just been a really, really nice call here by the side of Istanbul Wildcats to read the room.
Yeah, and particularly with that Maokai locked in now as well, you've got potential Gragas jungle also being removed from the pool alongside the Vi and the Wukong, starting to dipping down that tier list a bit. You're expecting maybe something like that Lee Sin to come out again and try to hyper snowball through that mid jungle. You do have Evan on, one of his more comfortable champions. We did talk about saying, hey, that champion pool didn't really look awesome in regards to what we saw in that last game. That LeBlanc looked a little bit toothless. The Ahri, though, we absolutely know he loves to play that.
Yeah, I did think that we'd see the Wukong coming through here in the earlier stages, just to be like, cool, we're going to make sure that we can still get... Oh, he's been banned, sorry. But still, I'm surprised to see the Sion rather than a jungler. This has been banned away every single game in the second rotation, and it looks like Gen X has kind of gone, look, can't deal with this Ken in the top side. I don't really have an answer to it. Let's just go back to playing that tank matchup, so even if I do start to fall behind, I'll be fine. And there's that Kalista that slipped through the ban phase.
Yeah, so that'll be why the J4 and the Renata bans came out after that point, because they're really good lane pairings to allow you to really pop off early. And now also with those, the Renata and the J4 being banned, and of course the Rakan too, you start thinking about maybe something like that Nautilus being quite effective, something that can again all in very, very hard, very, very early.
Yeah, I'd imagine we're probably going to see something similar, and even just, again, the point-and-click CC, so effective against something like the Kalista. There's always the opportunity as well to go towards something like the Annie if you really want to, because again, you still have that point-and-click CC. You can do a good bit with the range. You just do have to be kind of careful with not just getting mown down by the Kalista, so I imagine they'll fall back to the Nautilus, as Annie just hasn't really been prioritized much in this draft at all.
And this is a big pivotal moment right now, because it's 1-1 on the scoreline. Everyone has a guaranteed another game that is going to 4 at minimum. You have to make this Kalista sit. You have to make sure that this becomes a perma-ban in the next game. If it doesn't, and it doesn't pop off, you're not getting that same kind of respect again, and that's a big question mark coming in for SK Prime.
And particularly in a best of 5, I think we talked about it in game 1, maybe felt like the Wildcats were testing the waters a little bit, saying, hey, SK have, they've got the side choice in game 1. Let's use this red side draft to see if we can get away with some ego lanes, so we can blow them open and not pick the same kind of front line for the Jinx. Didn't really work for them. Go back to that game 2. After that exploration is complete, they have a much more standard draft for them. And now we're into this game 3. We're starting to flip things up again. Now it's back to even. Now you're not on something like a match point. You can say, okay, what more depth have we got for the remainder of this series?
Yes, Fiora going to be taken here into the Sion. Really, really good matchup for yourself. You can riposte the slam down of the Axe very handily. You can even dodge around it. You got so many opportunities to try and play up into this matchup. And again, I think it is kind of Istanbul Wildcats flexing their muscles a little bit. We saw this more pick-oriented composition in the last one. Now we're going to be seeing more of the split push, as Kindred just wants to slowly poke her head up into that. But
quiet.
But I think it's still super interesting to see, because giving a little bit more control into the jungle matchup and allowing Akari to come through here is going to be interesting to see for Lurox. We've seen it from him once before. We'll have to see if he can try and win.
I think that's also a great response to the mid jungle put out by the Wildcats too, because Maokai and the Cassiopeia, they're not pushing champions, they're not early skirmishing champions. Yes, someone like a Maokai can respond quite well to an early gank, but now you have the Ahri pushing in mid, and then the Kindred able to potentially get marks, get ahead of the game. That's quite scary, because you look at, the Maokai, the Zarya, and the Cassiopeia, they're not hugely long-range champions. Kindred, if you get ahead, can really exploit that.
Especially now with the Blitzcrank alongside it, if Prime can get out of this lane, not only does he have a very good matchup with the Kalista, being able to go for what was like the old school matchup when initially Kalista was released, the Ballista, because you can hook the champion, send her off with the Kalista ult, and then be in a really good spot because you just yoinked them so far.
The only enemy you can put into this is Threshcrank.
Exactly. But I think the really interesting one now is going to be a case of, can they use that to also then invade off the pressure they created in the bottom mid and really unlock this Kindred, because it does feel now like a lot of this matchup is going to be defined by how good of an early game can this Kindred have.
I'd like to see now the teams are locked and loaded. We did see the last kind of support ban, or support pick, I should say, kind of going back over to the counter on the red side. But SK, they're back on the blue. A lot more priority given to that Ahri. They want to make sure they give Faviven something that he feels a lot more comfortable on, something he can have an impact in that mid lane. On the other side of this one here, a lot of skating. You're looking at that Cassiopeia, and eventually she will just become a monster.
And actually with the Blitzcrank locked in as well, reminds me of a game which I watched very recently. I tuned into the LJL finals, as I do. I am a big fan of that region. I know, it's crazy. It's almost like I watch it.
This is brand new information.
Damn Liga booze.
Oh my god. don't know what to say after that. But either way, one of the things which Dead Nation focused me when they won their finals did was play around Ahri Blitzcrank. What you do is you dash forward for the Everfrost, which is guaranteed Blitzcrank pull at that point. It does mean that Feven needs to be an initiator, needs to play on the edge of his seat. But if you can start getting onto these largely immobile carries, something like a Maokai or the Cassiopeia, the Nautilus, very, very at risk to Feven linking up with Prime.
Wait to see now. It's even Stevens as we come into game number 3. SK Prime back on the blue. Can they make this first pick Ahri work? And a little bit of a slightly disproportionate kind of setup with their jungle and AD carry having two basically AD champions. They will melt objectives if they can get ahead, but it's all about how this Kindred's able to move around the map. If they can get those early stacks, if they can become a champion, that's going to be the big key here.
And I think Elromir has been very, very good at, matching a lot of what Lurox has wanted to do. We even saw in game 1 how much control or vision he was trying to get down so he could spot out how Lurox was moving. That's going to be key again, and already with this early ward here, it looks like SK Prime at least will be spotted on the route at the moment. Not surprised to see Lurox trying to clear down towards this bot side. Feels like, he's going to try and link up with Febi and Prime to make sure he can get in the face of Elromir.
Let's wait to go for it now, and then Destroy moving in here. Ghost gets popped here, and he's already trying to put in some serious work here. Lurox not got the dash because he started with the W. Now Destroy thinking about maybe going for it again. It's going to be difficult for them to really try and kill this man off. And yeah, you're against a Scion, there's no threat.
Huge moment from Destroy. We talked about it midway through the draft saying, hey, hang on, isn't this Kindred really good in regards to the mid-jungle 2v2? Cassiopeia, the Maokai, cannot really do much against Ahri and then also the Kindred in a 2v2 sense. What happens if the top lane comes into it? Destroy buying a lot of safety for the rest of his team with that incredible level 1 play. That's going to be very important.
I did think, though, that Lurox would actually move towards Gen X. It did surprise me that he decided to run back towards the tower because it felt like he didn't really then have that support, but a lot of trading bot side. Kadui.
Yeah, he has to flash there because Paras put himself right behind the AD carry. We will see the hook come in now, and this is where the Callista can really become a problem. The Ignite's ticking, another auto attack is good, and Prime picks up first blood. They're going to try and keep putting in the spears here. He will have another knockup. You flash a little bit too little too late. Another spear would have been good, but the Ren's not going to be enough. They will be able to get out Paras, but it's still a great start for this Callista bot side.
So I actually think Kadui got very lucky there. I think Bao ran out of the bush right as that last auto attack was coming through, because with the martial poise, if you can't spot the person, you don't get the auto attack. But I think because Bao ran out of the bush, that actually ended up hitting, which gave the damage then for Prime to finish off. So this starts off super well. Level 2 gets hit by Bao and Paras. They immediately start to trade back, and Kadui has to blow a bunch of summoner spells. But as the level 2 starts to come in, I actually want, this is where I want to watch. So Kadui gets the auto. So Bao, I think just barely walks out of the bush. So that last auto attack comes through and sets up them for Prime.
The Ignite gives the vision either way.
Oh, true.
It's really, really sucky at that point. And honestly, balls of steel from Kadui and Prime to say, actually, we're level 1 to level 2. But if we have a really good moment at this point, the Ren manages to time out that Aftershock and get the most of that trade.
This is the power of the Callista. It's why we've been seeing it so often banned against SK Prime. And it's why we said, look, this is a big moment here for the side of Istanbul Wildcats. Can they let this one go if the Callista gets a bit too ahead? I don't think so. But so far, so good for SK Prime. We'll see Elromir just kind of pushing himself towards this mid lane, seeing if he can maybe catch somebody out. Prime is only level 2, but you only need to be level 1 with a Blitzcrank. One good hook is all you need to really put the fear of God into people.
Loads into game. I'm full build.
Yeah, honestly, man, it just feels like that sometimes. One good hook can change the whole dynamic of everything.
So look, SK Prime starting to move down towards the spot side. You have Prime moving in. You've also got Lurox in position as well. Huge amount of pressure here with Kofta and Elromir trying to match the roam though, and I think that's what they're most scared of here. Ahri going to be trying to follow as well, but Fevi will be a little bit late to this one.
And Nose has been spotted on vision as well, so just going to try and indicate that he's coming in, but they give out... Oh, that's a great hook underneath the tower. Elromir does flash away, but they've got enough damage. Yes, they do. Lurox takes up that kill, and that's a mark over to the Kindred as well.
That was a massive mistake from Elromir. He hadn't taken tower aggro initially because the wave was still there, but because he W's to Prime, he ends up taking the damage from the tower and then has to try and flash away. He takes so much just panicking in the moment.
And also the defensive vision put down by SK Prime, completely in position there to get another mark there for Lurox. Gets his first to the game, importantly so. We talked about how Kindred gets ahead of the game. Very important moment, especially when you get to that level 4 first range increment increase.
I mean, this is exactly what he said. Like, he knows they have vision. and he just doesn't really respect it, and the W in does mean he takes tower aggro.
Yeah, if he had actually just not auto attack and flash
just
the wall,
flash, fine.
he would have escaped. Yeah, no real issues. But the fact he actually tried to go for the aggressive play, and I get the idea, right? Obviously, you dropped the aggro with the W, but because he'd never picked up aggro in the first place, it didn't make a difference. So, bit of a mistake there from Elramir. Nice punish from SK, and now 2 quick kills on the board. See if they can make it a third.
I don't know if he wants that fish, as he does hook in the Nautilus. They're looking to try and get a knock up here onto Bao, but Dewey has been ignited here. The feathers are lying on the floor. This is an interesting kind of trade-up right now, because yes, Bao looked like he was winning initially, but you have to respect that Ren damage.
No vision on towards Elramir as well. Means that Kadui can't really stick around. Nobody has summoner spells in the spot lane apart from Gandui and that cleanse, but that's not going to do particularly much if you just get insta-burst. So Lurox now trying to see if he can make it down here. Elramir already there. They want to try and make this play happen.
With very few summoners to play with on this bot side, literally only just that Ghost for the Xayah. Means that the bot lanes themselves have a little less agency. Lurox coming down again, has the Xayah marked. Get a kill and assist there. That's mark 2 of the game.
Febby on the way as well. They really want to make sure that they're able to get here, but I think for Istanbul Wildcats, it was just a case of please, Elramir, come down, let us crash this wave, so we're not in a bad spot.
I think that's actually their comms.
yeah.
Bao took a third shot. They will hook in the Nautilus, but a great little bit of Spider-Man work there, because Paris knew exactly how he could go forward, block his AD carries. Bao making a little bit of mistake. Another shot from the tower makes this bot lane of Istanbul Wildcats very close to death, and with Lurox kind of sitting off in the fog of war, don't know if they've spotted him out just yet, but Elramir is kind of sitting around, stopping Febby for going for the roam.
You got Kofta here as well. Febby, where are you going?
He's going to have to use the ult, you would imagine. Yep, just has to use the Spirit Rush there, make sure that you cannot get anything else out of it. And Fabivan just kind of moving down towards the spot side. I will say Bao is still kind of in a bad position here. Doesn't have...
He has Ignite.
You know, he does have Ignite, but if Paris gets himself ahead of it, a flash away, the Ignite is ticking. Is it enough? One more!
Oh!
Fabivan gets the kill. The roam works.
Oh, he gets the ult blown in bot jungle, and Wildcats think, okay, Ari doesn't have ult. It's not timed out yet, folks. Has a Dark Seal as well, so he gets 2 stacks on that. Fabivan with a slim play, shall we say.
Yeah.
Are you all right, Dagda?
There was no secret.
No.
They spotted Febby the entire way down, and Paris and Bao ended up falling to it anyway. I was like, you know, secret agent, except he was just like walking down the street with a microphone saying he worked for MI6.
But does put himself into Nymera's good books, getting that early Dark Seal, gets himself those 2 stacks, as you mentioned, and now we're going to see kind of like the pressure coming out here. It's 3-0 to SK Prime, and this is, again, very similar to game number 1, where they had that momentum, they had that spark.
All I can think of is the name's Biven. Fair Biven. Anyway, he's going to get himself back out onto the map, and we did talk about how mid-jungle 2v2, very, very snowball potential coming in from SK Prime. You do have yourself that first mark on Lurox, and Wildcats would very much like to stop him getting that much more than that. We do have ourselves an objective trade coming through, so it's going to be the first Herald of the game coming through. Last game, did feel like the Wildcats got some really big plays out of using that Herald. It felt like they could kind of control the map and kind of put SK into a state of fear where they couldn't really make plays without threat of that Herald going down.
I will say as well, Lurks has gotten a little bit unlucky with where the spawns have been on the camps.
Yeah.
You can see it's just sitting there on the top side. This is kind of the moment where you could cross map, actually look for an easy invade off the push, but as we can see, Destroyer is doing a very good job of keeping control over this top side matchup, and it's just making it very difficult for him to get past just the singular mark that he has at the moment. Still though, moving back down towards this bottom side, push coming through, and Kadui with the level 6 available now. We'll have to see how hard this Kalista can try and take over.
Talk me through this right now, because obviously we've seen Kadui get this banned away from him for very obvious reasons, but now that this, you know, Kalista has been given time, has a little bit of extra space, specifically those Berserker Greaves, what do you want to see them kind of, you know, move that around? Because it is still a mid-game to, you know, not so much late-game hyper carry.
The great thing about this, that it fits in quite a lot with what we see from SK Prime anyway. It's a go button. You press the R button, you fling someone forward, or use the Ballista combo. It just gives them, again, more engage. It's not on Lurox this time. That's one thing which they're not going to have. But Kedui picks up the extra engage potential, and that's what we now need to see them use. When they're ahead in the game, SK Prime have been very good at pressing those go buttons and accelerating their lead.
And I think a way to accelerate that lead is trying to play in through this bot side, through the push in mid. Now they lean in for a potential dive, which looks like they're trying to set up here, or just look for the invade instead. And Elramir has read this, going to sit down his bot side, has the level 6 available, so I think once SK Prime notice the Maokai, they're just going to back away.
It's exactly as you say. They recognize there is a tree hovering around, throwing out his children. and making it very difficult for them to go for this. And this is the thing that the Maokai does exceptionally well, especially with something like the Nautilus at level 6, is that you have so much power to dissuade dives. Your CC, your lockdown just makes it so difficult to really push those, you know, kind of hard moves into the bot lane, or even any lane, to be perfectly honest. But still going to see Elmir just kind of keeping himself on this bot side, just making sure there's no funny business to be had just yet.
And you can see the threat. Paris has that ult, doesn't have the flash to go forward, nor does he have a Hex Flash on the Nautilus. We've seen a bit of a move away from that rune sometimes. Still think it's very powerful in hook champions. We can flash out of a bush. Can't do that this time. Elramid doesn't have the W now. Lurix can jump forward.
I was going to say, they can jump forward onto this. And you can see Prime moving forward, knowing that he's got himself a hook should he need it. They're going to drop down the ultimate on top of the Kalista, who flashes away. There's going to be the Ballista combination. You can see the Kofta, though, with this Cassiopeia gets everyone low, but they get the Maokai down. Now they can start to rearrange these targets. Kofta moving in like fish in a barrel, but you have to make sure you're able to finish people off. There needs to be one or two. Oh, they're getting so much done, though, with these Ren stacks, and now for Bivin trying to move in on top of this, but he just cannot bow with the triple kill, and it was just too easy at the end of it all.
It was such a messy fight for SK Prime. The grounding as well coming through prevented Lurox from really repositioning to help out a lot of his team. Really strong stuff from the carries of Istanbul Wildcats, and just very spread out here, right? Lurox, you end up in a position where Elramir can play frontline, tanks a whole bunch of this damage, and then here, see the grounding that comes through from Kofta. Kadui, you need to try and hop, skip, and jump your way around the fight. Not an option. Same when you look towards Lurox, trying to position himself for Febby to keep him alive. And now you're trapped in the back of the pit with nowhere to go.
Oh, that flash.
Particularly when you look at this fight as well. SK Prime, they actually have very good pick combo, but when the fight goes long and you haven't killed the carries, I mean, the DPS trick is obviously going to go the way of particularly that Cassiopeia. The Zyda's great AoE too.
And I think Febby got a little bit unlucky there. I think he was like 1 or 2 seconds where he might have gotten a reset, got the ult charge, and gone back out over the wall, but just not quite able to do it, and Kadui not able to hop over the wall as well. So nearly SK Prime gets something, but Istanbul Wildcats now, I was going to say looking good, but even with 3 kills, it's a very slim gold lead still to Kadui.
I think we're still focusing on towards this bot side of the map, though, looking at this, because it just tends to be that way with that Kalista. The last play was obviously going to be on the bot side of the map. Now the question is, at the second time of asking, can Wildcats still pull out a similar fight?
You see Shelly being dropped here into the mid lane. This is kind of honestly a bit of a theme for Istanbul Wildcats. They're never, kind of in position to drop it in a, kind of ideal situation. They're always kind of rushing to drop it. It will get its charge off and will pick up 2 plates, as those 2 plates are very, very low anyway, so it does not matter. But all the gold goes over to the Maokai. None of it goes to any of your solo laners. Not ideal, but you do have first items coming in now for the side of Istanbul Wildcat. Divine Sunwear for Destroy. You have the Rod of Ages stacking up now for Kofta, and because of those 3 kills, you now have got the Kraken Slayer available to bow. So with his flash and his ultimate coming back up very, very shortly, he's primed and ready for this next fight.
And he wants to try and make sure that he can get in here, keep control of a bot without the tank on Genex for these fights. Anyone that Elramir picks is going to be a good one.
And they're looking for it. They're going to see Prime just kind of keep everyone there. They're going to drag back the Nautilus. I don't know if that's the exact target you want, but the silence there as he came down meant that he couldn't pop his ultimate and he needed to get out.
Well, Paris didn't have any sort of hook or anything, so he couldn't proc the Aftershock, and Nautilus isn't actually that tanky in the grand scheme of things in comparison to something like a Braum or even an Azeroth or a Leona. So does almost end up working out there, and now Prime trying to see if he can step up once more, make Bow uncomfortable.
Calling out something importantly from that last play as well, has felt like Kofta has had really good... Oh, that's the ult.
Wow. There's going to be the ultimate from Kidui. They're going to pop in the Kalista ultimate, the Fates call, the flash, but he gets knocked up anyway. The Feathers come back, but it doesn't really get anybody else down. Kedui does pick off Paris, and now they can turn back onto the Maokai and kill him off as well. Good patience from SK Prime. They knew when they were stronger. For Bivin, looking for a 1v1 against Kofta, trying to see if he can take out the snake as the fox that he is, and just getting a little bit of extra support now. Good grounding means that there's going to be a little bit of a slow movement here from the Blitzcrank. They're trying to just see if they can get one good hook. There's still a petrifying gaze. You don't want to go too far forward onto this, but you got Pavivin getting the charm off, and the hook in is fantastic. No assist for Lorax means he doesn't get an assist, but at the end of it all, it's still 4 kills.
That's really annoying for Lurox, but that's the combo we were talking about. You can use the Ahri as a kind of guaranteed hook. You can dash forward, but where does it start? Does it all by himself here. Blows the ult of Bao, who does the reactionary ult. Sadly can't get the feathers in the right position, but that really changes the fight. If those feathers are now down like the middle of this lane, SK Prime can't take this.
It's also just a weird target selection. Paris tried to hook Prime instead of hooking the Kalista that was already locked up, so it just was a bit of a weird call, and Prime obviously able to dodge away thanks to Kadui, and they're turning that around. So We were saying, look, SK Prime, what are the changes you can make? What can you bring back into game number 3? Well, very strong bot lane. Febby back onto the Aryan. Febby has looked so incredibly strong on this pick in the way that he can facilitate Lurox, in the way he can facilitate side lanes, and now with Dragon up and available, SK, they own the space and they own the river.
It's actually a very interesting kind of like mirroring of SK Prime's kind of jungle mid support compared to the Wildcats, because okay.
Well,
I'm going to continue my story time, because
it.
what happens here is that Febiven is kind of the go button, so Prime and Lurox can kind of land that kind of finishing blow afterwards, whereas on the other side, it feels like Paris and Elramir trying to do the same thing for Kuftas, kind of the two sides of the same coin. Will that be important coming into this Dragon, though? You have those ultimates coming back up for SK Prime. Maybe they can find themselves a pick around the next Dragon spawn.
Still no flash on Bao, still no flash on Paris, and those are very key ultimates. You can see Bao just kind of waiting for his Featherstorm to be up and available before he really gets any kind of aggression, but Kraken Slayer now finished for Lorax, a Immortal Shield Bow, excuse me, for Kedui. So he's got the extra little bit of survivability, and it's just going to be the Everfrost Blitzcrank that we've been seeing so much of recently, because again, if you get hooked up, silenced, and then CC'd again, it's like nearly 3 seconds of no movement.
You're literally going to be Ari Everfrost, Charm, Hook, Blitzcrank knockup into Blitzcrank Everfrost as well.
You don't get to play the game, that's what I'm hearing.
And that's why I think Istanbul Wildcats shouldn't be trying to play the game on this bot side. This is where SKP are strongest, and OC got Rift out on the top side.
Up to... Doesn't really have a place to go. Does getting nice petrifying gaze, but the charm is too decent, and that's going to be Prime going in and saying, look at me.
On that bot side.
First of all, Prime is the carry. I want you to make that very clear. 3-1 and 5 right now on the Blitzcrank, and he is having a fantastic game on this Blitzcrank.
You're saying he's optimal Prime?
Absolutely, he's Optimus Prime. he is taking control of the Autobots and taking down the Decepticons. That being said, Kidui not having a great time in the 3v1, does get his Immortal Shield Bow pop as the rest of his team finally come in, but it's going to be hard for them to kind of defend this. Say that though, just enough presence to make sure everyone backs away.
But Kadui's mistake there leads in towards Istanbul Wildcats now getting the Rift Herald. Kadui needs to reset, doesn't have that Immortal Shield Bow as he said, and even with Genax, he's resetting on the top side, so one quick pick off the pressure that Bao has in mid has now given that window to Istanbul Wildcats, and we'll have to see if Bao can continue to do this. If he can find those moments where he can go for the 1v1 against the Callista, maybe he can get his opportunity to find those picks and continue to carry the game.
I want the record to show it's a crying shame that we didn't get to have Prime versus Starscreen from Foot as well, who are also in the tournament. Just want to throw that one out there. We're going to see that dying scream of the Herald as Elramir takes that objective, at least something. The hook lands.
Yeah, they do get the Blitzcrank rocket grab, and they're going to just pile everybody onto Elramir. Istanbul Wildcats, they're not sure if they want to go in for this fight or not. Now they've kind of overcommitted, but not really able to get anything else out of it. So now you're just kind of left, they're just holding themselves in this position, kind of going, what are we doing? Where are we going?
That was a really dangerous play from Elramir. When you're on red side, very hard to disengage from that Baron pit, or in this case, the Herald pit. The Baron's not spawned just yet. And you've also given an extra marker for Lurox. That's Mark 4. That's the extra range increase. We've already talked about how, you know, the carries of the Wildcats, they're not the longest range. Yeah, they do have the Xayah Feathers, which will kind of artificially extend that range. But if Lurox gets too far ahead of the game, they're going to have an absolute whale of a time.
And it's the fact that Febby gets to get this bot tower as well. Now they're looking mid. What can Prime do?
He's got an Everfrost, so that means he's going to be able to slow everybody up. It's exactly what he wants to do. Doesn't land the hook there onto Bao. Paris backs himself away with a bit of Spider-Manning, but again, you're getting a very key ultimate. That's a long cooldown, even here, like just before level 11.
Yeah, I mean, at least at the moment, though, there's not really many opportunities for them to try and punish. Apart from, like, looking for a pick like that, there's no Dragon that's going to be up. Like, there's Barons up in a minute's time, but you're not going to rush that 20 minutes, and Bao's ultimately back up at that stage. So, at least it's a decent time in the grand scheme of things for Bao to lose it, but we'll have to see if you can find that moment again for SK Prime to continue to put this pressure down. And the fact as well, if you start to get more control like this for SK Prime, it becomes very difficult for Destroy to really get any sort of control on the side lane, because he just doesn't have the map to work with.
I was just going to say, I'm very happy, but also just kind of like, you know, surprised that we haven't even seen anything from topside, because the Scion's doing his job. He is mitigating the Fjord. Thank you, observers. But I mean, there's nothing to talk about. Yeah, but there is nothing to talk about, because the Fjord pushes in the wave, the Scion tanks up this damage, the Scion takes the wave with his Sunfire and his Bomby Cinders, and then he backs away.
No, we're going to see it, because they're moving up topside. You lied. Here's action.
Well, yeah, you know what? You got me on that one. There's nothing else to really be done. But yeah, Destroy, he can't really stay here. He has to back away.
It would add insult to injury if you just had them stick around for the turret and nothing actually happened with the top laners themselves. You see that the mark was actually on the Krugs just after that point. Destroy trying to defend the turret. We'll be able to do so with the riposte up. I think they're safe.
Yeah, with Kadui resetting as well, they just don't have the numbers on the map. You can even see that Febby had moved to mid lane to try and cover the push, so they decide to back away. Kadui now, I actually don't think he should be the one going bot. I think Febby should definitely be the one that's trying to move in towards this bot side, because yes, you've got Dragon in a minute, but I think having Kadui set up as your four-man group in the mid lane to actually help you out, and then using Febby as this counterweight on the bot side to push in and then move for the potential flank is going to be a lot more important.
So now we're seeing a kind of shift around the map. We saw the quick shift up towards top side, quick shift down towards bot side as this Dragon spawns in just an extra 45 seconds is going to be the Chemtech Rift. Not necessarily the best thing ever, but actually, when you're in a Kindred ult and everyone's below half HP and stuck around there, actually forced to stick around that point, can actually have very good value, particularly with that champion in the game. As you're saying, Dr. Febvin is going to be able to push in this lane for free. Of course, with that Ahri being able to push in, it stops the Wildcats being able to defend that Dragon as easily.
I think the big question, though, is going to be a case of does Gen X TP in, or is it a case of we're going to see the 4v4? Because if you do, Destroy will get the top lane tower, and at least that's some presence on the map, and maybe he can start to threaten a bit more. But I think SK Prime solidifying just a big advantage. It's a 3k gold lead. You are still very squishy with this four-man group, so having the Scion there could be so important for this fight.
This is a big moment here for the side of SK Prime. You've got the Guinzu's Rage Blade, and they're just playing keep away. Kedui is on vision, so they know that he is not on the Dragon for the moment, but doesn't need to be as he's kind of moving. Paris is isolated, and Paris is going to lose his flash almost certainly, but oh, he gets caught up right at the end, and he's going to be able to trump it down. It's going to be the Scion picking this one up, you would imagine, with a little bit of a decimating smash, and now Paris losing himself there is just so huge, and he had to drop the Rift Herald as well, because, again, they have no pressure in any of the lanes.
And you're winning on both sides of the map. Kadui gets to push in mid. You can have Gen X catch that wave in top side and the Rift Herald and not have to worry about it too much. Destroy trying to change that by just all-inning, it looks like, onto Gen X, I imagine, as he just comes into lane if Gen X starts to move up, but we'll actually get that charge now on the top side because of it.
Yep, Destroy very much recognizing, look, everything's kind of going against us right now. We need one thing to go for us, and if it means we just get a top tower, it means we get a top tower, but isn't going to confirm it just yet. See if the minions can bring that one off. No, they won't be able to confirm that one again. So, again, it's almost for the side of Istanbul Wildcats. They're not quite getting the things they need, and it means it's delaying them a little bit more.
Almost isn't enough, though, particularly against a pick comp. Imagine just like playing against this team. Actually, observers, do you mind if we switch over to Wildcats Vision? Because you're playing against the Blitzcrank, you're playing against the Ahri. I really want to see what they can see on the Rift right now. Again, you don't know where the Blitzcrank is. You don't see where the Ahri is. You're working with some implied information when they show up in lanes, but it's very dangerous even to just walk around this part of the map.
You can see that's why they're taking this so slowly. They are using some of the Maokai saplings to slowly regain vision before they fully commit, but again, it's so scary. Nothing there, and there they go.
Yeah, and jumping on the Paris, this will be another stack as well. We'll put Lorix onto 6, I should say. There's the Ignite coming out as well. They didn't even have to use anything, and this is just so easy now for SK Prime because they're not only ahead, but they have all the information.
But this now feels like, again, a second time Istanbul Wildcats have taken a risk in draft. We saw it in game 1. Now we're seeing it by giving Kadui his favorite champion. Febby getting his hands on the Ahri again. And even Gen X just going back to the side and just like plastering over that top lane matchup and going, hey, look, I don't mind, I'll just play Mega Tank. Now they're starting up the Baron with Destroy on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to put the TP in, but this is Destroy. Trying to make sure he can have a fight. You don't really want a team fighting Fiora as such. For Bibin, though, in a little bit of trouble, does get himself over the wall. You'll have the Ren to secure this with the Smite, and it's just as easy as that. Now they can turn back on the Elvamere. For Bibin, trying to go in. The Petrifying Gauge catches him out, so he will die. The Baron is secured, but can you kill off anybody else? That ultimate from the Kindred wasn't the greatest, of being totally honest. It meant they didn't really get anything. Bow takes the shutdown as he gets the feathers to come back to him after the flash. You still get 3 people out, and Baron going over to the side of SK Prime.
Yeah, some miscommunication from SK Prime. You can see that Lorix maybe tried to use that Kindred ult to save Febvin, doesn't manage to do so, and actually makes the fight a lot more difficult, because then the Wildcats can take a respite in that one point, keep themselves alive. Febvin caught out on the side, caught between both solo laners, means that he goes down very early, but I think just the miscommunication about maybe we should just let them die, and ends up leading to a couple of deaths.
And it actually just ends up benefiting Istanbul Wildcats entirely. The fact that Lurox dropped that so early, as everyone tries to jump onto Kofta, means that no one's actually getting value from the Kindred ult, apart from Bao. Really good decision making from Bao. Moves into the ultimate and goes, right, I can play hyper aggressive now because I've got this zone of vulnerability. And then the second it pops, he hops up into the ultimate so he can't be caught and just uses that so well.
So, you know, we are going to see that Baron go down. Still going to be in terms of macro and the ability to take this, take towers on the sidelines. It's going to work out for SK Prime. But I think we are starting to see some glimpses amongst the darkness for the Wildcats from Bao. Bao has, even in quite difficult games, managed to position well, get out good damage.
It does feel like darkest before the storm here, though. SK Prime now having a ton of control on this top side. They're the ones that have the Baron. They're going to very quickly start to take down these outer towers, pushing back the Istanbul Wildcats. And your true tanks are nowhere to be found in Istanbul Wildcats. You have a 0-4 Maokai, you have a 0-5 on this Nautilus in the bot lane. Like, nobody here is actually particularly tanky for Istanbul Wildcats, so if SK Prime find anyone on these picks, they're so easy for them to finish off anyone there.
That's Mark 7 for Lurox. That is the second range increase. Lurox is so ready to fire from basically half a screen away at that point. If we get to the point where we get to 10 marks, then we start bringing down like the angelic music as the end times have come. But
It's
Lurox,
like Kale level 16. It's just like, and the game shall end by my hand.
Yeah, you very rarely see like 7 marks, particularly for relevant fights in the game. Flash forward.
Getting the flash over the wall, but that's going to kind of start him up. Paris trying to see if he can make a fight happen here, but he doesn't want it. Lorax picks up that kill. You've gotten the ultimate there from the Maokai, and here comes the train. Sion jumps into the fight. Now they're going to jump over the wall. Destroy does get himself the parry, but now he doesn't have any availability on that. Got to be careful. Bao is massive. I've got to make that absolutely clear. But with 25 seconds until this next dragon spawns, that's going to be Chemdrake's soul. Not the most ideal. They changed their target straight away. They're going to try and jump onto Bao now, but he's already been cocked out of his ultimate because he didn't know when it was going to come at him. Now the Blitzcrank can reset, look for another hook. They haven't been able to go for anyone after this fight, but all the health bars are low, and they're going to try and reset. Good charm going in. Can they get the last bit of damage? And the carry that is Prime picks up another scalp.
And they pick up the soul as well. SK Prime play that so well. Patient in how they use their spells. Patient in waiting for Gen X to show up. And Istanbul Wildcats are picked apart again.
Oh, you just can't leave this one to be. And Gen X gets himself a kill. That's 3-0-1 for the Sion, and now they've just got the run of the map.
SK Prime transform and roll out. Prime is leading this team from the support role in a way that we rarely get to see, but particularly with the combos of the rest of his team, SK Prime, they have those go buttons, they have the pick potential, and they've got a heck of a Deadeye on their support.
Prime has been absolutely incredible for this squad. The plays on the Blitzcrank, the roams that he's had, even in their previous semi-final as well against Mako Esports, it was absolutely incredible. And for SK Prime, Prime is stepping up once more to be an absolute thrill seeker in this game.
They get absolutely everything off of that. Like, they get all the turrets, they get themselves all the setups. This is just really, really good now to accelerate this mid-game Kalista.
And the combos are working really well from SK Prime. And it's also, again, a continuation of SK Prime just being really good at snowballing their leads. We saw that one blip in this early game after they got their lead and they lost that kind of first play of the game towards that bot side. But it has felt that they've done a really good job in terms of securing the vision control, which is so important to so many champions on their roster, and playing through it.
And now you're back as Istanbul Wildcats. What can you do? Yes, this eye is absolutely huge. 3 items now completed for Bao. But every single fight, it feels like once more he's kind of been left out to put himself into these difficult positions to try and carry, but always at threat from the Blitzcrank, from Febby. I mean, even from Lurox as well now at how strong this guy is.
And we're even seeing, you see Genax, huge XP. He's also built up the locket. So he's just saying, look, it actually doesn't matter if I live or die. I'm just going to sit here, put an extra shield
the redemption.
And the redemption. He's saying, like, look, I already have God knows how many W stacks at this point. He's going to walk up and just say, well, I'm just going to clear waves. As soon as it comes to the 5v5s, I just need to make sure that my teammates survive.
He's lead in his stacks. 37 as he's saying that. Although he did just kill some creeps as he came through. But styling on Silent with this. And it looks like at the moment, I mean, it's a great call from Gen X. Realistically, the only way you lose this game is if there is some sort of crazy pick where a fight goes wrong, Kadui's out of position, and having the shield, the redemption, even the ultimate from Lurox as well. Like, there's so many opportunities to use these items with the ultimate from the Kindred to get big value.
And throw it on top of the Chemtech Soul as well. As soon as you drop below that half HP, extra value from those shields if they use it at that point. It's just going to be so damn hard to kill off SK Prime members. Wildcats, they are relying on an absolute miracle team fight where Kufter and Bao find themselves some minute space to play out these team fights. It's going to be very difficult to do so, though.
Oh, we see a hook. Oh, the Ballista! The Ballista is great but does it lead to anything else? They get the charm on the Kofta. They will not get the Kindred ultimate to save the Ahri. It was all for show. It was all for naught because Bao is too big and Bao wants to end this game. They get 2 kills. SK Prime, they were feeling themselves just a little too much.
The Baron for Istanbul Wildcats off of that Paris. May end up giving his life, but the big old blast cone will knock him out of there. That was such a massive overextension from Febby and SK Prime, and Istanbul Wildcats bounce back.
I don't think this is done. You have frontline, you have Lurox. Lurox is still strong. They might be able to catch someone on the retreat.
They got Flash on Lurox as well. They're going to be able to pick people off, but they will not get the Baron. That's going to be the support of the Istanbul Wildcats taken out, but can they get anything else off of it? Istanbul looking to try and get him. The Flash is not good enough, and you can see Gen X trying to see how long he can stay alive, but he will finally use his passive, and this entire game's momentum is shifting right back for Istanbul.
Especially when you look at the fact that Destroy, he now has that Baron buff. He has the opportunity to play through lanes, and it was such a sick hook onto Kofta. But look how spread out SK Prime are. You have nobody who's there to really follow up on the damage. You've now overextended. Febby puts himself in the middle of 4 other people to try and make that play. And Lurk's is like, sorry, I can't get over the wall. I cannot help you here. And Bao is able to carry alongside Destroy.
Yeah, and for all, we were talking about, hey, really good itemization from the Scion to buy extra time for his team. You can't do that if they get burst out before you are there and the pick happens too quickly. There is no Zhonya's on this Ahri. If you're playing very, very aggressively, you can tank up maybe the Maokai at that point. Maybe you can tank up a bit of the Miasma, get us punished for it.
I mean, the big thing is that, like, look, it's very exciting, it's very fun seeing the Ballista combination, but you got the Flash and the Petrifying Gaze. You could have just left it and said, cool, you can't fight us at this Baron. We'll bring everybody in, we'll get ourselves set up properly, and then we'll take the fight. But they got a little bit too ahead of themselves. They put themselves in a bad position, and now with Baron, Istanbul Wildcats are pushing on the door.
And it's not only the fact they have Baron, Elder Dragon in a minute.
Yes.
You now have control of the map. You're the ones who can get the vision control on bot side as long as Prime doesn't find these quick picks.
I mean, Elmer's pretty damn tanky, and I mean, this Ballista combination, we're getting to the point where it doesn't mean that much. 4 items now on top of the Xayah. The Istanbul Wildcats, they're turning the gears. They're feeling it a bit more for themselves.
And SK Prime don't really know what they're supposed to be doing. 3 members top as Prime is going for the hook in mid. Kadui's trying to pull him out of the safety. It feels like Istanbul Wildcats are slowly but surely taking over everything, and SK Prime are kind of scratching their heads going, what the hell are we supposed to do?
And I think you can really see that with that last kind of attempt at the Ballista under that turret, try and play around that Everfrost, because that's your combo, and if that's not working, you need to go to plan B. Your plan B can't really involve the Ahri because you've gone for the setup build. Again, all around Prime, who's trying to carry from that support. What happens when plan A fails? SK Prime, they're searching for answers now.
But they keep trying to shadow Febby into the top lane. Febby hasn't mana, now has to reset, and Dragon's in 15 seconds.
Gen X doesn't have TP.
They are nowhere near this. Kadui hits level 16, not really going to mean a huge amount in this, but now they have to TP in. They're going to have to try and brute force their way through mid lane to answer, and again, they don't have a tank here. Gen X is in top side, and you've got Elramir with a Maokai.
You're preying on a hook right now from Prime. You're looking to see if you can maybe make something happen, some kind of miracle, but they will shred this Elder Dragon so damn quickly with the Cassiopeia and the Xayah. You gotta go now. You cannot let this game go away from you. They're gonna see them go into the fight, but they're not gonna be able to get away from it. That's gonna be Istanbul Wildcats securing it. The Fiora is able to take out that fight on the top side, and it looks like SK Prime have bitten off more than they can chew. Bao bided his time, and Bao picks up everything. Istanbul Wildcats will be going to match point.
Game 1, maybe just a blip on the radar for the rampant TCL team. They're made to work for it, but if they close this out, it is a very sought victory on a red side game.
SK Prime will be very let down with this one, though. The game was theirs. One mistake, and Istanbul Wildcats bring it back. Elder Dragon is there, and they want to end it all.
You can't fight against the Elder Dragon. It's just too damn powerful, but you got to go for something. The final fight as they look to try and defend their Nexus turret. They're going to try and see if they can take out Bao, but you can see the wings of the Elder Dragon just too damn strong. Kofta moving himself back and trying to move back into this fight. There's no more wave. They're trying to tank this one up. Destroy will go down. Bao, not the one to be get caught out, and everyone backs away, but the base is in tatters.
Those are some key resets from Featherven, and the remaining surviving members of the Wildcats do not feel bold enough to stay in the base. They realize there's another ult charge, another flash to be used from Featherven, and they managed to buy themselves to SK Prime just a slim lifeline in this game.
I cannot believe that they managed to hold this. Again, no Scion, no front line, no way for Lurks to get in the pit. And the second you pick up that Elder Dragon, they turn on to Kadui, who way over positioned, like tried to go for blue buff, ends up coming in a complete wrong angle to everyone. And then Istanbul Wildcats with Bow step up massively, now pushing in. I am shocked that they managed to hold this. I thought you just have Destroy come across, they move as one unit, and just make sure that you can't really do anything here. But without the Baron buff left, somehow Gen X and Febby managed to clear out this wave.
I think a lot of it's actually down to a little bit of that Chemtech Dragon helps them buy just those extra few seconds. Most of the time, actually, they're not stood beneath that point, but
great knockup there by
just
Prime.
able to kite it out. Great knockup as well. Means that it's just enough to clear that wave.
Yeah, it was actually Gen X. Gives his life, but manages to get rid of the wave. Massive play from Gen X to actually get that wave cleared out, because if that survived, that would have been the end of the game. And now SK Prime, they still have a little bit more time left before this Elder Dragon burns out. 10 seconds, but they're in front of their base. They should be fine.
A little bit of a fog of war play. Here we go. They're going to look for it. 2 seconds till the Elder Dragon is gone. They're going to try and jump onto Kofta and burn him out, but it's Elmir who gets to tank this one up. The Fiora's not here, and you've had to pop the Kindred ultimate to keep the Scion alive. They're going to be able to pushing these super minions, and the Scion has gone down. They haven't been able to kill anybody here. You looked for a 5v4 and you got nothing.
You have the Radiant Virtue on the Maokai, so when he's in... Oh, wait, the hook! Onto Kofta.
They're going to have to look for this one here. They have to go defend the base because the Fiora's going to end the game.
Kadui's grounded.
Kadui's grounded. He can't look for this one here. The feathers will fly. They're going to see Prime looking in to try and defend his team, but he just can't do it. The Fiora looking to end it all before the rest of the team pushes in. And it is going to be the Istanbul Wildcats going within one match point. As I say that, you can see there's a decent damage from Lork. He's going in. It's so close. Another base defense. Can they make it happen? They need the Callista. They haven't got the damage. There's no way. And they've saved it. Kadui with the Quadrantil!
Save the game, not once, but twice. A teleported to
They have to end.
But they have to end now. It is so unlikely that they can come back so many times.
They can't. There's creeps everywhere. There's creeps under the base. The creeps are on the... Someone needs to go back. Kadui's not paying attention. He's on the super minions that are there, but the regular minions, they're pushing into the base. Can Kadui try and hold off? Does have the Ruin's Hurricane, which can help. Gen X is here, so they won't go for the end. They will turn back. Very close call from XK Prime, but their base is in shatters. Every inhibitor is down. Double minions are going to be moving into the base. And you have TPs on Kofta, on Destroy, and a handful of hits that are there.
You've got Hullbreaker as well. You have teleports, you have Hullbreakers, and there's basically
TPs.
0 HP left on the Nexus. They're leaving their base. They don't know.
They don't know just yet. You can see Prime. Prime knows. Prime knows. So no,
The Sweeper
didn't see it. Oh, Prime. Oh, my sweet summer child. You have no idea. They're going to leave the base, and as soon as they're spotted on any wave, they're going to TP in. That's got to be it.
You can see it there. Prime.
They're pinging.
Spotted
They're
inside.
pinging.
The double pings are down. They're waiting for the Ari to leave as well. They think the base is safe. No, the only person.
There it is! Double TP coming in. They're going to have to try and stop this one here, but they waited just a little bit too long. And that's it. The back door. They only needed the one TP. But what a way to bring us on the match point.
It was feeling a bit inevitable at the end of that when you got nothing left in the base but stall points for Istanbul Wildcats, managing to get both of those wards in place, and the TP comes through to finish off nice and easy.
That's got to be pretty heartbreaking, though, for the Prime League representatives. You know, we talked about how much this series means to both teams. For the TCL, it is a chance to solidify yourself at the top of the ERL hierarchy. For Prime League, it's getting to reclaim part of that because you've spent years now waiting for these kinds of results. Games like that, they stick in your craw all the more.
And I think it's kind of a showcase of some of the issues with SK Prime. Again, the Kindred looks fantastic from the get-go, but disjointed team fights mean that Lurks isn't really in a position to work with Febby. They try to find these picks, but they're not quite working out for them. And that one play at Baron just completely broke this game open.
And this is the thing, that one play at Baron that they went for, they overcommitted for, and it meant that all of a sudden you could see the dominoes just falling, the snowball getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I gotta give massive props to Bao because he never panicked, he never gave himself a position to kind of screw himself or his team over, because he just said, no, it's fine, I'm scaling, I've got the Xayah, I can keep myself alive. Sure, it wasn't the most perfect game coming out from Istanbul Wildcats, but they never really panicked.
I think as well, it was just the way that they tried to play so heavily around these Kindred ultimates, but they never really gave themselves the opportunity to set up. It's either a case of look for the pick 30 seconds before the dragon spawns, not 10 seconds after it spawned, right? And I think that's where the big issue started to really come through.
Yeah, it really was. Well, SK Prime are going to be kicking themselves, but Istanbul are very happy. They will go into the break with a 2-1 advantage, and we'll see if they can end it in 4. We'll see after this.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna go war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might
Platinum, we target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. This ain't a game, you get forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get coffee. Starving, the whole the team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They block it, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
And welcome back to this side of the studio for the EMEA Masters semifinals. The first one, the Wildcats get 2 match points here. And that was a crazy game, if I may say. I think it's an understatement here, Chamara.
We've had another incident at the Nexus.
Another one.
It's like, I don't think I've seen a tournament with so many like failed end games.
Just hit the Nexus.
Just hit the Nexus, man. It's not that hard. Hit the Nexus next time.
Nexus incident, Chemtech incident also.
Well, okay, I don't know why you guys are Chemtech haters here. You were a Cloud Soul lover last season. I don't know what's up with that.
I won't hear it. I won't hear it. Chemtech Soul, it's the worst one.
I was honestly sweating. I was seeing Bao like farming CS at the very end, and I'm like, it's 2 auto attacks from dying. Just kill the Nexus.
Let's review how we got there. Go step by step by SK Prime's early game, if I may say. Good situation, but it's constantly the same issues of objective control and how to play around this.
It feels like it's too lazy when it comes to setting down their vision. Bot lane wave is not even pushed. Mid lane wave is barely shoved. and they just enter a fog of war where they have no idea where their opponents are coming from. And this is extremely problematic because, again, we're saying that SK Prime play through one wave, then they funnel all into the pit versus Cassiopeia and Xayah. This is extremely lethal, especially when Xayah was able to spread the feathers throughout this pit. But this is something that keeps on reoccurring because it wasn't just the Dragon. Yes, the Dragon went south, triple kill for the Xayah, but they bounced back.
Exactly.
They had Prime again with the Blitzcrank hooks, getting the pressure, but this happens again. This from the very beginning, Febby tries to push down mid lane, but he gets flanked by Fiora. Top lane is not even shoved in on the wave. So again, they're turning in to do that objective completely blind with no setup and get punished.
Yeah, you know, it's frustrating to watch sometimes because even in the first move there, actually, in the first part of that B-roll, they technically have numbers advantage, but like when you think about how geography works on League of Legends, if you don't immediately kill the two that you have numbers advantage on, it's a 4v4, and then it's a 4v4 on two separate fronts where you have to pick and choose a fight. And in that kind of instance where, you know, you're trying to make the first pounce on a target, and that doesn't work, the fight becomes scrappy, you saw it there, they then have to make the decision to go towards that pit, and you're never gonna walk out of a pit when you're just getting shot in a barrel by Cassio and Xayah of all champions.
It's mostly a matter of how they place and how they execute the composition in these specific settings, because when you look at the rest of it, and here I want to point all attention on Prime and his Blitzcrank, who found the perfect hooks every time and created every good opportunity for his team trouble.
I mean, honestly, the dude was everywhere.
Yep.
Every time somebody stepped into his bot lane, hook. Every time Maokai would try to gank,
he's there.
Dead. He's there.
You open the fridge, he's there.
I feel like that mid lane hook was very creative as well. It's kind of like the Thresh Blitzcrank that we see a lot in solo queue as well. You pull in your Blitzcrank further behind, but it was only the Fiora. So the Fiora flashes through, gets out, has riposte as well. One of the more durable champions on the Wildcats roster right there. And then again, Disaster, you have to walk blind into the objective. Yes, you have a hook, but it doesn't necessarily matter because the objective Wildcats came for, they finished, and then they take another kill.
Yeah, I think it's the instance where Blitzcrank is the kind of champion that really does just break a game, right?
Yeah.
He's a game-breaking champion because all he has to do is hit a hook and then that's it. Like, you're either getting summoners or you're getting a kill in most instances. I feel like Prime was doing that very consistently throughout the game. And then as soon as all of a sudden, you know, it's Wildcats who have control of the map, Wildcats who have control of the vision, that does get shut down and that starts to feel bad. But I think definitely Prime is the reason why SK Prime got to the point where they were on the map, because it was just hook after hook after hook.
Absolutely, and stayed alive, and as you said, were able to contest vision and get the map control that they wanted to have. But at the end of the day, we've been criticizing SK for the few slip-ups in how to control objectives and how to execute their compositions maybe, but props to the Wildcats to seize these opportunities every time and turn the game to their advantage.
Again, it comes down to Wildcats' patience. They know how to play a front-to-back game. There were a lot of mistakes, don't get me wrong. Bao misstepping, not using his flash, Maokai getting caught. There were a ton of mistakes from Wildcats. But after this happened and the triple kill incident on the Xayah, they pulled in the brakes. Of course, that's another incident right here where Xayah is kind of like buffing the CS numbers instead of killing the Nexus.
I think Bao was trying to lifesteal up, but like, do you know what situation
was one
you wouldn't
auto-attack, man.
need to lifesteal up in when you actually end the game? And then
Yeah,
the Nexus
right.
is dead. So,
Health doesn't matter.
bit of an incident, and yeah, unfortunately these walls don't get cleared. We see in the extended, eventually the double TP does come in. I will say though, I think this is, for me, we said it as we came in.
Oh, no.
It's SK Prime, they've been claimed by the Chemtech soul here, IMO. There is obviously a lot of there's a lot of execution thresholds which haven't necessarily been met also. But I just feel like against this kind of composition, with the one that you have, you have to end the game like super fast. Otherwise,
6K?
I'm getting a headache watching this gold graph.
So where I come from, this is just every day. This is LPL gold rough, so I'm used to it. I won't get a headache, thankfully. But I will just have to say, yeah, for Wildcats, this is just a turn and burn, front to back composition.
Yeah.
And if SK aren't ending the game, you see the kind of thing that can happen here.
It's not 46K, it's 48K on the Xayah. And just to make sure
Not
that
bad.
people know I'm a believer, I turned around at the very early game when Bao died, when Maokai gets caught and he dies as well, and I said, Bao is gonna carry this game. And he damn well did. What a crazy, insane performance. And again, Xayah, such a key piece, not only for the Unicorns of Law versus Movistar, but here again for Wildcats versus SK Prime. And what a monumental timing for the TCL to push down the gas and actually try to get into these finals for the very first time.
For the very first time. We'll talk about the TCL and their journey a bit later, but first I want to attract attention on the draft here because so far Kalista was banned. Blitzcrank is not a champion that I was expecting to see in this moment, in this setting. I think it made sense. The Kindred as well being picked on the side of Escape Prime. What did you think of their approach here on the game 3?
I liked it. I think it's a bit of a curveball comparatively to what we've seen so far in the series. I think this is what I actually wanted to see SK Prime potentially come out and challenge the Wildcats with anyway, because we kind of came in with the expectation of Bao can be this, this carry later on in the game, but a lot of the times, sure, in the early game he might be getting some resources at best, but it's normally about the mid jungle and support, and that often leaves Bao on a soft island where maybe these 2v2 champions like the Kalista and Blitzcrank can come in and actually try and abuse the fact that Bao's on his own. In this instance, the 2v2 was quite back and forth. Yes, we saw a couple of occasions where it actually just went the Xayah's way, but I think this is the kind of lane where you wanted to push the issue, and it did. It secured a lot of the early dragons for the side of SK Prime. They were able to snowball an objective lead. It just unfortunately didn't end up being a game-end lead by the time they hit the 8K mark.
Which can be a huge momentum shift here, Trouble. Losing this way in a composition like this with key picks. I know that Prime likes his Blitzcrank. Losing
loves
like
his
this
Kindred as well.
He loves his Kindred as well, losing like this to the Nexus. Focusing on to the next game, who might be the last for them if they don't bounce back. How do you approach next game on a psychological perspective?
I think you pull off a complete Mad Lions. Backs against the wall, comfort picks. You pick your best champion, the one you feel most comfortable in. Again, MSI semifinalist, World semifinalist, Genex in the LEC, Lurx in the LEC, Prime for almost 8 years in the scene, Kedui top 2 in every ERO he's played in for the past four splits. These guys have the experience and they have the hands. Yes, mental might be a little bit booming because your back's against the wall. So again, go towards your comfort. Try to maybe pull a Wukong back out. If Wildcats don't want to ban it out, if they feel like Blitzcrank is more of a threat, if they feel Kalista is more of a threat because they work for Prime, SK Prime in the early game. So yeah, try to get your Aries, try to get your Wukongs. We saw that SK Prime really prioritized their Ahri over the Wukong in this particular draft. So comfort overall, and I'm pretty sure that mechanically, these players have more than what it takes.
And I'll toss in one extra coin on top of that as well. Curve picks, like curveball picks. Genex apparently has curveball picks ready.
We haven't seen any.
We haven't seen any, plain and simple. So try and throw Destroy off as well. Yes, we know Bao just had like a 50k almost game damage. Sure. Play from the top side with something where you can actually control these team fights later on and see if you can actually, put Destroy in a position where he feels uncomfortable inside the laning phase, and that can be a facet where you get to shut that down, and you should have an advantage up there instead of just kind of maybe soft losing across the map.
So the approach is set for now. We have a lot more to say about the TCL, about the Wildcats and their amazing journey here, and how to approach what could be their way of reaching finals. In just a moment, we are experiencing a bit of a delay. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes with more content and more EMEA Masters. Stay tuned.
Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Yeah, you know I don't really do this too often. I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, we don't say shit. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. She see me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I mind, like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. It's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the glow. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry load the team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they MVP just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine. I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say shit. We about action, we don't say shit. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah. When I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and the rest is on chill. Yeah, tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' shots fired, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, make it run, run, make it run. Make it run, make it run, run, make it run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might plotting on me, target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah. Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. You say the game, you can
Welcome back, one and all, to the EMEA Masters semi-finals. We do have a slight update for you. We did take a slightly longer break because an exploitation of a bug from Istanbul Wildcats, despite having received specific notice from league officials beforehand not to do, they did do it, unfortunately. So the Istanbul Wildcats lose the Phase 2 bans in this coming up phase. It's unfortunate, and it does open up a hell of a lot of possibilities now. And, obviously it wasn't game impacting enough for them to kind of, obviously replay the whole thing, but it's still massive coming into game number 4.
And I think particularly now that we're going to have Wildcats likely going to be going over to red side, because I would imagine that on a loss, you choose blue side again. It means that when you come around to those second round of picks, there's less ability to cut out something like a good matchup top lane or something.
And that's, I think, who's the big winner here. I think Genax, like the fact he can probably get his hands on the sign in that second rotation now, makes things a hell of a lot easier. So I really do think this opens up a lot of opportunities now for just Genax to be in a significantly stronger position when it comes to that champ pool.
Yeah, and of course, an update on our end, of course. Not going to have the super fancy lower third picks and bans. Unfortunately, that technology has failed us today a little bit. Look, it's the nature of a live broadcast. These things happen, but we will have picks and bans. It is the Dagatron. You know what? You're dead right. Yep. Look it up. Look up the LPL lore.
With that. We're gonna have Prime versus Dagatron, and I know who wins in those stories. Just saying.
I like this new bootleg Transformers we're building.
In the support versus support matchup, Prime probably has me beat up.
Don't put yourself so down. I've seen you play some Rakan. You're decent.
My only knowledge of this stuff is basically from the Michael Bay movies, and which is pretty not great. I can't remember most of the characters.
There'll be like at least 15 explosions in the first 2 minutes of lane phase.
That sounds great. Can we get that in the next game?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bit of a Transformers nerd. So I remember the original cartoon, the comics, the whole shebang, even the new Netflix cartoons and stuff like that. You're right on the right tracks, though. The Michael Bay movies, they're not great, but they're really fun. They're really fun, and they're very kind of just exploding and fun. But anyway, back into the game. We went on a bit too much of a side quest there for a second. Coming into this one here, we obviously got the Istanbul Wildcats 2-1 up in this series, but this is a massive now opportunity here for SK Prime to try and strike the best. Like you mentioned, not getting those bans extra into Genax could be huge.
Even just mentally, like having maybe that little bit of an extra boon, because that last game is a toughie. So having a little bit more time to get yourself settled. Now hearing that, okay, maybe we can actually get ourselves a little bit of an advantage here. That's got to be so big for SK Prime, because after that last game, I genuinely thought that could be the one that breaks the camel's back. The fact that you were so close to having full control of that game, and you lose Baron and Elder Dragon within a 3-minute period because of one mess up.
Yeah, particularly when you can kind of see that Prime League dream just slipping a little bit, because Prime League's got 2 teams in these semi-finals. Got to keep reminding that, because it's such a big change. Last year it felt like Prime League, who used to consistently produce semi-finals, produced a victory, of course, in 2019 summer as well. Felt like they'd found themselves a golden split yet again, but one game closer to the brink. They're going to have to find their way back.
And I think it's been really interesting to see how we've kind of had these ebbs and flows over the course of EMEA Master history of, we saw the LVP in the rise of the Spanish League. Then it was the French League that started to come into dominance. Now in a semi-final without a single French representative, is it the DACH region's time to rise, or have the new members of the TCL finally put a lock on the EMEA Masters?
We have Lore. She's an LFL representative.
Here, look, if we're going to go down that route, we don't have a leg to stand on.
No, we don't. We really don't.
We're an NLC party over here.
Just about as well. I don't think me and Dagda have had a representative from the NLC that we would consider in a very,
once
very
it
long
became
time.
the NLC.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Way back when the UKLC and even beyond. But coming back into this one here, of course, just going to see the first few bands coming in. The Gragas, the Jace, and now the Thresh band away. This could be a little bit of adaptation they're looking at to try and make sure they get the most out of the second phase.
Yeah, trying to see now what that first pick is going to be. Are we going to go back to something like a Jinx meta? It was passed up a little bit in this series with the Wukong Gong as well. Maybe there's the chance of a stronger jungle matchup being put through. Last game, of course, it was the Ahri first pick, which is then linked up with the with their jungler, the Kindred, right after.
Wow. I mean, this is, if they do go for the Sion, going to be quite surprising. I don't think you want to just immediately lock that in. It is going to be the Ahri for Feb in here. And now the question is, with that Thresh ban, are you comfortable enough to go back towards the Jinx? Or, again, do you just fall back to the Xayah? It's been very strong. Every single game we've seen it from Bao has really good control, makes it kind of difficult for Kadui to go for that Xayah, or the Zeri as well. We'll have to look and see, and it looks like it will be that Xayah on the first rotation.
So reminder again, second round bans are not going to be present from the Wildcats. Last time, with a similar draft with the Ahri first pick, it was followed up with the Sion being picked up in the second rotation, and then the Kalista. Now, if that were to happen again, you don't have your second round bans to ban away Renata, to ban away something like the Jarvan, which were very, very good, of course, into the Xayah, as Ashin pointed out last Champions League, but also incredibly good as a kill lane to snowball the game.
And I think this is where you're going to have to see kind of more presence here from SK Prime to go, okay, well, like, now that we know that there's no bans, we can kind of go a little bit more aggressive. Seeing the Jinx, though, is a bit of a surprise. Kadui, as we said, hasn't played this at all in EMEA Masters, has 3 games back in the DOC region on it. He's 1 and 2 on that champion, and something that we'll have to see if he can have that pop-off performance. But without the Thresh there, what do they decide to pair it with in that bot lane?
Well, looks like they're going straight for the Jarvan. It could be a Jarvan Jinx in that bot side, like you mentioned earlier. Could also be Lorax on that Jarvan in the jungle. So a little bit of a flex now coming into this at the end of this first round of picks.
Yeah, and Lorax has typically been more comfortable, more successful on great engaged go button champions from the jungle. Last game, of course, it was kind of switch off with kind of Lorax not having the go button, but then the Kalista ult of Kedui adding that back into the equation.
I think a lot of this as well is to keep that flexibility open. If Destroy goes for a Kennen, GenX then takes the Jarvan to the top side. You can have that Summon Aerie, Emax, Jarvan into that matchup. On the upside, though, Tristana immediately taken here for Kofta. Very good matchup into the Ahri. You get a ton of push. You can actually then play in towards team fights very aggressively, and even just the opportunity then to try and play for some of these early dragons off that push in mid and bot is going to be very important here for Istanbul Wildcats.
Yeah, so obviously immediate difference from that last game. Tristana can get push into that Ahri, and it kind of changes the way some of the skill orders you have on Ahri as well. At some point, you kind of need Charm leveled up early to stop the jump on top of your head. You can cancel out that jump. If you stand away from the mini wave and you kind of predict that jump coming in, it's fairly easy to stop the Tristana jumping on you, but you lose wave push if you level up your Charm on level 2 instead of either your Q or your W if you started off with that Q level 1. So Kofta, a bit more agency in early game.
Again, no bans coming through here for Istanbul Wildcats because of the bug exploitation, so we are going to just wait until this timer goes down. I think the question mark, though, is, okay, with the Gwen ban, do we see a Kennen ban? Are we eyeing up the Sion again for GenX? I mean, this would definitely be a composition that works very, very well with the Sion, having that hyper carrying the Jinx in the back line. And then I think you just go for something like the Tahm Kench. Just say, hey, look, Prime, you have been fantastic. Do not get me wrong. The engages that you had have been absolutely spectacular. But I think you got to take one for the team here. And we just go, we are playing for late game team fights. Let's put that pressure onto Istanbul Wildcats.
Romo going to be taken away here as they look to try and just kind of keep pinching Destroy off in that top side. GenX kind of leaning a lot more into those tank matchups, or at least weak side matchups, pretty much exclusively throughout this entire game. Did have that one Kennen game, or sorry, 2 Kennen games at the start, but after that was discovered and figured out, as you mentioned, haven't really been seeing it since.
So now Engage kind of locked in for Paris on the bot side. Very big comfort champion for the Wildcat support, allows him to roam out, get impact on the game very, very early. And now also gives you that counter pick for that top lane Destroy. We're still expecting that tank matchup from GenX coming through. There is the chance you lock in the Cannon blind instead. Renata, of course, that was banned away in that last game. Jinx Renata, very, very good at hyper carrying, very good at counter engaging. When you have 280 carries on the other side, that ult hits the Tristana or the Xayah, they start using those very powerful auto attacks in their own team.
And the Renata can do quite well into the Nautilus as well, where you're able to get the handshake to interrupt the hook as well. So I think a lot of this is going to be on Prime to see what he can do. And again, as Nymera was just saying, the counter engage that you get is absolutely fantastic. Istanbul Wildcats, though, will it just be the Kennen in that top side? Are you just going to try and find some other carry for Destroy? Looks like Kennen will be the call.
Now, globally, we've seen Kennen struggle into Sion. When Destroy has struggled in individual matchups, it has affected his team. Game 1 of this series did feel like GenX and Lurox had the better end of things compared to their counterparts. Kennen does have some build diversity. You can go towards something like a Riftmaker or something like a Heartsteel even. We've seen that particularly in the PCS and the VCS globally. But Destroy still has the chance to maybe shut down everyone else but the Sion if he goes towards the AP teamfight build.
Well, the teams are locked. Istanbul Wildcats have themselves a pretty explosive mid lane combination. You jump in with the tree and the Tristana, you can get a hell of a lot of damage down very, very quickly, and it will need a lot of respect coming out here from SK Prime. After coming off of that loss, they are going to be looking at trying to just rewrite how they come into this one here, because again, they were in total control of game 3. Realistically, they should be 2-1 up. They got to find themselves something in the back pocket to make this one work.
I think a lot of the problems, though, that SK Prime had in game number 2, we're going to see here again. Istanbul Wildcats pushing mid, pushing bot. They were able to shut down the opportunity for Prime to roam, shut down Febby. And even though Febby's back on the Ahri, I just don't know how much control they're going to have against this Tristan in the mid lane. It feels like this could be the one where Istanbul Wildcats can put that nail into the SK Prime coffin.
I'll have to wait and see. The last representative from the TCL, the #1 seed coming in, seeing if they can maybe make this one a rush to the finals on their debut in this tournament. SK Prime, they don't want to be the first DACH region to get knocked out. They want to try and put down a marker that the Prime League is back. But they have to get themselves up to a 2-2 scoreline.
Great that you mentioned how the regions have been doing as well, because of course, TCL coming in with a bit of a target on their backs, coming in with a lot of fanfare, a lot of expectations on them. They lost the team in play, and Supermassive bowed out at that point. They lost the team in groups. Foot bowed out there. I think particularly with the high expectations for the region, they would be looking at no less than finals for themselves.
And the question is, will SK Prime bow out, or will Bell be able to take them out at all? Because this guy's been absolutely fantastic in this series thus far. Starting off with the Cull, I like this into the Jinx matchup specifically because you just get to continually, like, very quickly pick up a lot of these early gold and then continue forward. And a lot of the times we'll see Jinx where she wants to try and like push wave, especially in the range matchup, reset on that third wave, and then be able to get a call for herself. So kind of calling out this at the moment, as Bell wants to see if he can at least keep toe-to-toe with the Jinx scaling.
Well, Destroy will get an early ward down. This is something that the Istanbul Wildcats have done pretty much consistently in terms of the early jungle pathing. Lurox has not been allowed to be a jungler in peace for the first few camps.
Quick note as well, it's going to be the Conqueror over on Destroy. Sometimes we see that Airy for more early lane bullying. The Conqueror allows you to take much longer trades, which sometimes the Scion ends up winning because it's a Scion, especially when you get something like that Sunfire Cape. If he does go towards that, large amounts of extended damage.
And Oshin, I'm not going to be jealous of you in this game because I'm seeing a Summoner Spell on Genax. I'm seeing the Summoner Spell book on Febby. You have a lot of different Summoner Spells that you're going to have to try and keep track of in these fights, especially when it gets towards these dragons with things like the Smites. It's going to be a very interesting game to see how this one pans out.
3600 Smite, baby. That's what we want to be seeing. That's the new definition of burst coming out here.
Only if you had the Callista.
Oh, with the Ren. It'd be like a 6,000. Oh my god, it'd be insane.
I personally would love them all to take Ignite and just see how much damage you could do with those Ignites on your team. Sadly, Prime didn't take one themselves. We're not going to get ourselves a bonfire party with that one. Might see ourselves some early fanfare there around these early pushing lanes and these solo lanes, though, which are doing fairly well in the first few levels for the Wildcats.
Try to see if there's any kind of shenanigans. Again, not expecting much in the early game. Both these teams have shown they are just happy to let things go, unless you got something like a Jarvan. And look, I'm just going to say, I've heard it from many different analysts. If you got a Jarvan, you got to be ganking. That's kind of what this champion does. He is so efficient with his Q and E combination that you have to make sure that you're coming out on top of these early skirmishes.
I still think you'll be able to get a lot of value in these team fights as well. Obviously, one of the big things about Zaya is that she has that ultimate, the Storm, to be able to avoid a lot of the engage that SK Prime are going for, but it doesn't matter. Once you're in the Cataclysm, you're stuck in there regardless, which is kind of hilarious because you're so far up in the air, but you don't get to go over the wall.
Z-axis.
Yeah, but it does mean that's a little bit difficult then for Bao to play these fights. If he takes a step forward, you'll have Febby and Lurox immediately trying to get in on top of him.
Level 3 hit by SK Prime spot lane, but speaking of that Jarvan, actually before the Ahri Vi combination really rose to prominence last year, Ahri Jarvan was actually pretty okay when Jarvan was a little bit more meta, despite Ahri not necessarily being so herself, because Jarvan engages from a very long distance away. Ahri can still follow up with that, so Lurox going to have some extra play patterns to go towards. But you're absolutely right, Ashin, you would like to get the ball rolling, particularly when these early pushing lanes maybe overextend and give Lurox an option.
Will be spotted there. There was a little ward that on that lane brush, but sorry, river brush, but it is going to be Lurox kind of just recognizing, look, I'm stronger than the Maokai, I can bully him out a little bit. And honestly, I don't even think now that he knows it's been spotted, he doesn't need to be sneaky here. He literally just go through mid and get the top side scuttle as well.
Just have to be careful though. Destroy does have push there, and I know the Kofta won't really be in a position to try and help out here as the bounce back off of the third wave crash is starting to come through, but we'll have to see. Looks like Elramir happy enough to just give this one up for the moment and just go straight up towards his Krugs.
Okay, we're actually getting to a pretty important part of this mid lane mashup as well. So we're not going to be able to contest that. Go for a smite or something because we have the demon dematerializes here on the Ahri, getting to multiple ranks on that Q as well. Even though the Tristana very good at clearing out those waves, we will see the point now where Febby can pretty much just contest that push and at least stop Kafka being able to pin him to his own turret.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not having the last chapter early does make it a little bit difficult. Like, one of the big things in AD versus AP matchups is the fact that we just get to auto-attack, especially Tristana. Like,
cooldowns don't mean nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the worst thing playing as Yasuo on release, because it's like, wow, this guy has infinite wave clear and no mana to waste.
And I think that's where, once you get the last chapter, definitely you'll just be able to clear out these waves, continuously toss it a Q, you're fine. But at least for the moment, Kafka, as Febby starts to run out of mana, should have some help there.
Okay, so important moment here as well. I can see that Febby's clearing out this wave. Yes, Kafka can push this one in, but he has to then kind of be very careful with his lane management. You only have that one W. You can cancel it out with the charm. You can cancel it out with a flag and drag. That's why Paris has to walk up river as well. Make sure that there isn't a play coming through. And one thing that we did say at the start of the day, Wildcats jungle mid support. Pretty good at being on the same page early on.
Spotted out though, so good roam up there by Prime, making sure that his mid lane wasn't going to get ganked.
Yeah, they really want to try and go for the dragon here, get push in mid, lean that in, but here comes Prime.
Flashing, knock up, charm down. They're going to get all the single target CC, but he brings him over the wall. That's not what you want to be doing, and now you're going to get yourself away, but you're not going to get bailed out. First blood to Kofta and SK Prime. They had him and they let him get away.
He sent them over the wall. Febby, all you had to do was just stand still, and you would have been fine. Even just jump back into your own squad, but trying to set up for the next play actually gives Elramir the escape, and he didn't even have to flash.
No.
Feverin didn't even have time to switch over to the Ignite either before that play. You got first item tier 2 boots, and it's not like you got pen boots, it's not like you're building a damage at that point. Missing out on an important spike in power. Jarvan wants to gank early.
Oh, speaking of a little bit of damage being traded back here, and Genex might be forced to lose his flash if he's not too careful. One or two more Qs would be detrimental to the Scion, but I mean, you gain the flash out of the Kennen, but let's have a look at this one here, because again, it's just a little bit of panic.
And I do understand trying to go towards the early punch. Marco is not particularly tanky in the early stages of the game. The one thing which I can say here for Febby and his defense is maybe because you can lose vision with the Ariel and it doesn't go off, maybe think, oh, I'll second guess it, I'll do the mind game, I'll get over the wall and get the reset, but he doesn't have enough damage, completely misjudges it.
It's also the fact that he just launches himself into Kofta, who's like, awesome, yeah, I'll take a kill. This sounds great. And now Febby going to be moving back in towards the mid lane. Again, good dragon control here for SK Prime at least, but we'll have to see if they can try and right the ship now a little bit when it comes towards these early plays.
So, just one last little bit on that before we move on to other things, but actually...
He's already dead.
This is outside. This is outside.
I don't know if you're thinking of some kind of Ahri expert here, all right? Like,
because what happens is he holds himself to high standards. Those standards for Genex starting to drop a little bit lower. No ult.
He's got no ult. He does have flash. He has an ignite, but it ain't gonna do squat for him. He drops it in on the Kofta, who picks up another one, and this is now getting to a point where this Tristana is getting a little bit accelerated.
It's not only just the fact that you have the Tristana accelerated, the Kennen is as well. Elramir up here.
There's an ignite here. There's a chance if they'll...
so hard. Kofta's still on his wings, but yeah, as you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. And now you get the turret plates here for Destroy as well, so he's going to be in a great spot because Febby roamed. He doesn't get to punish mid. He also doesn't get to lean down into a very overextended bot side because of where the lane is at the moment. So just several things compounding now for SK Prime. Now Lurox is again using the fact that, hey, look, Istanbul Wildcats have to reset off these plays. I'll try and look for the objective, and we'll give a bit of go back. But again, it's just cleaning up this early stage for SK Prime needs to happen.
Ultimate hit by the Maokai could be important around the next play of the game. He's stuck here alone in River right now, maybe waiting on Paris to reach up. Don't think the timing's going to be great for them.
They're going to get the Rift Herald, but are they going to be able to get out? That is the question. Flash hook in on top of Fabibin, who's trying to see if he can run away, but you just can't. Resets for Kofta. Lorax gets himself out. You trade one kill for the Rift Herald, but that Rift Herald's kind of it's like an investment in a company. It may go up, but it also may go down. Oh, we're going to see the Slicing Maelstrom used here on the top side. Destroy does not have flash, will get knocked up as well. Cataclysm down, and they dunk in on top of him. We are going to see Elramir looking for a flash over. They're looking to try and make this one work. They're trying to see if they can trade this one back. They'll hook him in, and Kofta's there to take it all back. It is a trade here at the start of this play, but Genex cannot fight up against this Tristana. She's getting too big, too fast.
very strange committal to that play after the cannon was already dead. I get that it's a 1-for-1. I think the bonus from that is that you stop the Herald being dropped as quickly. Of course, death time at this point in the game, not the largest thing. And in this fight, I thought the timing was going to be a bit off for the Wildcats, but Feb have been caught out of position, can't Spirit Rush his way to safety. They pick up one there. Is this fight afterwards, which I'm a little bit weirded out by, because that Herald, I don't know if it's worth denying it immediately from Wildcats.
It's also just because there was nobody there. Everyone had moved into the enemy jungle already to try and steal away some of the buffs, so he was giving a ton of control. And Elromir as well, just getting picked off immediately. Very, very strange. Now, looks like at least you will get some control of that top side. 4 kills onto Kofta is nothing to scoff at all. You'll have to see now if this Tristana can be the big carry in this game. Again, just push mid, roam sides.
Yeah, and particularly that gold on Kofta going to really bring you ahead of the curve of the game, particularly when you're into a sign. You want your carries to be ahead at that point. You're not going to have the luxury of itemizing towards one defensive stat for this sign. You're playing as double AD outside of your lane matchup, and that's something which is going to be very difficult for SK Prime to deal with. They only have the 1 damage loss themselves in the Jinx.
Again, Lorx trying to see if he can maybe funnel a bit of gold here into this Jinx, but I don't know if Akedo is going to be able to be in a position to kind of go for the Kofta moving down as well. Yeah, it's just too difficult. Yes, Lorx will get himself some gold, but 350 onto the Jarvan is not the most ideal situation, especially when you're starting to lose out on all these different positions on the map. I will say Forbidden is moving down, has flash, has ignite, goes in with a charm. Ooh. They get the handshake to stop the hook from hitting the wall. They're moving down on the bow, who is going to be able to use his ultimate to keep himself safe and clear the wave.
That was so close to Paris making it out of there, and it would have been an absolute disaster if he had for SK Prime. Kofta on the mid lane turret, he'd already moved back to mid, so Febby needed that play to work, and it does just about, but gives a lot more gold once more to Kofta. That's a what was it? He's 700 gold, I think he just made off the plays that he's been able to roam around for.
Oh, taking a bit of a movement here. They still have the Spirit Rush. Don't know if he does or doesn't. We'll see if they want to go for it. That is the question. There's going to be the jump after the Spirit Rush has been used. And yeah, Kofta kind of knew all the time he was pretty safe.
Yeah, doesn't have to blow the flash, doesn't have to blow the ult. Was fairly confident that he would end up surviving that. Even has the teleport to get back to lane. And you can see Febvin really trying to force the plays at this point. I think I understand why. You know, we have seen the game start to fall a little bit away from SK Prime from a couple of mistakes here and about. But even with the play working out bot lane, it's still 2,000 gold individually behind with a build which is not going to bring you that much damage.
That is the gold lead.
that is the gold lead. And it's quite scary at this point.
Yeah, that is a moment or two as we can see them now TPing back towards that mid lane. Has got the Kraken Slayer alongside his AD carry who's picked up a Gale Force. So I mean, these AD carries are online. You're going to pick up this second Drake. It's not going to be a Chem Soul, so it's going to be a valuable one regardless of how you look at it.
And that's the thing. It's so difficult now for SK Prime to try and contest this because, I mean, Kofta's huge, as you rightly pointed out, Bao having his mythic finish as well. 2 minutes now until the Herald. It feels like you should be able to put some decent control on the map now as Kofta as well, thanks to the fact that you just have the Kraken Slayer. A few pop shots of Febby is going to work wonders for you.
Did anyone else just see the jungle pet just like leapfrogging around the screen there?
Yeet!
It was like, go, Bulbasaur! Flies into the enemy roadmap. I think a sapling hit somewhere.
Zoomies are real.
The 7 a.m. Zoomies. Where are you? We go now! But I mean, look, it's Istanbul Wildcats kind of in control right now because you talked about having, you know, the control over the dragons. They've got their first one, which means there's no stacking here for SK Prime. It is a Cloud Soul, but you would love that kind of soul for something like the Kennen and the Maokai to get you in a better position. And these are things that are going to be, you know, again, hotly contested for SK Prime. They got to find a way in.
But this is the problem. SK Prime don't have those moments where they can really try and make it work. We talked about keeping Febby in check. Kofta, phenomenal job this game of actually being the one to roam, not giving Feb the opportunities, and on bot side you don't push, so you can't really get Prime unlocked. The one play they tried to make went sideways with Febby dying, and now Lurox, I don't know.
Oh, double knock up. They're going to use the Cataclysm. Kofta keeps his flash because he knows he doesn't have to use it. There's going to be a hostile takeover to try and get some more CC. They haven't burnt down anybody just yet, and everyone gets out scot-free.
That's heartbreaking. The Berserk actually sent Maokai back under the tower to safety, yeah. And it was just like, all right, cool, I'll take this one then. But nice job by SK Prime, right? They get a lot of those ultimates out of the way. They get the flash coming through from Elromir as well. Nice attempt at a pick, and that's exactly what they need to do if they want to try and slow down the pace of this game and get some control back.
And I'm not going to read into this too heavily, but, you know, thinking after that last game and how heartbreaking it was, I think SK Prime really needed a game to settle themselves again. It feels like they're snatching and grabbing a little bit too much. It feels like they're really trying to get these individual plays. They're not necessarily leading into big macro wins after that point. We can see that second Herald is spawning just now, and with SK Prime throwing all of those abilities out just beforehand, they don't have them to fight for that now.
Absolutely agree with you. I love that you bring that up as well. It's that you just use the Cataclysm, the hostile takeover, the Spirit Rush. Spirit Rush might be up just in fair time for it if they were to delay a little bit, but I mean, it's just such a difficult situation now for SK Prime to be in. So you can see already they don't, there's no real pressure here from Istanbul Wildcats. They can just send over Kofta, who is an AD carry in his own right, and just kind of say, yeah, cool, Bao, you can stay bot side, you soak up all that XP. He's 20 CS up. He's looking fantastic on his own. And this is the thing that makes the Istanbul Wildcats so scary, is that they can kind of shift their priorities to what they need to do in the moment in the game.
It's also just the fact they have so much control when it comes towards vision. Like, very well setting up vision everywhere that they want to try and move to. Makes it very difficult for any sort of contest to come through from SK Prime, especially as we start to move forward. You're going to have Destroy, who's going to be coming in on flanks, Elramir, who can set up with these big ultimates, and just buy so much space for this double AD carry comp to just rip you apart. Two item spikes here, once the Istanbul Wildcats hit it, and how quickly they're hitting them as well is going to make it so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and it feels like the next couple of fights of the game, that's where things start to go into real overdrive for Wildcats if they walk away, even with slim advantages. Getting themselves that Herald for that power play in mid, SK Prime, they're going to have to dig deep, use their veterancy, use their experience to try and settle the ship.
Well, surely we'll get to bop into that mid lane. Funny enough, actually, don't think it was needed because it looks like they were going to get the Demolish proc off of Kofta anyway, but the second charge will do another good job, and that's going to be an hour and a half of damage, minute 35 until the next dragon spawns. And what's all happening again? It's kind of where's the angle? You know, we talked about, you said it, Doug, in terms of champ select, it's going to be very similar issues for SK Prime comparatively to game number 2, where you're just kind of like figuring out how do you go about this? Where do you look to try and kind of find those answers or find those questions to throw at Istanbul Wildcats who have all the answers?
Especially now the mid lane turret's down, it opens up Kofta to just push mid, immediately try and rotate down towards the bot lane here. You just leave Destroy on his own, he'll be able to pick up this top lane without much of an issue. But if you can start then to crack up bot lane turret, put some pressure on Kadui, even look for a dive, that's where you're really going to see this game break open. Won't do it now for a little bit though. You have a minute until this next dragon, so it feels like focus will be on get mid control with Bao, and then see if you can start to continue the dragon stacking here for Istanbul Wildcats.
Obviously, it does feel like control of the game very much in favor of the Wildcats as it stands. They've got winning side lanes, they have winning everything, honestly, it feels like at this point. The real shining light, I think, it's probably going to be Lurox looking for one of those clutch critical engages, and engage over the wall on a patch of vision. Lurox, no stranger to sadly bowing out in this level of competition. Saw himself in a 5-game loss to Prime League rivals Unicorns, and with the Unicorns last split, lost to the Heretics in a 5-game series. They'd love to at least reach those 5 games. Lurox, he has the tools to maybe find the engage.
Just going to throw in his Q to see if he can poke down a little bit there on the Paris, but with the shielding coming out from the Nautilus, he should be relatively safe. And that's the thing now, you kind of have to fight at this. You don't really have a choice. They brought Gen X down. He's got an exhaust. There's actually 2 exhausts available here for SK Prime.
There he goes.
They're going to get the handshake, and that's Paris dead. You've had to use the Cataclysm, and that means it's not available for something like the Kennen or the Xayah. You have to make sure that Gen X doesn't go down here. That could be detrimental to your team. There's going to be the hostile takeover to try and separate everybody. They will get the ultimate out of the Scion as the Maokai goes down. Now you can see Bao getting exhausted, going to let the feathers go flying as he looks to try and turn this fight around. It looks like it's going to be SK Prime coming out of here with 2 clean kills, but they haven't taken the objective just yet.
Okay, just as we asked for it, Lurox does manage to find the pick. They did, however, have to use both of their spellbook exhausts onto Bao and not the Kennen, so that's not available for a flash ult from Destroy.
Prime has a 3rd one, though. That's the thing. Prime has a 3rd exhaust available in the back pocket. They can't exactly know who used what, but your health bars are already so low, and with the death timers being so short, you can't go for this fight.
There really are a lot of summons to keep track of.
There are.
It's a curse.
That's why I said I wasn't going to. Yeah. But it does mean, regardless, Elramir are going to be able to respawn, going to be able to move in towards this dragon, and it will still be Istanbul Wildcats. And honestly, props to SK Prime. They played that fight incredibly well. Lurox finding the quick pick onto Paris, flashes back out. They wait for the timers to come back. They go in again with Lurox, but unfortunately, just not confident with Destroy having flash up, of settling themselves in that pit, especially with how immobile some of this backline is.
I mean, it feels so awful as well for SK Prime. You got 2 kills and you lost a turret and a dragon after it. It just feels so bad. But again, look, it's a great way to kind of burst out Paris right straight off the fight.
It's pretty awkward to say, this is about best case scenario. They find themselves a quick pick. It's sadly not onto one of the big carries, but at least they get rid of some of that engaged stack, which would have made it much easier for Bao and Destroy to isolate out a single target and kill them beyond that point. SK Prime at least winning the fight, getting a 2 for none. I think that's better than what you could have expected for them from this Drake set.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate there with the Prime ultimate as well. The fact that you didn't manage to really connect on Istanbul Wildcats. I think you got baited a little bit by Elramir going in. Still though, SK Prime looking for another pick here.
I mean, this is kind of what they're reduced to for the moment until they can get Gen X to come back in with their team. You see, Elramir does have Flash and ultimate if they want to try and go for it, with his Aftershock, though, being procced with the Bramble Smash, makes himself very, very tanky in the short term.
But this is the thing, as long as they can just keep mid-push, keep top-push, and just start to fish for these picks, it's just about trying to keep Istanbul Wildcats honest. If they can't push forward, if they can't group up, well then you can slow down the pace of the game. Buy time for Kadui to get to that late point.
Oh, he's on a master tier flank, and he knows there's no vision on him whatsoever. Kedui maybe getting caught out here. They're going to try and jump in on top of him, but the trap's right in front of the gates. Does stop any more of a push forward there. I like the idea from Destroy, but I also like the fact that SK Prime did not blow any of their own summoners as well.
Discipline, name of the game in that one. Kedui, very important for him to keep those summoners available. It feels like he is really the damage source. He needs to be the one taking over these fights.
It does highlight a very big problem for SK Prime right now, though. They don't have a huge amount of vision control. The fact that Destroy was able to sneak his way in. You can see on top side as well, a huge amount of the vision does belong to the Istanbul Wildcats, and that's why at the moment, SK Prime not feeling very happy about trying to push in. Thank you, observers. You can see there, there's just not a huge amount that SK Prime have available.
Come in now, 21 minutes, we're just a little bit underneath it. We are starting to see second item completions. Kofta is huge right now. Bloodthirster finished up, going towards that. Lord Dominic's regards as well. Bao has his Navori Quick Blade, so he's putting out significant. And you have the Shadow Flame here for Destroy, so you're looking at significant damage coming out from all carries of Istanbul.
Yeah, particularly with Kofta picking up the Bloodthirster, it means that particularly when you've got the Everfrost Banshees version of the Aura, you don't have assassination threat there. They can't go out of your vision control either. Wildcats, they're bringing in SK Prime into their pit.
Yeah, Paris playing bouncer for the moment, but Bivin goes in and they want the fight. They don't want the Baron. There's nowhere for you to go, Lorax. You had to try and go for that check. You couldn't just let the Baron go, and now, without a jungler, I mean, SK Prime, they got to go for a fight.
They got to try something here. Gen X trying to see if he can get in position to cut Kofta off. He's so low. They want to try and get control of the pit. Bow! Knocked up.
He's knocked up, hit by a zap. Do they want to try and fully commit to this? The hook is good. They got Destroy on a flank, and he does just that. Kedui has nowhere to be except the grey screen. A Baron, a couple of kills, and Istanbul, they're just playing with their food.
For all the discipline we praise Kedui for, when Destroy looked for him in that mid lane, he doesn't get to use the flash at that point. The hook not reacted to, goes down. Baron buff claimed, and honestly, SK Prime against this Baron, this could be the end of their EMEA Masters run.
Paris sitting, waiting over the wings, seeing if maybe he could fish for a hook, but he's just going to back away. Baron nicely picked up by Istanbul Wildcats. Great call here just to realize how much they could do. Immediately turn on towards Lurox. No real vision there to spot out Paris. And then again, like, they're trying to move in here with Gen X to see if they can cut them out, separate them, but it means that Kadui doesn't really have a front line to destroy. Cops it immediately, goes in on towards the SK Prime AD carry.
See him.
Even just walks the whole way around.
Yeah.
The secret agent with the microphone catches him out again.
I mean, I thought it was going to be like a flash over. They don't quite see him when he gets right in the back line, but no, he literally just walked into it.
It feels like they're just using that hanging threat, saying, you have to contest this Baron, just in the way that Lurox had to walk into that river. It sucks, but you have to. Giving up that Baron, especially when you've got so many good sieges, so much ability to throw out a Maokai ult when these waves start crashing into the tower. That should be a death knell. SK Prime, they're up against it.
They are indeed, and Kofta just able to throw down so much damage here on nearly three items, I will say. He is just going to be able to shred through turrets. Jumps over as well. Never going to really be caught out by that with the buffer on the rocket jump. And now, I mean, what do? You've got mid lane being pushed in, top lane being pushed in, and you have to go as five. You cannot really function as a team unless you are five-man together.
Which means Destroy gets time alone with the top lane turret. Bao gets to shove in mid, and the second that Kofta realizes that you've tried to move to cover the top lane, but he's going to be able to get the bot lane turret in. SK Prime, it is very quickly falling apart, and they really don't look like they know how to try and slow it down.
It's going to be a slow, methodical way of just taking away all of these turrets, all of these outer structures. Dragon spawns, you take that too. You have a minute left on the Baron, which means you got to figure out when and where you're going for it. But I will say, And look, it's a very caster thing for me to do. It's not over
Do
till
the
it's
series
over.
on our hands? Oh.
No, we did that earlier.
Oh, sorry,
but the series might be over if we're not careful. But I have seen Jinxes do crazy things, if given the time of day. Now, I will say that it is a long shot. You are looking at a Hail Mary down your fourth quarter. You need 7 points, and you are throwing it 80 yards down the pitch for that to kind of work. It doesn't really work, and that's why it's called a Hail Mary, but it could.
Good. One of the things which tends to help with something like that is when you've got something like an Elder Dragon on the table, that's not the case. It's not like SK Prime can look for a miracle steal on one of those objectives. They're trying to go for a bit of a cross map, one of the few available to them. They've hardly been able to step outside their base, but Wildcats, they're there, ready to respond, even with the vision being claimed by SK Prime. They're not really able to capitalize, and here's the Kyle.
Kyle does get used. Lorax ends up hitting the ult twice, I believe, at the end of that. So we'll see if he's kind of doing anything there. They're trying to push them away, but again, it's just so difficult right now for SK Prime to get for anything. Even though they pushed everybody up the top side, they're going to try and do the exact same play this time, though. Paris has himself a stopwatch. He does not get hit by the ultimate off the Jinx at the end of it, and now they're kind of running away from this. Larks needs to stay alive. A flash from Kedawi as they try to push everyone into this hostile takeover. It will only land on the one, but the one is the one they got. Bao flashing forward, or ghosting forward, I should say, to try and get something, and now they can turn their sights back onto the very tanky man that will be going into a fit of rage as he's been taken out and killed as the Gen Axe is going down. And this, again, just nothing else you can do. You try to go for a fight, but you just don't have the resources.
SK Prime tried to drag Istanbul Wildcats into the choke point. Try to find the moment where Gen Axe can hit with the big ultimate. You can come over with that massive hostile takeover, but everything just doesn't quite work out. The pick doesn't quite work out because he goes golden. Then as they start to move in here, they're trying to bait them into the small choke point right as Gen Axe goes, but Istanbul Wildcats walk away. They walk away from both ults and it's gone.
Look alive! Kofta almost went down there, I believe, but doesn't quite go down just yet, as we can see the kind of remnants of them coming in. A lot is happening on that little picture-in-picture right there. A lot was used. You actually saw a hell of a lot of damage coming out there from Forbidden.
That bush didn't know what hit it.
Story has something against grass
Struck
types,
by lightning, going like, what did I do?
Well, but Febiven, I think we're seeing once again that Febiven is trying to take the game into his own hands. Same with Lurox. Again, such veteran members on this SK Prime team. Lurox played since 2017. Febiven played since all the way back in 2014, 2015 as well. These are players with some history to them. They'd love to have a bit more of the star-studded result from this tournament, but it is looking oh so difficult. It's very hard to find these players, as you've been saying, though. The game is not quite over. It's just very difficult.
Jinx is very close. Very, very close to finishing that IE. And look, there it is. That's all of a sudden finished up. So you now have a 3-item Jinx. I mean, look, I'm not saying that the Xayah is not going to be relevant, but I'm saying this is probably as strong as you've been on the Jinx for a while.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Tristana. It's very close to also finishing her IE, you know.
Alongside the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, plus, you know, the extra level as well, about to tick over to that level 16. Like, Tristana is huge in this one, and that's where I think the big difference maker is that you don't just have one person you have to deal with. It's both Bao and Kofta, very good at the self-peel, trying to find access to this backline of Istanbul Wildcats. It's going to be so difficult, and it has just been picks for SK Prime that they've been trying to go for, and Istanbul Wildcats stacked up as this 5-man group, making it so hard for them to really find anything.
Paris sitting over on the brush, knowing that he has vision and they do not. Baron has spawned. There could be a TP from Destroy. There it is off the flank. So it's not quite behind everybody just yet, and they've got decent wards to kind of catch it out. They know he's coming, and they can start to walk away. They know exactly where this cannon is, and that could be huge.
So currently, no exhausts here for SK Prime. None on the spellbooks, and the one on Prime is on cooldown. SK Prime, you're playing with fire here.
They are playing with fire, but they know exactly where Destroy is. If he tries to move anywhere on that bottom half, who's good defensive vision, but because you have defensive vision, it means you don't have forward vision.
Yeah, Istanbul starting to move over. Destroy, trying to play off towards the side, has that flash to try and get in onto it. Paris, we've seen him hit these before. Was onto Lurox last time.
Yeah, we're going to see the ultimate come out. Gen Axe trying to tank up, but he's just getting taken out right now. He will be killed straight away. That's a 4-man knockup from the Nautilus ultimate as we try to go back in on top of this fight. Destroy, trying to see if he can make the damage work, and he does get onto Prime. They can finally take out the charm, but that's going to be a huge charm. Can they keep this Jinx alive? They cannot, because just like Dagda said, it's not one threat, it's multiple threats. The Istanbul Wildcats are smashing SK Prime.
There's no waves currently being built up, but the Wildcats, they're going to take their prize in kill gold, and then the Baron itself. They'll probably claim themselves a soul at the same time. Febiven just being delayed on the death. no other way out of that situation. And how the heck does this come to be? It feels like SK Prime once again, the feet just held over the fire, being invited into the river. Genax sadly separated from his team.
Yeah, and this is where, again, it looks like it's going relatively okay. Prime, fantastic ultimate across here, hitting onto 3 members. But Destroy, this actually isn't the best of ults. Doesn't really catch anyone. Lurok's actually launching himself in. The charm is great, but Kadui just barely caught by Paris. I'm so shocked that that didn't hit Febby. But it doesn't matter, with Kofta jumping forward, both of them were going to go down.
Not going to lie, I feel like it should have hit Febby, because then maybe Kedui could fire out a couple of more auto attacks.
Not
as the 3 items.
Well, lollipop.
I wonder if Febiven should have just tanked it. At that point, maybe there's a chance that Kedui could get excited again, run away, but was not to be. Doesn't even have flash for the next few minutes as well to give himself a better shot at the next fight coming through. You haven't hit your 4 items, and as you were saying before this, Dagda, Kofta has hit that Infinity Edge on the Tristana now.
And I mean, even though, you know, that was kind of the Hail Mary from SK Prime, it almost came out for them, but you've got to now deal with a stopwatch on Destroy. You got to deal with a stopwatch on Bao, so even if he does get caught out again, he has that extra little lifeline. So again, it's just more and more barriers as Istanbul Wildcats, they just take more and more control.
Yeah, the fights are just hard for Kadui to really try and play, especially when you saw in the last one. He's even being knocked away by like Kofta's ultimates and things like this. Trying to position yourself forward when you've got Destroy who's coming in on flanks, just not being able to get to these objectives first is making it so tough. Now Bao starting to move up towards his top side. They realize it's just Genax who's here, so if you can get Kofta onto this top lane turret, he's going to be in a great spot to keep that pressure up.
We'll start the siege. Minute 37 left on this Baron buff. As it's actually kind of difficult to get the full thing going here. The Jinx does have a very good time of just kind of clearing these waves. It's not that easy for Istanbul to break up in the space.
Yeah, that's why they have to potentially use an economic Maokai ult, where you're just going to throw it at one of these side lane towers from an angle, because the Elrame is in that kind of position, which means that even though the Jinx can wave clear, could be in a bit of danger from the siege and the CC.
We might just see Istanbul Wildcats now trying to put themselves in towards finals. The new region wanting to shake things up in the EMEA Masters. TP now into the mid lane. They know that they have got this game in their hands, and can they close it out?
Can they close it out? Loris going in, immediately has to flash out after using Demacian Standard. There's going to be that ultimate you talked about there, Nymera, trying to take down this turret, and they will do just that. Prime nearly goes down, eventually he will fall. Kedui gets himself a bailout, but it's just not going to be enough to keep him alive. The Istanbul Wildcats, they waited until their prey had nowhere else to go, and they pounced right on top of the throne of SK Prime. The TCL will have a representative in the final in their first year of EMEA Masters.
Bow down to the AD carry king of Turkey. Bow on this sire has looked unstoppable. The Wildcats have looked unstoppable.
And here it is, the final Nexus explosion as the Istanbul Wildcats put themselves into the finals of the 2023 Spring EMEA Masters.
A fantastic performance from the Istanbul Wildcats. Game 1 goes awry. They come back swinging in Game 2. Desperately hold on to Game 3 to clutch it back. And with ease, I mean, they made this game look so damn clean.
And on the other side now, you know, talk about it from the Wildcats' point of view. SK Prime still their best result in a very long time for this organization,
absolutely.
for this ERL as well. Now the Prime League does have a second team in the semi-finals. They had 2 shots of potentially getting towards that finals. Now we know one of the finalists will have to be now a revenge match if the Unicorns were to make it there.
No one region final.
But
Good
it is
job.
going to be it's going to be a heck of a battle for them tomorrow, though, and the Wildcats now get to sit and see who joins them.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a pretty tough battle no matter who you kind of, you know, end up going against. But I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at this and it's like, Istanbul Wildcats, I think the big one for me is always going to be that Game 3. By all measures and all accounts, they should have lost that game. And it did feel like, you know, obviously in a 5-game series, the third game can be so pivotal. But it really was. It felt like at that point, SK Prime just kind of lost who they were, lost how they kind of want to go about it. And Istanbul Wildcats were happy to take whatever came in front of them.
I do think that it was kind of solved in draft, though. I think especially as we got into Game 4, it felt like Istanbul Wildcats had downloaded them, right?
Yep.
We thought, look, we can give Febby the pick, but if we take the Maokai, right, we now got this AD mid that continue to push. We don't really care if you go for this area. We're just going to insta-lock the Zaya every single game. Get push and bot. Now Prime can't move, your mid can't move. This trio that we were highlighting can't do anything. And Istanbul Wildcats can just play the game as they like.
You know, and I think we really saw the SK Prime really good when they're snowballing, when they're ahead of the game, when actually maybe those damage factors get evened up by just a large amount of gold. When you're at this level of competition, when you're at this stage in the tournament, you don't get those same margins of error.
No, you really don't. And I think the big thing now is that, look, for SK Prime, like you said, it's still one of their best finishes in a very, very long time. They can kind of leave with their heads up high, but great from Istanbul Wildcats. And again, even though we expected them to be there, it definitely, you know, definitely had to work a little bit harder. And taking out some big names as well. They took out LDLC. They've taken out a SK Prime now as well. They're coming out much stronger.
Yeah, I think just for SK Prime, it's a little bit heartbreaking. Like, summer 2019 was the last time we got to see these guys really in finals. And then, like, we even saw Big was kind of the last Doc representative that ended up picking up that victory for them. That was back with, like, Tarzi on the team and White Knight and all those guys. Was hoping that maybe we'd see it, but not this year. Well,
yeah,
not this place,
well,
I should say.
True. But that's enough time from us. Thank you for watching us on the caster desk. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk as they bring out the victory lap.
Thank you very much, guys. Amazing cast today. Welcome to the Victory Lap, where the Istanbul Wildcats are the first team of this EMEA Masters to join the finals. I want to say clean series from them. No, expected series from them, as you said. Trouble, giving up the first game, downloading the opponent, and then taking straight to the victory.
I think it was a very similar series to the LDLC series. LDLC and SK Prime said very similar fundamental issues where it was being a little bit lazy where it came to vision, didn't set up their objectives properly.
Yeah.
Wildcats instantly identified that in game number 1, which game number 1 is always the warm-up game. And then they just played slow with patience. Yes, they were having mistakes, but their setups were proper. Flanks from Destroyer were absolutely phenomenal. And Bao also did not let us down with his performance for another time.
Yeah, I just feel like they had a really good read on this series and on SK Prime in general, where it felt like if SK Prime don't have the correct kind of agency tools for themselves, they're just completely hamstringed. And Wildcats were very happy, like Trouble says, to just kind of sit there, let them play whatever game they can attempt to play, and then just play on windows to punish them. And I feel like SK just couldn't really adapt game to game. It felt like maybe you could argue, obviously, the game 3, you know, being that far ahead. And there's, you know, there's League of Legends is a nuanced thing, right? If they have a different soul, maybe they can end the game. If, you know, maybe they don't grief 1 or 2 times in this kind of situation where you're allowing so much to be pulled back for Wildcats in front of a Baron. It can obviously go differently, but I think just generally the read from Wildcats this series was just significantly better than what SK Prime had.
Absolutely. Unexpected from this team and their experience and also the region itself. We'll talk about this a bit later, but for now, I want us to focus on game 4 and what one-sided game 4, especially when you think of the mid jungle and how quickly this Tristana was activated.
Absolutely. I feel like it was all about, in the very beginning, the Luroxor. He was trying his hardest on this Javan to make plays, but the trio, again, from Wildcats was there from the beginning. The fact that in the draft, they had the Xayah into the Jinx, they knew they were going to lose prior through the mid lane, so they put their priority lane in mid, so Elramir can make plays together with Paros and the mid laner. They accelerated that Tristana, and then they just kept moving her around the map like a chess piece. Every time they needed help top, they'd shove Tristana top, they'd get the Rift Herald. Every time they needed help bot to shove a wave, they would shove Tristana bot lane, grab the dragon, move back mid. So it was just a great game overall of just macro movement on the map and never letting go of tempo.
But I feel like you had options on SK Prime's hands in terms of composition and how easy it was in theory to maneuver. I think of Jinx, for instance.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like the options were there for SK Prime in that sense, being able to move around the Jinx. Like, oftentimes you hear like the phrase demolitionist thrown around for the AD carries, and Jinx typically can be that, but I feel like when you don't necessarily get priority in the mid lane, it becomes so hard to even have any kind of strong lane assignments on a consistent basis. And for me, again, I feel like the Javan actually just has such limited options in what he can actually attack in the early game, right? Ashin actually picked on it inside the cast, where it's like, you're playing Javan, you want to gank in the early game. How do you gank a Kennen who's laning against a Sion? It's so difficult. How do you gank a Tristana who can just rocket jump out of the combo? It's just a really, really hard wall to kind of be placed in, and if you don't have prio to at least maybe play on objectives on spawn, it felt like Lurox was really caged in, and Wildcats were happy to take advantage of the fact that from the side of SK Prime, they're effectively playing without a jungler. It's not even his fault.
And props to them, honestly, for their draft and creativity throughout the entire series, and how, despite being playing on red side mostly, they were able to come up with ideas. And I think about the last game also, them missing out on the last 2 bans, they still had the best they still had the best composition for them and they used it the best way.
I'm just gonna say that when you lose two bans, and they're usually the secondary ones, the top lane is the one that suffers.
Yeah.
Destroy did not suffer in this particular series, and I'm honestly so happy, not just to see him shine on his typical picks like the Kennen, the Gwen, the Rumbles, whatever, like the AP top laners, but he brought out a Fiora that made a difference in the side lane. Every time SK Prime was trying to pull a play, Destroy was taking a turret, he was taking a structure on the other side of the map, and it became a problem to the point where they just ended up finding the Nexus just because Destroy had created that opening with Fiora. So I think it shows a lot on their versatility of, yes, we have that monstrous rat with the cannon up top, but he can play Fiora, he can play the Gnar, heck, he can possibly pull out a Sion or any tank in the finals.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see how creative they've been across the board during the entire series. I want to talk about the momentum shifts maybe, because even though SK was always behind, and even though we knew that their macro fundamentals were not on point compared to the TCL team, how heartbreaking is it to lose the game 3 that way?
I've been a victim of it myself.
I mean, yeah, you know.
So it's really rough. It's one of those things that can really, break a mental in a way. If you get so close, and then again, all of these small, realistically very silly things that become very consequential to the outcome of a game. I think it's one where you kind of have a similar scenario where it happens in the LEC finals that just went by, where Mad go down 2 games, but they come back out on stage, they're laughing, right? They're very happy, and the mental is still there. They're still ready to just slog through another 3 games to win. And I think even in a best of 5, where it's not necessarily you're 2-0 down, you're 1-0, it's a best of 3 effectively, but you lose like that, it makes you wonder, okay, well, if we can't win in that game, how the hell are we supposed to win in a game again where we might get the same lead? And in that case, you start to second guess yourself. You start to actually question your decisions. And I'm not saying necessarily that SK Prime did that, but perhaps it's one of those things where in draft, all of a sudden it's like, oh, maybe I'm not so confident playing this pick. Or then once you get to the game, it's like, okay, can we pull the trigger on this or no? And in some cases throughout the series they did, but in this game it felt like they were very limited because of those kind of facts potentially.
I feel like it's kind of heartbreaking for the organization as a whole.
Yeah.
Even taking it from their LEC run, right? No one expected SK to do well in the LEC, especially in winter.
Yeah.
They pulled out a really good run, gets cut short later on in playoffs. In spring again, they try to pull out a really good run, gets cut short. Right here, so promising with an insane roster, huge names in the academy team. Gets cut short right before the finals. It feels like the org is trying to reach this year, and somebody just slaps their hands right off right before that final step where they can get that victory. And honestly, if anything, it's a testament of don't give up, because SK did not have good results for the past years in LEC or Academy, but this year they've shown that they've put a lot of work behind the scenes to find the right people that will facilitate the players in the team. So if anything, it was a pretty good showing coming this far.
Hope in summer, for sure, but with this caliber of player and the experience they have, I was expecting a bit more and a bit more discipline maybe.
Yeah, but it's a tough bar to jump. I think you have to also just kind of take into perspective they are playing a TCL team.
Definitely.
Right, and at the end of the day, the TCL region is one that have clearly shown to us throughout this tournament that they are going to be, even though they didn't make it to the top 8, like, FUT were a scary team as well. So I feel like, yeah, it's going to suck. You just lost a series in the semifinals. But head high with that level of experience, you would expect them to return back in summer with a whole bunch of confidence to try and make this rerun happen again.
I actually love how you mentioned it's a TCL team. Guys, if the format hadn't changed this year, this team would be going to MSI right now.
We see them at Worlds, at MSI.
They would be going to Worlds, they would be playing to play in MSI, they would be playing against the best of the best of the best. So even though we're mentioning, LEC names on the side of SK Prime, these guys would be playing on the international stage. So honestly, we asked the question at the very beginning in general for TCL, hey, you've played internationally. Technically, this is a quote-unquote downgrade for who you're playing against. Can you surpass this hurdle?
Yeah.
So far, the answer is yes.
Yeah, completely, because TCL as a region on Twitter, among fans, among everyone, we all expected this region to perform. I remember Adam sitting on this couch just before the beginning of the EMEA Masters saying, yeah, no, it's not going to be for LFL this time. Watch and learn from TCL. And this is exactly what we saw from this region so far.
Seems like Adam
He
Giga
knew-
Chat
yeah,
again. I've got to say, he's come out with a lot of base takes this year. I'm like, top lane is useless into TCL. He's on top of it, and I mean, he's just right. I feel like this time around, and yeah, I think they're just proving through and through that TCL will be a region moving forward that we can expect them to make it to top 4, to make it consistent finals runs, or at the very least just always be a region that is contesting whoever's the traditional strong regions,
Yeah.
whether it be LFL, whether we've seen half a prime resurgence now in this tournament. Maybe that happens again next tournament, and TCL will be on the opposite side of that bracket.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what we are going to see from them in the finals and who's going to join them. Also, Trouble, any prediction on to tomorrow's series? Heretics looking at the back-to-back title.
This is
They
so
won Summer
difficult.
last year. But what about the Unicorns?
This is so difficult. Both of these teams went into 5-game series. They were just about to get eliminated, but they made it through. And honestly, they both look extremely strong. For Unicorns of Love, I think they heavily rely on whether Peach, their jungler, is on a good day or not to play the whole mid jungle. But on the other side for Heretics, I'm like, who stops flanking?
Yeah, right?
Because it's not about this guy just getting ahead from laning phase. This guy gets no resources and then pops off every single fight. So their stylistic is so different. That's why I'm so excited to see which AD carry pops off, because they both heavily rely on their AD carries, but they don't necessarily play for them.
No, I agree, and I think taking a step back even further, for me, a lot of it's going to come down to draft. I know it's a very cliche answer, but I feel like I haven't...
You blame the coaches, Jamal.
Well, yeah, of course I would. I would blame the coaches, but I think that the Unicorns have shown, when Sheepy's in the mood for it, that he will pull out a Draft Kingdom, and it becomes very impossible for the enemy team to play. You saw it in the tiebreak against LDLC to make it here to the top 8, to qualify as first seed rather, and it happened once or twice in their previous series as well in the top 8 itself. So I think the draft is going to be very, very important for UL, because I think that they're a team that know how to utilize a strong composition and very handedly understand the conditions of not only their own composition but the enemy composition, and they will play to shut down the enemy composition a lot more than they'll even play for their own composition's rights.
I don't know where to look at here, honestly. The craziness on one side, experience from some player on the side of Heretics as well. Again, we've talked about the experience from the TCL. Flackhead was playing Gumayushi last year internationally, so this kid's been around, and he's,
It's his meta.
Yeah, it's his meta.
Zeri, Jinx, he's been doing, I know we're not doing stats right now, 36% of his team's damage share. That is insane numbers. His team single-handedly relies on him to pop off with 0 resources, and he has done it every single game so far.
What a beast. What a beast. We'll see about this tomorrow, of course. Same time, same place for the second semifinals of the EMEA Masters Spring. Trouble, Shamada, it's been an honor being with you on the desk. You're not getting rid of the French host like this. I will be back tomorrow, of course. Thank you all for following the first semifinals today. We'll see you tomorrow for the pre-show and the second game. Have a good night and see you soon. And I will leave with the trophy because this is for LFL anyway. Bye.
Tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca.
Ojo con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra 1 contra Flaque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Il y a maintenant qui est dans la mêlée. Et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté de la TLC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein. Jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
Für ihn wird sogar noch mehr ein Schwimmbild für ihn. Der Quadra-Kill für Kinui.
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
Napiszę tutaj na gotowe. Nie odbierajmy. Pentakill jak najbardziej zasłużony. Dörde 0 bir değişim. Ayakta kalan son isim Erdemir.
Uzun zamandır bekliyordum. Şimdi benim zamanım.